you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? All alone. Your eyes match the weather, raining under pressure. Oh, you say you wanna go, yeah. So let's get away from here. Let's get away from here. Stranger stuff. was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from strangers down, lost in time with one another? The hourglass takes us through.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello Halo fans, welcome back here to another day of HCS. We're getting ourselves into Pro Series number 2 here for the ANZ region. Bit of a week break here before we get into number 2 here. We had number 1 that gave us all the roller coasters that Halo Infinite has been providing all throughout the tail end of 2021 and now at the start of 2022. I'm excited for us to jump into the action for today. I'm excited to bring you guys 2 wonderful gentlemen who's going to be talking about all the action for Halo Infinite today. I've got Bluey and Hoggy by my side one more time here. Lads, welcome back. It's been a long time since we've been able to talk about some Halo. Blue, we'll start with you, mate. How you been here in 2022?
Yeah, really good. I had a really good holiday, some really good time off, also a really good Halo day, as some might put it. I'm super excited to get back into the casting, and especially after seeing the games that happened last week. Really good to see that none of our players are all that fatigued, and they all came back absolutely roaring to go. And I'm super excited to be here with my bald brother, Hoggy. How you been, mate?
What are you talking about, mate? Look at this. There's some hair there.
There's something there, guys. There's something there. There's a lick of something.
We're similar. Maybe I'll shave it for next week. There you go.
Yeah,
let's do it.
Maybe next week I'll come in with a bald cap as well. I don't think I can get rid of these luscious locks so far. I'll come in with a bald cap and we can be the trio of bald brothers here on the HCS.
Just shave it, mate. I won't even charge you for it. It's one buzz. That's all it takes.
If someone wants to pay me, a couple $100 to shave my head, I'll do it here for HCS. Anybody in chat, you can try and reach out to me and see if I can get it done. But lads, let's start setting our sights on last week here and talk about HCS Pro Series number 1. It was an interesting tournament for us to go through. Obviously, it is a top 8 team going in with a double elimination bracket, and we had some exciting storylines for us to go through. I think coming into 2022, nobody really expected the kind of twists and turns that we got given here. Our first round came in with the quarterfinals, all 2-0s across the board. I guess the only real kind of crazy storyline that we saw was Malicious, a team that came in with some big names and some fresh new faces, were able to take down Direwolves in a 2-0, and then our semi-finals was all the status quo once again here. We see the Chiefs and the Divine Minds getting themselves another series victory on the board here in HCS, and that's where we were able to set our sights on this winners final. And I guess everybody at home in the ANZ region is looking at that and going, Divine Mind were able to beat the Chiefs. What happened here? I mean, it was an insane series for us to touch on here, Bluey, because Divine Mind, they came in swinging against the Chiefs and they got it done in 2 maps.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Divine Mind came in, caught the Chiefs completely off guard. We finally saw a bit of a hole in the armor of the Chiefs, and Divine Mind took that full throttle, just went in as hard as possible and really gave it to them in these games. We definitely saw the Chiefs have to be on their toes a bit, and Divine Mind were taking every opportunity to push back at those moments. They played really well, some really insane series overall, and just some really, really solid plays from Divine Mind, a team that a lot of people probably wouldn't have expected to beat out the Chiefs in the series.
Yeah, especially because every series we've seen so far from Divine Mind and the Chiefs has gone the way of the Chiefs, but they got it done in extremely tight strongholds. And now going into map number 2 here, Hoggy, this is where everything was on the line. It was a 50-49 between both these teams, and it felt like that the Chiefs were ever so close to be able to make this a map 3.
Yeah, and the scoreline blew out heavily to 11 kill lead, 12 kill lead at one point, and the Chiefs just managed to claw it back over and over and over again. And this is the first time we've kind of seen Divine Minds put up a strong fight against the Chiefs. And it's not even a... I don't want to say it's not a proper Divine Minds squad, but they've got Dante and Beaston and Stel. But even though they managed to come out on top, the series was still super close. And they proved that they can take down Chiefs, even though we'll see later on that it was a different story.
Yeah, it was insane for us to look at this winners final because it just starts to set up this whole different storyline. Like that final kill coming in there from Slays, if that rocket was a couple of pixels to the right there, then that could have been a completely different story. I mean, maybe we would have seen the Chiefs going forward into that grand finals without having to get the bracket reset. And speaking of the grand finals here, what a way for the Chiefs to come back into this grand final with a bit of a vengeance, getting the 6-0 full bracket reset up against Divine Mind. It seems like when they came into this, Bluey, they were angry and they wanted to make their stamp back on HCS.
Yeah, bit of a vengeance, Luke, is a bit of an understatement. I will coin this team as they came back as Batman, the embodiment of getting vengeance, and they just absolutely swept Divine Mind. Resetting the bracket and then 6-0 overall against them. Like, you'd be hard-pressed as a Divine Mind player in that moment to go, oh yeah, boys, like, we can readjust, we can take something from them. It just seemed like every game was an absolute spanking in the favor of Chiefs. Barcode was putting up huge plays, huge numbers. See that shock rifle accuracy and precision right there. Like, it was just disgusting. Every player of the Chiefs, it's like they flicked on a switch and were like, we're not letting this happen. We're going to deny Divine Mind absolutely everything we can in every single map, every single series, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, it really felt like they came in, with this mentality of completely shutting out Divine Mind and Hoggy. That's exactly what they did with, as we see here across a lot of these maps with the bracket reset. It just felt like every single time that they went into these objective-based kind of games, that it just felt like the Chiefs had the number of Divine Minds at every stand.
Yeah, and I didn't have to cast last week, so I got the chance to watch Barcode at the same time as the mainstream. And going into the series, they were hyping each other up. They're like, this is our series. We're going to win this. We're going to dominate them. They came in and they dominated them. And you saw afterwards how happy Barcode was. And he was popping off towards the end. He was making plays for his teams, as you saw in the replays. And Barcode was so excited. His team was so hype after they won that. And they wanted to come in and dominate that final, which is exactly what they did.
Yeah, exactly. It was just crazy the fact that they're able to come in with such confidence, going from that elimination bracket and being able to go into that grand final with the gusto they did. And I think they're going to come out all guns blazing here in Pro Series number 2, and I'm excited to see what they can put up, especially with some of the different names that we've got going in today. But obviously that elimination bracket had its own storylines as well, lads, because it seems like every single time that teams did drop down into that elimination bracket, you never know what you were going to get. Disruptive fans were a massive surprise for everybody. They've always been on the cusp for us in this, ANZ region, being around about that 6th kind of position, but the way they went about their business in Pro Series number 1 was extremely important for us to touch on, because these guys, they got themselves a 3rd place finish. They took Direwolves, they took Mind Freak, they took Malicious as well, who looked good in that day, and then they had to go up against the Chiefs, which albeit is where they ended up, but the fact that these Disruptive fans, Bluey, were able to come in and play such good Halo is a good sign for the rest of the ANZ region.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, maybe you're watching from another region, but the Disruptive fans are actually a team with a lot of chatter behind them over here, and their players are constantly on Twitter, talking with each other, getting around each other, which is always really good to see, but we've never had the opportunity to actually see them perform on main stage. So for the first time, them being on broadcast, like, boy oh boy did they put on a show. Shout outs to Rice here. He's the dedicated KBM player for Disruptive fans, and he absolutely put on a clinic and really showed, what a strong, dedicated KBM player in the space of Halo can do for the game and do for his team.
Yeah, exactly. He was able to put up some big numbers here in this series up against Malicious. Like, you look towards this final map in the Slayer, he was able to put the most slays on the board here, Hoggy, and the fact that he's been able to make his stamp as one of the best KBM players that we've got here in ANZ, maybe even potentially in the world for Halo Infinite, is a really good start for the Disruptive fans.
Yeah, and there's things that you'll see in these replays from Rice that you just can't do on a controller. The way he just whips around and hits shots that, a controller player wouldn't be able to do, and it allows him to keep people one-shot when he shouldn't. And that was something that Barco was pointing out when they were playing against him. Even though the Chiefs won comfortably in the end, there was times that Barco was like, man, how's he hitting that shot? How's he doing this and that, and it's just the nature of the KBM, you know?
Yeah, and sometimes, you really do see a lot of these other members for Disruptive fans really start to step up. We saw Cluesy there with that overkill. They really did start to put up a lot of numbers, and unfortunately, everybody who seems to come up against the Chiefs do eventually fall to the sword. And, for everybody playing along at home, unfortunately, Disruptive fans, they've made some roster changes, so they're not going to be here today, but we still get to see a lot of their core members floating around. So I'm excited to see what Rice and Jordan can do on this Mindfreak roster today, see what they can bring to that roster, see whether or not this ejects them into another top 3 finish here, Bluey, because right now, if Rice is able to continue to give the info to his team and slay out as well, he can really start to solidify himself as a top player here in ANZ.
Yeah, I definitely think he's a name to pay attention to, especially in the Halo space here in ANZ, because, he is someone who performed so well and had that, the different input, which is like such an eye-opener for a lot of people watching competitive Halo. We're only really used to seeing those players on controller, especially here in the ANZ region, but to have one player, that sort of star player within a core roster as your dedicated KBM player who can perform on main stage, as we saw last week, was super important to have, and it's a great tool to have under the wing. So it's interesting to see what teams might do further on in molding those kind of players.
Yeah, and I think, across the entire roadmap that we've got here for HCS, there certainly could be teams that start to pick up those KBM players and really start to integrate those extra bits that those keyboard and mouse players can bring to a team. But lads, time for us to start to talk about HCS Pro Series number 2 here. The format has stayed the same coming in from Pro Series number 1. We had our top 4 teams from the previous Pro Series, now going to get ejected back into this one. We had to have another open series to figure out which 4 teams can come in from that and try and compete in an 8-team double elimination bracket for today. Top 4 teams that come in from today are going to be going into next week as well, ladies and gentlemen. So it is all about trying to secure that top 4 for today for these teams and really start to prove themselves on the main stage here, Hoggy, because we've seen across the Pro Series so far, if you have those consistent results, you get those extra bit of tournament dubs under your belt, and then it's going to start meaning good form going into the Super.
Yeah, the points are so crucial. You even saw with Malicious last week. You could say that maybe they're a bit of a throw-together team, but there's players in that roster that want to continually grab points. So even if they don't want to stay together, they need to be getting points. So there's a lot of team changes going on, so we can see that from probably today as well, and like throughout the weeks going on, that teams are sort of changing up to kind of get points, keep points, try to find the right roster. So it's interesting how things are unfolding, but the points are the most important. That's everything. Everyone's gunning for the points.
Exactly. Everyone needs to make sure they've got those HCS points, and they're all tied to each of these players as well. So that's probably why we've seen a bit of roster mania coming into here for 2022. But lads, let's have a look at our bracket for today. As we said, we've got a few fresh faces that are going to be joining us here on the Pro Series number 2. And an interesting one for us to touch on, lads. Obviously, it's a massive team that's going to be joining us here for the Pro Series number 2. Bluey, we've got Immunity finally coming out of their 9-year slumber to join us here in Halo Infinite. I'm excited to see what kind of damage they can do for us today.
Oh man, it's so crazy seeing this team finally here on main stage. To put in a bit of context, I was thinking about this before, this roster, Voltage and these names that we've seen in the ANZ region for so long. These are guys that I looked up to in Halo when I was still in high school. And it's crazy to see them come into a completely new game now in Infinite, and they're doing just as well as they did back then. It's insane. It's actually mind-blowing that we're going to be able to see them playing today.
Yeah, it's ridiculous the fact that we've got a team like Immunity who's been able to grace us for today, and I'm excited to see what they can get done. But Hoggy, on the other side of this, we've got a team like Fraggers who's coming in here, and it's one of those teams that you touched on that was able to make their way into this thanks to the HCS points. So these guys have, a pretty good roster. They've got Ingestix, they've got Juckle, they've got Flex Reigns, and a brand new player for us, Lucas, who's been able to join us. Only 17, this kid being able to join in Halo Infinite. So I'm excited to see what the old guns can do with this new kind of younger player, because we've already seen it work with a team like Malicious.
Yeah, they're a bit of a throw-together team this week, but on points, they get into the top 4. You've got Ingestix, who's already a mainstay on Mindfreak, or was on Mindfreak. Flex Reigns, who's been with the Chiefs multiple times, subbing in. Then you got Juckle, who said he didn't want to play Infinite and wasn't going to play Infinite due to personal reasons. He's back now, and we saw him in the qualifiers early on, the very first tournaments we had, the Opens. And he was dominating in the games he was in, and those games were against tough opponents. So I'm super glad to see that he's back. And Lucas coming in, first tournament. He's got to show up and put in for his team, because they could get into the top 4. There's a very high chance. They're versing Direwolves first, who you could say are slumping a little bit right now. Obviously, they come off a second place finish in last year. Coming into this year, they're not looking too hot. So this is a good opportunity for them to push into the top 4 right off the bat.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what the boys and the Fraggers can do here and see whether or not we get to see them on the main stage as well here. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do start to jump into the Pro Series, once again, it's time for you guys to see if you can use your wallets here to start to represent Croc Gang in-game. You can go into the store, you can get this ANZ bundle, you can start to represent the nameplate, you can even represent yourself with a nice little sniper skin on top as well. You know, lads, I was talking to you guys before we went live here on the broadcast. Obviously, I'm the greatest Halo Infinite player that has ever graced the game. So whenever I see the Croc Gang people start to float around in my rank games, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go easy on you, and I'm not going to try and farm you this time around. You get a little bit of something because you're, a Croc Gang representative. And Blue, it's always nice to see people be able to represent their region in a game like Halo Infinite and really start to wear the badge proud.
Yeah, it's really fantastic. I feel as though I've been seeing like a lot of our pro players start to rep that emblem and sort of like the color on that sniper as well. So it is really cool. It is really cool to back your region. And of course, if you don't just want to do it for ANZ, you have the other regions there to support too. So it's a really cool little content package to be able to get a hold of to show your support for the game overall.
Yeah, it's always good because, obviously a bit of the proceeds do go to the TOs as well. So you're being able to give back to the guys who have been able to put on these sick broadcasts for you guys at home as well, so you guys can enjoy Halo Infinite in its entirety. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to start talking about the competitive Halo. It's time for us to jump into our first series for today. It's going to be an exciting one for us, lads, because we get to see Divine Mind once again, and BBR's back, baby. So, Hoggy, it's so exciting for us to start to talk about this series because it's always good to have these returning teams come back into it, and BBR is just one of those teams that's super exciting to watch.
Yeah, BBR weren't able to play last week, but they're back this week. They don't have Dante, though, because Dante's on Divine Minds. So now Dante's not with BBR. They've got Codestar filling in for them as their sub. I don't think he's going to stay on that team into the future, so he is just subbing for this tournament and maybe next. But this team is a team that's performed well previously.
Yeah.
And then Divine Minds, that they're at the top, and they've got Dante now.
Exactly. It's super exciting for us to jump into this Divine Mind roster because Bluey, obviously it's a team so far that has been a stalwart for, in that top 2 kind of region here for ANZ. They've brought Beeson into this roster as well, and as we said, Dante, who's been floating around here for Divine Mind. And, Pro Series number 1, they were able to take down the Chiefs at least once here, but it's all about trying to make sure they get that number 1 slot here in Pro Series number 2.
Yep, exactly. It's consistency at this point. Hopefully they've gone back, ironed out some of the faults that they felt as though that they had last week, especially after a tough opponent like the Chiefs. But, that's your foundational standpoint, right? That's where you want to proceed from. So it's going to be interesting how they come into this series today. And, as Hoggy mentioned, there is a bit of a switcheroo with the rosters. They have Dante on their team now. Super interesting that he's going to be placed on this roster against his former teammates and friends too. It's going to be really tough. I'm not sure who I would point to as the team that's going to come out on top in this series. It's really just too hard to predict.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, one of those kind of coin flippy games for us to have a look here. And as you did say, Dante last week was putting up some big numbers here for Divine Mind. So I'm really looking to see if he's able to continue those numbers going up against the previous team. And, going into this, Hoggy, it's always, an interesting storyline to talk about in these competitive games. When you go up against a previous team that you've been on, and BBR, they're probably out looking for blood as well. The fact that Dante has changed over to Divine Minds going into this, they're certainly looking to try and hold no punches here against, Divine Mind.
Yeah, BBR really want to come in hot against Divine Mind. They haven't been able to play last week, so they're coming back in this week. They've added in Codestar to their roster, who is very well known around the Halo scene in
Feels
ANZ.
like you're holding their tongue. You're holding your tongue there, Hoggy. You don't want to give me.
He's been around since Halo 3, so the fact that he's always been near the top, and unfortunately for Cody, he's always been second. He's always been second. He could never quite win, unfortunately for Codestar. But the fact that he's coming in and he can step into Dante's shoes, the fact that they played through the open bracket to get here as well, that's a big standing for them. And Brattles as well on top of that, he's got to perform today because I think he's the X factor for them.
Yeah, it really does feel like that BBR have got kind of a long road ahead of them, but the fact that they've been able to slug it through this open bracket and get into, a Pro Series the first time around is always big for them. And, obviously you touched on the fact that Codestar has always been the bridesmaid, unfortunately never the bride. Who knows? Maybe today's the day that BBR start to shatter all those shackles and they get through everybody here. They go through Divine Mind, they go on a big hectic run, and maybe we're singing the song of BBR going into Pro Series number 3. And exciting for us to talk about a lot of these returning teams, Blue, because, we talked about the fact that we've got immunity today. BBR's coming in. We've got this team Fragsters who's coming across. We've Mind Freak with this roster mania that's going through. We've got so many different storylines that are throwing through Pro Series, and it always just makes us be able to build up towards that Super where we'll be able to find the culmination of a lot of these rosters.
Yeah, I really love the idea that today is like, I feel as though we painted it back in our very, very first broadcast of like this idea of Infinite bringing a whole bunch of the old and then coming in with the new. And it feels like today we're finally hitting that with a lot of these teams that are going to be showcased. It's massive. It's super exciting. I know there's a bunch of people playing today that, like, when I was in high school, I used to watch them at LANs, and now I'm going to be watching them here play Infinite. Like, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous the fact that we've been able to mesh together the old dogs and even some brand new kids as well. Obviously, we talked to the fact that Lucas is 17 playing around here, players like Rice who are 19. We've even got some old boys who are 35 that's playing a tournament today. Like, it's ridiculous that you can have an esport like this where you've got people who are, in their mid-30s being able to frag up against kids that are 17 who have probably been cranking 90s in Fortnite for the last 15, kind of months. So it's ridiculous that we have an esport like this and we're able to showcase it. So let's start talking about these maps, boys. Let's start getting into the nuts and bolts of this series, because I think this is where it really comes apart for a lot of these teams, talking about whether or not they're objective-based, whether or not they've been able to capitalize on a lot of these Slayer maps that we've been seeing here. And Hoggy, the fact that we started on CTF, I think this is a pretty penultimate game mode for a lot of these teams to be looking towards, because you look at the Chiefs, they are absolutely dominant on CTF. And when we talked to Pips last time, he was talking about the fact that in ANZ, they've been playing CTF all wrong, but it still blows some of these teams out of the water. So I'm really starting to look towards teams like Divine Mind and BBR to start to step up their CTF game.
Yeah, well, something interesting that we can point out, looking at these maps, at least the first one specifically, is this is the map that BBR beat the Chiefs on.
True.
When they played, not the last one, but the previous one. BBR beat Chiefs on CTF Aquarius. So this is a perfect map for BBR to start on, because I think BBR, I don't want to say they have Aquarius worked out, but it seems like they know how to play CTF Aquarius. They just know how to play their game mode. So the fact they were able to take down Chiefs bodes well for them going into this series, especially for game one against Divine Minds.
And I think, that's the best place for us to start, right, Blue? Because if you're able to kick off with a very dominant victory on a map type like CTF, especially on Aquarius, you can start to ride that momentum into a Slayer as well, especially if you have some people who get to have that sick little warm-up on Aquarius. It is one of those maps that really just leads to a lot of these good kind of sightlines and be able to slay together in these pairs. And if you're on a team like BBR, you want to start out as red hot as you possibly can, because we saw what happened to Divine Mind in that grand final last week, where the Chiefs were able to blow them out of the water early on, and it felt like Divine Minds were never able to come back into that series. So I think, BBR is certainly looking to try and have a hot little start here on Aquarius.
Yeah, it's like CTF on Aquarius especially is one of those maps where you need to set control, you need to set pace, you need to start getting your spawns down, time when you're going to run the flag appropriately, all things like that. And if you lose that kind of momentum as your first map, then yeah, it's very tough to bring that back into a second, because you're going to be so frazzled, just feeling like, well, where did we lose? Where did we mess up? How can we adjust? And going into a Slayer match, you have no time to really think about that, because then it becomes all about slays. You've got no objective to worry about, and it's purely just based on kills. So that could be a bit of a switch up, because Divine Mind's roster does have such strong, just like overall slayers. But as Hoggy just pointed out before, like BBR, especially on CTF Aquarius, have really good objective control. So seeing who manages to actually set the pace in this game is going to be, I think, like sets up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and I think that's something interesting for us to touch on, right, is this kind of objective control. And Hoggy, we've seen it a lot of times on these Aquarius maps where, teams that are able to control the active camo, teams that are able to control the heat wave as well, especially when you're looking at players across this like Barcode and Pips who have been insane with these kind of shotguns when they walk around. Are we looking towards BBR to really start to control a lot of these power-ups here in Aquarius and really just trying to develop that into a little bit more of these points on the board for CTF? Or do we feel like Divine Mind, after the shellacking they've been given by the Chiefs, have kind of worked out CTF so far?
Well, it's funny that you mentioned controlling the power-ups, because I actually got the chance to watch a lot of the games, the qualifying games in the Open, and I watched pretty much all of the BBR games, and there was periods where they were losing games because they weren't getting the objective controls, if that makes sense. The power-up weapons, sorry. So like they weren't getting the camos, they weren't getting the heat waves, they weren't getting the things that would help them control the maps, and they were losing those maps. And then when they figured that out, that's when they became a lot better. And that's something that they're going to have to work on today, because if they falter on that again today, they're going to be in trouble, because it's a bit different against the Open teams as it is against the Pro teams, especially Divine Minds, of course.
I think that's a very astute point to bring up here. The fact that you might be able to drop a few things in the open bracket and you don't really get punished for it, but you're going here into a pro series against Divine Mind, who has shown us time and time again that they are very much a top 2 team here in ANZ, and it's exciting to see whether or not BBR have tightened those screws, come into pro series and really can make a good run here. Lads, we're still waiting on a few of these players to jump in the lobby so far. We've got a special little video here. Obviously, everybody who did watch Raleigh did know that our boy Barcode has been the lore master. Let's go check and see if he still is the lore master.
What is the Arbiter's real name?
Dude,
I would have no idea.
I'm out. There's no way.
I don't even know how to say it. You giving up?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, it's Thelvadam. Thelvadam? How do you say it? It's TH?
Thelvadam? I did not know that either. I thought his name was just...
What is the Master Chief's actual rank? Just guess.
5-star general.
They called him by his rank once in the campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Master Chief?
Yeah.
Is that like a trick question?
No?
This is Master Chief, that's his rank.
Yeah, it's Master Chief Petty Officer.
Yeah. My bad.
Alright, how many Halo rings are there?
How many Halo rings? Come on, even I know this.
Aren't there like 12? I know it's not more than 10.
7.
Yeah.
9?
7.
Oh, I wanted to say that.
What are the hunters made of?
Oh, I knew that. Oh my god, wait.
You would know this?
They're made by like loads of individual cells, but like, how are they called again, man? Like these orange things, man.
How do you know this stuff?
Like their armor?
Not like what's inside the armor.
I'm just gonna say they're made like by millions of cells.
I don't know. I thought they were just made of armor.
Worms.
Worms? No, there's no way I would have ever knew that. No.
I want to know what pro players get any of these questions right.
Just Barcode, take 1. Mark.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2?
Delta Halo.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2552.
What is the species name of the elites?
St. Ely.
Who created Cortana?
Dr. Halsey.
What are the hunters made of?
Legola Worms. Master Chief, Petty Officer. Spartan Falls. Truth, Regret, and Mercy. Thel Vadum. Sergeant Johnson. Pillar of Autumn. Gravemind. The Vanished. Newman Buster. The Librarian. Dr. Halsey and Captain Keys. Carter, George, Emil, Kat, June, Noble 6.
Absolutely insane in the server, absolutely insane when it comes to the lore as well. I think the fact that Barcode single-handedly dispatched of North America and EU in lore is just ridiculous to us. The fact that he was just able to come into that. And see, he didn't even break a sweat, Louis. Like, every single one of those questions, he was just, bang, instantaneously on it. Didn't even care about it. You look at all the North American EU players, they're starting to struggle. They're not quite sure what's going on. They're probably thinking about their sends or their controllers or anything like that. But Barcode, he's all about the lore, and as a lore person myself, when I come from my own games, it is super exciting to see these pro players who enjoy it as much as they do when they're able to frag on the server.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see like what his split is between multiplayer time and then campaign played time. I can only imagine the thousands of hours equate on both sides. Like, just ridiculous to be able to pump out those answers one after another like he did. Like, you know, shout outs to Barcode, of course, we do it all the time, but yeah, multiplayer and campaign, absolute monster.
Yeah, I remember he was talking about it on his stream, you know, not that long ago, and he was actually shocked that a lot of these players don't know a lot of the questions. I think that was the biggest thing to me, was he was just like, oh yeah, it's simple. And then a lot of these other people are just like, how do you remember all this stuff? And he's like, oh, it's fine. You know, you've played the multiplayer, right? You don't remember every single kind of iota of information that you get given across the campaign. It's just ridiculous, Hoggy, that somebody's able to retain that much information, and obviously being able to replay the campaign as well is always a big help. But I mean, just Barcode is such a shining star here for ANZ. We don't get to see him in this series, ladies and gentlemen, but we do get to see him across today. I think it's just amazing for us that we've been able to rally behind this kind of beacon of knowledge and beacon of star power so early on in Halo Infinite.
No, definitely. Barcode's a freak. I can't believe he knows so much about the lore, because I probably couldn't tell you anything. I'd just be like all the other players there. I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, I've played the campaigns, but I don't remember much about it, that's all. So it's just crazy, man. How does he know the lore and just be that good? It's just, he literally is a Halo freak.
Yeah.
He knows everything. It's crazy. He's just a Halo nerd, I guess is the best word.
I mean, at this point, surely we all are nerds when it comes to Halo Infinite, but, you know, it's always exciting to see a player like that. And maybe somewhere down the track, we can actually start to test his extensive knowledge of, you know, the Halo lore. Maybe we can try and trip him up in some of these interviews, lads. But we still are waiting for these players to get the server and the lobby all done and dusted so we can start to jump into some of this Halo Infinite gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ever so close, so we're just going to start to spin some yarns here about Halo Infinite. So, Blue, obviously you said you've got a whole lot of that Halo Infinite game time in thanks to the holidays. Right now, how are you feeling like, you know, the game is starting to develop? Obviously, there's getting to a point where these teams are starting to develop a lot of these strategies on the map so far. Do we feel like the teams are getting to the point where they're really starting to hone down how to play these maps properly?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of the players, especially in the ANZ region, have actually managed to pick up like a lot of the sort of I don't know how to quote it, like hidden tech sort of features that are available in the game. A lot of things like box slides and just like those super speedy slides straight off the spawn. We actually saw Barcode perform one last week on Live Fire. They spawned in a warehouse side, and immediately he was on that box slid, and he managed to get that sniper in like the first 2.5 seconds of the game, which is just ridiculous because that's an immediate retreat and you have a power weapon. And we're seeing like more and more players take advantage of those kind of mechanics within the game. So it's just one of those things where as time goes on, as players get more practice, as they sort of do these small tech things and figure out here and there, that's where we're going to see like these just insane plays develop more and more over time.
Yeah, and, you know, Hoggy, on the flip side of things, do we feel like that these teams need to start, you know, trying to, instead of they're just, you know, completely practicing in their scrims across all of these maps, do you still feel like that it's probably worth some of these players to try and find a little bit of that hidden tech, whether it be, you know, maybe some mechanics or even just the positions on maps and stuff like that? Do you feel like that's kind of worth for these teams to try and get themselves towards the next level here in ANZ?
Yeah, look, I think Chiefs kind of proved that in a game against Divine Mind that they played on Recharge. It was Recharge Slayer. They camped the A elevators and the tower side and the C point where Hydro is, and they just kept picking up the Bangler, the Repulsor, the Sword over and over and forcing them to come to them, Divine Minds to come into them, and it just made it so hard for Divine Minds. And I'm watching Barcode stream, and they're all like, oh my god, Divine Minds are so mad right now. They're so mad. They're so mad that we're just camping here with all these weapons. But it was super, super effective, and it was working. So why change it? And I think that's a perfect example of what you're asking me. You know, they are using the sandbox in different ways and working out how to utilize maps differently. And that's an interesting take on a Slayer game mode on Recharge.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see what these teams can really kind of pull together here. Lads, I've had a little bit of a whisper in my ear. Apparently there's some trash talk that's been going in the lobby right now. So we did get this live feed that came in here. So apparently Berserk is coming for Ads here, but Ads told him he's going to crumble like some Turkish bread. So I really enjoy being able to get that little bit of extra insight to these players. Like, obviously it's a whole lot of friendly banter, but if you come into a tournament like this, you need to start to smell blood in the water. You need to start coming for, even though that they might be your mates, you want to try and get the dub. And ladies and gentlemen, with this fly-through, we know that it is time for us to jump into this map. Divine Mind and BBR going head-to-head. Let's see who makes it further on in the bracket.
Yeah, it's ANZ Pro Series number 2. Divine Minds versus BBR. Let's see how this goes for BBR at the start, Bluey, because this is their map.
Yeah, exactly. Like you pointed out before, they had such good control, such good like pace before, and seeing, you know, what they're going to be able to do just off the break here is going to be really interesting because they're already pushing into their util side, but there's no, like, you know, there's no shots being exchanged cross map, which I think is the default that a lot of teams, especially in matchmaking, go for, but there's none of that. And Slays has already transitioned onto their side of the map too. Like, it's just fast, quick breaks that we're already having, and we're seeing these maps develop in such a unique way, especially from where we were when the game first launched.
Yeah, just a few kills on either side. Nothing too crazy going on yet. It's 2 down now, though, for BBR. Dante's pushing in through the front. He'll find Codestar. Codestar takes him on. Codestar takes him out. Codestar's showing what's up. Dante, sit down. Already right off the bat, right?
Taking out, you know, his former teammates, throwing a little bit in there, like it's already happening. This is the kind of like back-for-back play that we need to see here. We do see 3 go down for BBR, and Slays is already running the flag, taking it over to bottom cat side. He's probably just going to be running it util side, but we did see an unfortunate spawn come out for Divine Mind, with BBR just being able to spawn util and blink him, but they answered right back, and they're already making the flag run.
Yeah, the flag's already all the way over to utility. Slay's going in. He might even run a second flag here. So it's 1-0 now for Divine Minds. He's going to drop a bottom middle. He finds 2 straight in the fridge and he gets taken down. So interesting play to drop down and just take it bottom middle. He could have easily just gone utility and probably got away with the flag and forced a tough situation for BBR.
I wonder what kind of counter cap we're going to see, if any at all. We did see 3 go down for Divine Mind. We thought they'd be able to sort of like get another flag in here at some point, but that's not the case. You know, as soon as they pulled it, they were dead instantly. 3 dead instantly, and you can't make any progress off of that. We're just probably going to see a bit of stagnation come out from the map here, because with a team being a flag up, they're just going to start to play defense that little bit more. They don't need to play as aggressive off the break.
Yeah, Braddles is going to grab the flag. He's got a heat wave in hand as well. He's trying to take down one. He does. It's 2 down now for the side of Divine Minds. Dante and Slays are down. Braddles will find a third. Won't be able to take him down, but he will challenge. Beeston is just running away. He does manage to turn around though and get him. CoStar's trying to get him as well, but there's also the camo in the hands of Divine Minds. So this flag will not move any further for BBR, and they don't get it any further than the utility. Yeah, flag return there, which is super unfortunate for them, because overall that wasn't a bad run. You know, that's something that we'd expect to see. I do want to point out a little interesting factoid here. You can probably see on the side of BBR, they've got the numbers 2, 3, and 4 as their emblems. Dante's still repping his 1. He's still BBR, you know. True. Will we see some collusion here? Maybe a soft throw? Who knows, Hoggy? Seems like you have the intel when it comes to these teams. Yeah, well, sort of, a little bit, but the flag goes in for 2-0, and maybe CodeStar needs to change to number 1. Maybe that's why they're down 2-0 right now.
It's just bad luck overall, you know. Divine Mind getting another cap in there. Like, this is not really what we expected, like, from with us talking about BBR and how they've managed to actually take that game of Aquarius CTF off of Chiefs. You know, in the past, we expected BBR to come in here like a little bit stronger, have a little bit more control over the map, but that's not what we're really seeing them happen at all. They're just getting like outslain, outdone. They don't have the map control that you really need for a CTF game, and they're just not adjusting very well at all. We do see ads coming in here and making a touch for the flag, but that being said, that's still in Divine Mind's base. Like, you're not going to be able to do much with that at all, Hoggy.
Yeah, his teammates go down, so he's not really able to do too much with it or continue it. He finds another, but he gets taken down by Dante. I don't even know how that killed him. So ads will go down. Braddles is behind enemy lines, trying to take down Dante, I think that was, but he wasn't able to get him. He just needs to stay alive for his team. He's getting absolutely mauled by Beeston, though. Beeston will take him down. So it's still in the favor of Divine Minds. They're looking strong, even though BBR keep pushing over on pink side to try to get some flanks. I don't know if that's exactly what they want to be doing.
The thing is, like, Divine Mind don't need to be the ones playing aggressively right now here. It's BBR that does. BBR really needs to start stepping on the gas and put the pressure on Divine Mind, because Divine Mind's up 2. Like, BBR can't afford to give them another flag and make it 3, because the score disparity at that point is 2 blind out and becomes really, really difficult. They're already in a difficult enough position as it is, because the players are going down so quickly. They're not being able to make any space on the map. Like, as I'm saying this, that was 3 down just for a second for BBR. What kind of map direction, what kind of map control can they make with their players just dying that fast?
Yeah, great teamwork from Divine Minds over in the BBR's utility, but we saw the camo again in the hands of Divine Minds, and I mentioned it earlier, the BBR was struggling to keep the power-ups and the power weapons in their control in the open, and it's happening again straight off the bat in the Pro Series. So if they can't pull it together, it looks like this might be done. You know, there's still 7 minutes, but it's tough. It's tough for them to come back if they don't get any camos or heat waves.
Yeah, speaks a lot just to how much Divine Mind is actually just outslaying BBR right now. Remember, game 2, we have to go into a Slayer on Streets. Good little double kill coming out there from Berserk. And like, that's exactly the thing. Berserk's being able to pick up stuff like that, double kills on the fly, you know, get another kill here and there. BBR are constantly in the respawn screen. They're never able to come back as a 4, make a coordinated push. They're just going down one after another. They're just absolutely crumbling here at the seams. Like, what can they do to be able to get map control here? What do you think that they should do to slow down the pace of the game, Hog?
Yeah, well, Berserk's just taking full control of the front of their base. Ad spawn's right behind him, but Dante's got his back with a quick back smack. Cody's up at the top of Carbine. Beeston's on top of him straight away. I'll get the call out. It's 2 down now for BBR. Beeston's pushing in. He's going to get control of utility. It's exactly what he wants. Maybe his team could get a pull and they can get it going straight through utility.
Yep, they're already just back at it again, pulling another flag, putting the pressure on BBR. BBR's not being able to respond. You know, they're pretty much stuck in their base at this point, but getting killed off spawn. They have no ability to make it out like past the halfway point of the map, and then when they do, they go 4 down. Like, Divine Mind just have it all over with them when it comes to the kills. You know, BBR have to start adjusting something here, maybe focusing more on team shots, picking down one player at a time instead of trying to take individual fights, because they are not winning them.
Yeah, they're really not at the moment, but BBR's pushing in. CodeStar's going straight in. He doesn't even care about Berserk, but he'll get taken down. So rough for Cody off the bat there. 2 down now for BBR. Brattles is in the base. He's trying to get the shots out. He'll take down Berserk. Beautiful shots from Brattles. And Brattles is the one that needs to step up, right? He's the one that needs to slay for this BBR team if they want to come back in this game.
Yep, Evil with the flag right now. They're making a good run. But that being said, Dante's already like in their side flag. He's pulling their flag. He's dropping it bottom mid, which means just more time that BBR have to put
3 down,
pressure on. 3 down, 4 down, just as you say that. Like, BBR is just crumbling here. They were too focused on objective at that point and not focused enough on being able to get the kills to make space. And as I'm saying this, you know, it's just going to come down to Dante. 3 up on the board. Like, this is a really tough spot for BBR to be in. A really tough spot to be able to bounce back on. They need to start pulling some flags and making some slays.
Yeah, Dante was just being a nuisance for the side of BBR, and they're 3 dead again. Adz is the last one left alive. Dante's pulled him out, and they'll take him down. So BBR are going to be spawning over in Fridge. It's going to be a tough time to stop this flag as Slays is moving it through Car 2. Beeston's looking over to Pink as well. He's going to grab some dynamo grenades to help him out. Dante gets another. There's only 3 of them alive, and Slays is going to try and move this in. The shots and nades are going to come in. They are. He does run it in, though, and they will cap.
Oh.
It's a player right there, and he'll take him down. Slays still manages to turn around. What are these beatdowns going on? Are they got one-shot beatdowns, Louis?
No, that was a back smack. That was pretty much a ninja, but Slays doesn't get the medal for it. Like, it's super unfortunate. I just want to mention, like, I think that's the second time we've seen Slays with a flag run, sorry. And at the same time, he's going 21 and 10. Like, look at the points that this dude is putting on the board, all while playing objective for his team. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, what does BBR have to respond to a play like that in a game like this right now? You can't just click all of a sudden and make that adjustment on the fly. Like, from this point on, it just seems like they've kind of got to take this game in stride and figure out how they can move on to the next one.
Camo again in the hands of Beeston, so Divine Mind has managed to grab almost every single camo. And it's funny that you point out Slays is on 22 kills because the kills are really even across the whole board. BBR do have a flag running though. Camo in the hands of Beeston. He tries to get some shots down. He will look across. He'll find CodeStar. Brattles is trying to run it in. He's one shot. He gets stopped right on the flag. Slays is coming in for the reset. He's going to grab it, throw it out. Adz is going to do what he can. He's going to try get a grab, but it's 3 dead for BBR. Adz is the only one. All he can do is get a touch, and it looks like it will probably be a return for Divine Minds, and Divine Minds are going to take the game 5-0 most likely.
So disheartening for BBR there. They almost had one in, you know, it wouldn't have been as unfortunate, but, you know, they do get a goal line stand there. They do stop the flag just from being a 5-0, but I don't know how they're going to be able to, like, capture any of this momentum here, Hoggy. It was instantly broken as soon as they got stopped right on the edge of the flag there. Maybe Brattles can make something happen. Maybe BBR can come as a collective, but 2 minutes 50 left in the game is not enough time for them to be able to put 4 flags on the board.
Yeah, the shots and nades must have come through because I thought this was a cap for sure, but BBR managed to stop it, but it is going to go in. Berserk's there to help out, see if they can get it in to make it 5-0 and take it the first game, and they do. So Divine Minds got 1-0 against BBR.
Man, that is not what we expected. I thought maybe we talked about it too much. Maybe I got it in my head a little bit too much that BBR would be able to take a really good, like, measured control of that map, because we've seen them go up against Chiefs, which is such a strong team, on Aquarius and play so well objective-wise, and then they came into that game, they were just frazzled. It was like they were asleep at the wheel. I don't know. Did some players just not have their monitors on for half that game? I had no idea. Just not the performance that you want to be putting up.
Yeah, Slays 23 kills, 14 deaths, 10 assists. The assists, look at the assists on the side of Divine Minds in comparison. It's just, you can't even compare really.
Cody with only 3? 3 assists?
3 assists. He had the most kills. Come on, he had the most kills.
Yeah, but still, like, that could just be him picking off Brattles, you know, 10 assists right there. So what does that really mean in the end? Everything, that isn't scores on the board. That isn't objective plays, and that isn't just Slays overall that's getting them enough time to put on the map. Like, especially in comparison to Slays there, he's up 2k damage on pretty much the entirety of BBR there. So, like, he just played absolutely, like, phenomenally there in that game. 2 triple kills.
2 triple kills.
Man, like, what was he doing? Like, he was just exterminating the entire team and making it just a pathway for the entirety of Divine Mind to be able to cut through the map and grab that flag.
Yeah, and midway through the game, we saw that a lot of the kills on the side of Divine Minds are pretty even. You can see it right now in the replays. It's 5, 7, 4 and 6. They're all pretty even. And then Slays just popped off. He probably got those 2 triple kills like almost in a row and just sort of kept BBR on respawn. And that was probably how they got cap number 3 and number 4.
I said that like in the beginning when they went up those 2 flags, or maybe it might have been the first one, that they probably didn't need to play as aggressively, but they did anyway. Like, they did not listen. They put on the pressure full fold. There was no passive play whatsoever. They really wanted to give it to BBR and make sure, like, yeah, you guys aren't making it past the halfway point of this map. And like, you're going to look at camo. You're never going to touch it though. Like, we're going to grab it every single time. So BBR really struggled on that point that you made before about just overall map control and being able to get power weapons and stuff like camo. I don't think they managed to capture even one at all, Hoggy. Like, really tough for them.
Yeah, and I pointed out that they were sticking to P side a few times, and we saw that Ads and Brattles both went for flanks on P sides before their team had even really got onto the cast side. So then it just means you're just giving control of utility to the side of Divine Minds, and you know, they use it to full advantage.
Yeah, at no point did it seem like they had any map control, any power control whatsoever, which going into this second map here is absolutely crucial on streets because, of course, you're swapping out, you know, these puny little weapons like a heat wave or whatever for rockets. You know, you're guaranteed 2 kills, you know, maybe even more if you hit a good double or something like that. So they need to be fighting for objective play right now. And by objective play, I mean the power weapon play. That's what they need to be fighting for because this is a Slayer match. It's all about the kills, and you need rockets like power weapons to make the differences in the scoreboard.
Yeah, and this is a map that if you really do get control of the other team's spawns, you can 4 down them, run to the other side of the map. If you use teamwork correctly, you can 4 down them again, run back to the other side, and it could get ugly if they don't step up here, BBR, because they struggled in game number 1 to keep any sort of power weapon control. And if rockets get into the hand of Divine Mind every time, we might even see that. As we go into game number 2, BBR, can they bring it back against Divine Mind? We're on board with Slays. He goes straight in for Ads and will take him down. It's a perfect 4 shot. 2 dead now for BBR, and the rockets are in the hands of Berserk. Berserk is just chilling out down the bottom of B stairs. He's going to back out though. He's got the call out from his teammates that they're all over on B side. Probably won't push out with the rockets. It's just 2 points each for each team. So Berserk stay alive with these rockets as best he can. And it looks like he's lagged out. That's pretty unfortunate. Hopefully not, but maybe he has. We're on board with Slays though, and hopefully he hasn't lagged out, Bluey.
Yeah, but you know, that just for a general pacemaker for the beginning of the game there, Slays getting that out BR there on B stairs is massive because that actually guarantees just overall power weapon control. Absolutely ridiculous for him to be able to do that there. That's a huge game changer. That's a huge pace setter overall. Like, instant control of the rockets. We can take their spawn, we can take C side of the map and start making those spawn rotations and get them on the spawns every single time.
Yep, so it's good to see that it looks like Berserk hasn't dropped out. So probably just a little bit of a spectator issue, but we're back on board with Slays, and he's, you know, putting up the numbers that he was in the first game. You know, he's starting off strong. He's got 2 kills already. He's up against Ads again, but he doesn't want to fight that one. Ads takes him down. It's 1 dead for each team. Bulldog in the hands of Dante, who finds a back smack on Ads for free. He's working with Beaston, though, on C stairs. Codestar's up there. He'll call him out, get some shots down. His nade's going to kill Beaston, though. Oh, no. Wait, how is he alive? How is he alive? What the hell? Cody comes down, though, and he'll take down a double. It's 3 dead now for Divine Minds. Last one alive is Berserk, and he's up on B. How did he not kill Beaston with
the
that
grenade? Didn't even matter though, Hoggy. Beaston went down anyway. There was too much pressure from B Overlook. Like, yes, of course, the grenade made a huge difference damage-wise. Very unfortunate, but there's no way Beaston was going to get out of that situation because they couldn't take Cody out of that top tram position that he had. He already had the cross looking at Pink Street and where Beaston was already sitting. So, you know, there was not much that they could do there. The grenade was a very unfortunate play, but as I say that, we do see Rockets manage to come back in the hands of Divine Mind. I think, yeah, Slays had them. He went down, and so Dante has them again. He's managed to recapture them up on, like, that top vendor. So we're going to see if they can make a huge play here. I'm actually finding it kind of hard to see where BBR is taking main positions. I think it's B, between B and C Tram, Hoggy.
Yeah, it's 15 points to 12, though, at the moment. Dante's going to push over. As you said, they're all over on this side of the map. He's got the call-outs. He's got 3 of his teammates next to him, so they're not going to try to push out too crazily. They just want them to come to them. Slays finds a free kill on Ads. Berserk will go down, so it's a trade for either side. Brattles is pushing up. He gets the rockets. He doesn't manage to get him, though. Brattles gets the kill. Dante trying to go in too strong. Beaston was the last man alive. BBR's calling him out. And Berserk comes off the respawn to help him out. Teammate from BBR jumps out to take down a kill. Evil gets help as well, so it's 2 kills down for either team. And it's back and forth. Slays has got the Bulldog in hand though, Bluey.
Yeah, really tight scoreline here. I think why I'm so confused as to where teams are sort of taking positions here is because none of them are really. They're both sort of just like playing do-si-do around the map, making these circles, you know, rotating Cafe PD, and then like their spawns are following suit. So it's really difficult. You know, usually we see teams sort of take one position and hold it just for the spawns, but that doesn't seem to be what team is doing here. And I can't tell if it's a mind game thing going on between two of the teams or it's just luck of the draw here. But it's a really weird game of rig around the rosy, and I think that's why we're seeing the scores be as close as what they are right now. But you do see these kills come out from Slays right now, and they're about to hit that 25 kill mark just from that push.
Yeah, the last two players from BBR are right in front of Slays. He's got Bulldog as well. Dante's one shot in front of him. Brattles is the last man over on B and Arcade side. Slays knows the Rockets are up in 4 seconds. They're going to push towards Brattles. Brattles is being really sneaky. Slays is just going to call out for his teammates. Ads is trying to flake around the back of tower. 2 to go down though for Divine Minds. They won't be able to get the Rockets. Ads gets
they knew he was there.
His teammate cleans him up. The Rockets are in the hands of BBR now. This is their chance, Bluey.
Yeah, like it's going to be interesting to see BBR have these rockets they're pushing through Tyre's side, but as they've pinged that cafe spawn, it gives them a little bit, like they have to push a little bit more. They can't just free fire these rockets across the map and guarantee themselves 2 points on the scoreboard. They're going to have to play a little bit more strategically here and take the positions that matter. And we see Beaston just push in to PD freely, and he managed to take some ads. They knew that that was going to happen because that call was already made, but BBR still managed to go 3 down. What is going on?
Yeah, it was a perfect flank from Slays. He came from B stairs right behind BBR, got the shots they needed to make them weak, and they just collapsed on CodeStar for the last kill. But there's still only 2 kills ahead, Bluey, so the game's still pretty close, and BBR have just been trapped a little bit in the last 2 minutes of the game, but the game's still close.
Yeah, it is, but like sort of what BBR trade out for a kill, Divine Mind will trade out for 2, like just as we're seeing right now, if not 3. They're 3 down, they know Ads is the last person in C-Tram. That's an easy push, they have no real contest there. But as I say that, the BBR managed to just magically spawn C-Tram, so they have the entirety of the team there now, so it's going to take a huge coordinated push from Divine Mind to be able to pick up a couple of kills here. Dante narrowly avoiding to kill himself with that spike nade. So it's good. Can BBR hold this position? No, they don't, because Dante's just going to come through with a shotgun, get a couple of kills. Like it's a really tough position for BBR to be in. They don't really just seem to have like that map control that we expected for them to come in with from the first game, and it's not transitioning at all. They're losing it. They're being a bit frantic, and they're not keeping track of the spawns as well as they should be.
Yeah, both teams not able to stay alive for much longer than a few seconds. Every time we change to them, someone's going down. 4 kills is the gap. Adzi gets a free melee for a kill. Berserk gets a double. It's 3 down now for BBR. Brattles, the last man alive. Evil will spawn right next to him, and they're going to head towards bottom middle. Brattles, he's found Berserk. Berserk's back down. He drops down the shield and uses it to his advantage. So Brattles is going to have to run. Berserk chases him down. Shots from Ads. He goes down as well. So every time we're changing to a BBR member, they're getting team shot from Divine Mind. So the call-outs are coming through. Rockets in the hands of Slays again. He'll get himself a free double kill. The players of BBR are stuck in Tram. But Slays doesn't care. He'll go out. Beaston's going out as well. They just keep flying in every time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's too much confidence here. You know, they did have a good double kill from Slays that helped sort of take out the map a little bit more. Oh, that pulse carbide switch there was so clean from Beaston. You know, but this is that end of game blowout that we're so used to seeing. At this point, it's really hard to start to control the map. So if BBR wants to bring this back, they have 7 kills to catch up on. 10 kills in total if they want to win the game. They have to really start slowing down. It's only 2 kills now for the difference. I don't think they can do it, Hoggy. It's too much of an ask.
Yeah, now 2 kills the difference. 1 will go down. Slays knows there's another one in PD, but his teammate cleans up another, and that's Divine Mind taking the series and the game 50-42. They'll move on to the next round. So, strong start for Divine Mind. BBR, they'll have to bring it back in the next round.
Yeah, BBR were your boys, Hoggy. Are you a little bit?
They were my boys.
Are you a little bit disappointed? Is that a crushing
I am a little
blow?
disappointed. They didn't really have too many power weapon controls, as I was saying earlier on. So
they should have listened to the stream. How about that? Maybe next time you can maybe just call them up next time and be like, hey guys, this is what you need to do. Start coaching. How about that?
Yeah, maybe I should.
Jump into the coach slot there for Hoggy. But lads, you know, obviously Divine Mind, they got themselves a 2-0 here up against BBR. Unfortunately, that first map was a little bit of a shellacking being handed out there by Divine Minds. A 5-0 on CTF is never really what you want to see here. But we came into the Slayer map and, you know, Bluey, they were at least able to make it look competitive, but it just seemed like Divine Mind were just on a little bit of an extra level here for BBR. They're going to drop into that elimination bracket, and they certainly can make a run through it, but this is where it's really kind of do or die for the BBR boys.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Divine Mind, I think they had a star player there in Slays. He was just outputting too much damage. They were giving him too much sort of map control overall. He was just to be able to run freely, and you don't want that in that kind of freedom in the hands of a Slayer like Slays, because that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to slay until the cows come home, and that's exactly what he did. You know, he had 5k damage as opposed to the rest of his team there with 3, and then all across the board for BBR they all had 3k damage. So at that point you sort of got to look at your team and be like, okay, we need someone who's going to be like our main damage dealer. We need a Slayer on the team right now, and I just feel that in both maps that we saw, BBR never had that.
Yeah, they didn't really have that kind of standout performer that you really like to see from some of these teams. You know, we're really starting to get into the point now, the pointy end of Halo Infinite, where we're starting to see these players have these defined roles. And right now it feels like BBR is still kind of, they're working together as a team, but they just don't have that extra bit of chemistry that goes to the point where, you know, you're really being able to see them lock down a lot of these power weapons, really be able to lock down parts of the map. And I think BBR, this is probably a pretty good learning experience for them, right, Holgi? The fact that they're able to come here, test a few things out up against Divine Mind, albeit it's kind of do or die in that elimination bracket, but this is certainly going to be a pretty big eye-opener for them to go up against the top 2 teams straight away.
Yeah, and they weren't able to play in last week's tournament, but they've proven that they can be at this level, but maybe just not at the Divine Minds level yet, you know. So they've placed in the top.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing for us, is them be able to shine there in an elimination bracket. And obviously, Blue, there has been some shining moments here, but Divine Minds, you know, obviously being able to get the first series out of the way is a nice little, you know, sigh of relief for them not have to drop a map here or even go into that elimination bracket. So how are you feeling about Divine Mind today? Are they looking good? You know, are they able to try and put up some big numbers against maybe Immunity or even the Chiefs today?
Oh, yeah, they're looking super strong, and it's actually interesting. Like, some of the roles seem to have switched within the team. I think we're usually used to seeing someone like Berserk. Last week, he was putting up huge numbers throughout all his games, but now that's sort of falling into the hand of Slays. So I don't know if he'll be able to carry that momentum forward into the next game. Maybe sort of Berserk is taking a different kind of role within the team, and it's letting Slays shine a little bit more differently than what we're used to seeing. But overall, like, this match, it was a bit of a stomp there against BBR, especially in that first match. You know, the second match was a little bit tighter, but when you look at the things like map control, like power weapon control, Divine Mind was all over that, and those are key essential things that you need to take in the games going forward. And if they're able to retain that sort of structure, that mentality, then yeah, they're going to do great today.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing, right? Just being able to make sure that you start up strong with this structure and really be able to move that into a lot of their series. And lads, speaking of structure, might be able to get a little bit more of these extra insights. We've got the Divine Mind coach here on the line. Let's have a chat to him and see what he can bring to the table for us here. Obviously, Bids, last time we had a chat to you, there was a little bit of that, you know, sour taste coming in from Raleigh. Now you guys are able to put up some pretty big form here in the Pro Series. How are you guys feeling like this Pro Series number 2 is going to be a little bit different after, you know, obviously the way the Grand Final went for you guys in Pro Series number 1?
We've been playing the game a lot more this week. You know, the boys have been on pretty much every night throughout the week, going through VODs, you know, scrimming a lot. So now that we've got a bit of practice, we should be seeing it a little bit different, hopefully.
Yeah, obviously this week you have a bit of a lineup change. You're bringing in Dante. How has that affected the team dynamic at all? Has that changed much within the team? Have you had to adjust at all, or is it just as strong as what you feel it was before?
Yeah, no, he was in the lineup last week.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my
last
bad.
comp. Yeah. So it's pretty much been the same. We've just got a lot more practice under our belt this time. So like last week,
last week
in the comp, there was like 2 days of practice, if that, and now, you know, we've had a whole extra week, so it should be good.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, and last week you mentioned about Beeston and how everyone was looking out for Beeston, because Beeston's coming from a Call of Duty background. He's been competitive. He's been at the top for a long time in Call of Duty. So how is he fitting into the team now that you've brought him in and sort of given him the opportunity?
He's doing really well. You know, everyone's super surprised. You know, he's on every day just grinding, you know, and he's doing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, and obviously the final question before I let you guys go here into the next kind of series here, Beat, is I've got a question for you. Obviously, there's been a roster mania going in ANZ right now. Is this the roster you guys are going to permanently stay with, or is there still a few more things that are up in the air for you guys here on Divine Mind?
All
right,
sure.
No. We're feeling out. Angus, Slazy, Berserk, and Beaston are pretty locked in. Dante's looking very good, but we're just seeing where his head's at. He's pretty tight with the BBR boys. Unfortunately, he had to do him like that in that last series. But it just comes down to what he wants to do, and then we just gotta take it from there.
Exactly. Well, thanks for the wonderful insight here, Beat. It's super exciting to be able to have a coach give his insights here across the team, especially a team who's been doing so well, much like the Divine Mind. So congratulations on the series victory, and hopefully see you guys a bit deeper in the bracket as well.
Oh, you will. All right, catch you boys later.
Cheers, mate. A lot of confidence coming in there from BDs. I love it. Giving us that little bit of extra. I feel like every single time that we talk to him here on the desk, Bluey, he gives us a little bit of something there into the background. Obviously, talking to the players, you get a whole lot of insights about how that's going. But hearing from a coach is just that extra bit of kind of perspective and gives us something a little bit more that maybe the players won't give us.
Yeah, it's a completely different sort of like a ball game that you're playing when you're talking to a coach as opposed to the players, because the coaches get to see the whole picture. Whereas a player might be a little bit more focused on one or two things in their individual play style. A coach is seeing all of their team across the board, what they're excelling at, sort of maybe what they need to improve on a little bit more, and for them to give us that insight, and it comes across in the games too. It's super interesting, and it's something that I would like to see more of. So if there are any coaches of any other teams who want to jump on after some of the matches, give us a shout.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the players are going to be happy not have to do these interviews. I feel like every single esport that I've done, every single player is running for the hills. As soon as their series is done, they're like, I don't want to be a part of any of these interviews. I don't want to have to chat to anybody. But either way, we still do love to hear the insights of all the people here in ANZ. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to a quick break. We've got another series on the other side of this, and I bet everybody in chat is super excited about this. We've got the Chiefs and Immunity going head-to-head in a best of 3, so make sure you guys don't miss it.
Nice play. Woo! I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
My gamer tag is Barcode, and I am playing for the Chiefs. Ever since I've been a kid, my brother and my dad, grabbed the first Xbox, started playing co-op Halo 1, all of that sort of stuff. And, I was always sitting there watching them as like a little baby. And as I kept growing older, Halo became the one game I just started playing every day. I like to think that people think, like when they think of Barcode, they think of a straight shooter, cracked shot. Being an ANZ team, it's good having the support from such a small, tight-knit community. You know, everyone knows each other. Everyone's always got each other's back, especially at international events. We're all rooting for each other to do the best as we possibly can. It also does have its hardships though, you know, so coming from Australia, you know, our practice isn't as top tier as everyone else's in every other region. But yeah, no, we come from Australia and we do our hardest to play as best as we can.
Hello everybody, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 2 is back on your screens. We get to talk more about Halo Infinite. I've got my lads back here on the desk to keep talking about all things ANZ. Bluey, unfortunately for the BBR boys, they have to drop down into that elimination bracket, but Divine Mind starting to get themselves into a really good rhythm here, and I think that's the best thing for us here in ANZ, is consistently seeing these top 2 teams being able to take away those teams that might be nipping at their heels in that 5th, 6th, third, 4th kind of slot, and being able to really solidify themselves at the top of ANZ.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we mentioned it before just in our opening, but consistency is such a huge thing here, especially now. I think we're definitely seeing that like solidifying of our top 2. You know, you're going to have Chiefs and then you're going to have Divine Minds. So those for the rest of the teams under them are like sort of, you can always look towards them and be like, okay, so how are we going to take on those 2 teams going forward? What can we do as a team to adjust when we get in a position to have to face off them, because it's inevitable with how our brackets are structured down here. So yeah, it is really interesting to see. There's such like huge developments, but that being said, you know, we're also seeing a point where a lot of our sort of lower seeding teams are trickling up that little bit more and more and making more and more progress as they go as well. So just as time has developed, we might start to see a few more of those upsets like we saw last week.
Yeah, exactly. High tides rise all boats here in ANZ, and it's going to get to a point where even though those teams might be lower down in the rungs, they still will be able to get brought up by teams like Divine Mind as well as the Chiefs. This is our bracket and how it's panned out so far here, lads. We've got our whole first round done and dusted here. very interesting. Direwolves got themselves a 2-1 victory here up against Frag. It's probably not very interesting, but them making it all the way to that third map, they get that little bit of monkey off their back from Pro Series #1. Maybe they've shaken off the rust here, Hoggy, and being able to get themselves in the semi-finals, going up against Divine Mind, it's going to be a really good barometer for the boys there on Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves shaking off the rust a little bit, but you can see it's 2-1, the only team in the first round to drop a game. So I don't know how close those games were, but the fact that it went to game 3 shows that there's still a little bit of rust going on, but obviously we've got Team Immunity at the bottom who win 2-0. So Immunity going up against Chiefs. That'll be interesting.
It's going to be hard for us to jump into it, and a quick little show here of the elimination bracket. BBR and Frag is going to go head-to-head in the best of 3. And then 1620 Kings and Mindfreak are going to go head-to-head there as well. So I'm sure the 1620 Kings are looking to try and get themselves a dub here. But lads, let's jump into our series here. It's everything that we talked about, everything that we'd hoped about as well. Immunity and the Chiefs are going to be going head-to-head here. And Bluey, this is going to be such an insane series for us to watch, because this is going to be a good test for Immunity coming off their 9-year break.
Man, look at those names. Benno, Voltage, Hef, and of course, like the almighty Ogre One joining Immunity's roster. Like, these are all players. This is the third time I've said it, that I used to look up to in school playing Halo and being like, wow, like this is the level of consistency and play that I want to be at. And for them coming into Halo Infinite now, you know, maybe if you've been watching on the sidelines a couple of their scrims on, or like knowing a couple of the players and talking to them themselves, like, they've been playing super consistently, and I think one of the measures is having Ogre One on the team now. You know, this international superstar of Halo. You know, Ogre One, Ogre 11, as some people might like to refer to him as. Like, man, oh man, for us as Australian players and international views to be able to see him play today is a huge treat. Super excited to get the opportunity to watch and cast this game.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, as you said, you're an international superstar like Ogre One. Not only will he bring some more eyeballs back over to here ANZ, but if he's able to come in and dominate like, you know, we'd expect a player like Ogre One to be able to do here in Halo Infinite, it's going to be insane. It's going to be able to once again rise all boats here in ANZ. Everyone going to be able to play against a player like that. But Hoggy, on the other side of the server, we've got No Spring Chickens themselves. It's going to be the Chiefs, who have been dominant in ANZ so far, and I think this is the reason why we wanted to watch this series, is because we have the new guard in the Chiefs who have been completely untouched, now going up against the old guard in Immunity and seeing whether or not they've got what it takes here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, very, very, very tough matchup for Immunity. I had a chat to Ogre One, and he said that they're not very practiced, so they're going up against the best team in the region, the best player in the region, so it's going to be a very, very hard match for them. They have Madzi back this week, though. Flex Reigns, he was in last week, subbing in for Madzi, but Madzi's back this week, so they should be even stronger, you would think. No disrespect to Flex Reigns, he's a beast player, but having Madzi back in, the synergy should come back to them, and it's going to be really, really tough for Immunity, because Ogre One said they haven't really practiced too much, so it'll be a tough series for them, but it'll give us a good chance to see where they stack up in the whole region.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to give us a little barometer to see whether or not Immunity are going to be, you know, a top 2 team. Are they in the top 4? Can they even squeak into the top 6? I'm sure with the players they've got on that roster, they will be able to. But lads, let's have a look at the maps that we've got so far. Oddball Recharge is going to be the start out here for the Chiefs versus Immunity. And Bluey, this has been a game type that ANZ was kind of criticized a little bit in Raleigh, the fact that it took us so long to be able to pick up the ball, but we've been seeing it change and develop a little bit here in ANZ. Teams are really starting to understand when to play the ball, when to be able to make sure you get those extra round of slays, not really having to play for the 100 points that you need to get the round win, and more about playing around the ball and the power-ups that we've got here on Recharge.
Yep, 100%. Oddball is all about rotations, as you said, something that a lot of the ANZ teams struggle to get a hold of. We even saw in our earlier tournaments, you know, a lot of teams were more so focusing on just slays, but now they're sort of learning to pick up just rotations, literally just juggling the ball around the map to keep it out of the hands and out of a good setup position of the other team. So we're gonna see what happens here. Chiefs are really good at playing Recharge, and they're also really good at just being able to deny objectives from other teams. So Immunity have a really tough task to go into here against the Chiefs for first game Oddball Recharge. Like, boy oh boy, you've got no room for error here.
Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to jump into this series. It is the return of Immunity going up against the Juggernauts in the Chiefs. Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, it's winners round number 2, Immunity versus Chiefs. Chiefs are the dominating team in this region. Immunity, they have 0 pro points. but they're coming into pro play, and they're going to try to take down Chiefs right now. What do you reckon, Bluey?
Hoggy, why'd you have to like
What do
give
you
it to
reckon?
him like that? Like, oh, 0 pro points.
They have
you know?
0 pro points.
Yeah, sure. Sure, but these are like all-star talented players. But it's not really helpful when you see 2 go down already on the side of Chiefs.
3 down.
Make that 3 on the side of Immunity. Like, that's really tough, and especially off the break on recharge, you lose all of your positioning. You lose like everything there that you might have thought that you could set up for. So yeah, really hard position for them to be in. And Madzi just dropping in on Ogre One like that. Look at the confidence.
Nah, 0 pro points. That's a compliment. The fact that they're in this position just shows how good they are. The camo's in the hand of Barcodes though, and he does have the pulse rifle as well, and the grapple. Look, he's got all 3. He's trying to help out his Madzi with Bark. Oh my god, what a shot to take down Voltage. Voltage wasn't even weak, I don't know, and he just managed to hit the headshot. He finds another with Benno. Pips gets the back smack. 3 down now for the side of Immunity. So Immunity starting out pretty rough, Bluey, with the hands, the charge rifle in the hands of Barcode. It's very rough for Immunity off the bat.
You already see there, just like Ogre One was completely one-shot down in Whirlpool, and he still managed to take out Pips with 2, amounts of pressure coming from Barcode and Pips just there. Still managed to get a kill and sort of like weasel his way out. So this isn't to say, we gave him a little bit of a punch around just in that opening break of the game, but there's still a lot of it for Immunity to be able to do here, just to get their stuff in order. Pips and Prades both go down there, which just gives Immunity more time to get their setup, get that rotations in order.
Oh no! Oh no, Matsi's just running around with the sword. He says 0 pro points. Lol, I'm coming in with my sword. But no, the score's only 8 points. It's only 8 points the difference, even though Immunity, the side of Chiefs have sort of dominated the start of this game. Barcode's going to a challenge with Ogre. He'll back down. But the fact that they've dominated this game, but they're only up by a small margin, I think shows that Immunity are here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the Immunity team, oh my god. The Immunity team are like, they're no new gooses. They've had plenty of practice together, with Hef, Benno and Voltage playing for well over a decade now. And, Ogre One, such a seasoned player himself, and they've actually been able to get a bit of experience just as a team together. But as you mentioned, like coming before in this tournament, Ogre One did mention to you that they didn't have that much practice coming into it. So maybe they just aren't as warmed up. But that being said, I mentioned in the game before that Recharge Oddball isn't really a map or a game type that you can quote-unquote warm up on. You need to make sure that you have everything nailed down as soon as possible.
Yeah, Prades is stuck one shot. He's going to try to stay alive and call out for his teammates. The side of Immunity do have the camo. Voltage gets a double, so they still have ball control. Barcode's going straight into top gold. Voltage doesn't manage to get the kill, though. Pips is in front of him. Pips will take down Hef. He'll try to find Pips. He won't be able to. Pips is being real sneaky. Voltage trying to stay alive. Madzi gets the call out. He's going to try to take him down. Ogre One gets a kill on the side, where Voltage tries to stay alive, and he doesn't. Madzi takes him down.
Ogre One coming in really clutch there just with that backspack, because that pretty much denied a kill and pretty much said that they could retain that bottom mid position and then just start rotating pipes with the ball, which is exactly what they're doing. But as soon as I'm saying that, they kind of go down in that aspect, and Hef goes down. Now they no longer have that ball control. So Chiefs are going to be able to come in here just as strong as possible, take down the members of Immunity. But we do see Benno just taking a really smart ball play position
like that
here.
play ball.
Yeah, really, really smart. Really good from him.
Yeah, the score is only 11 points the difference. He'll jump straight out to find Barcode, gets a melee onto Pips. Pips is one shot. Voltage is trying to get him. He whiffs the first nade. The second nade does get him,
Still gets it.
Madzi's running the ball away, and they're going to keep getting some time, even though it's 2 dead for Chiefs. But it looks like Immunity are going to have ball control. They're all over the side of Hydro, and they're going to grab it and try to get a setup going.
Yeah.
Swords up in 10 seconds as well.
This is really good because they're only 11 points down, and a Hydro play actually enables you just a lot of time. I'm actually surprised that it took so long for a team to actually get a setup here. It seemed like a lot of people were playing just up top gold and top pipes, which typically, we mentioned before, Chiefs, when they played at Recharge, they've been looking at this Hydro position as something that they can use like really strongly, and they have. So it's interesting that this wasn't their first option to get a ball set up.
Yeah, it's 3 dead, 4 dead for Immunity, and the ball didn't get played. So this is Chiefs' chance to get a bit of a setup going as the sword will go into the hands of Madzi again. Dude, you do not want the sword in the hands of Madzi. We saw it earlier on. He just runs in. He does not care. He'll go for the sword. He's going to do it again. Now, he does know our players below him. He has the camo as well, so he's going to use that to his advantage. He's dropped down. He gets called out. He's just trying to stay alive. He does turn back around. Ogre One's running away. He knows he's got the sword. And they take him down, so Madzi doesn't get away with it again. It's 2 dead for the side of Chiefs, even though they had the setup Bluey. So Immunity's coming in for this ball, and Prades is going to play it.
Yeah, Prades with the play there means that they don't need to focus on on trying to keep that ball alive. They can just slay out for the time being. Ogre One does have this sword, and he does manage to slink away, which I'm actually really surprised at. I thought that there would have been more challenge just for Ogre One's life to get that player side up, but, you know, all the while... he whiffs the sword! All the while...
A little bit of rust.
Yeah, a little bit of rust there. All the while, you know, they actually have managed to take the ball and sort of reset it up at that top gold side. So we're going to see Immunity here, maybe able to make like a good play, but Chiefs are just too strong in their pushes. They're too well coordinated, and Immunity is just making some little mistakes here and there, which are overall just costing them their plays.
Yeah, Madzi will clean up Benno. Ogre One will go down. It's Hef and Voltage left alive for the side of Immunity. Chiefs have a bit of a setup going, and they do have a nice 20-point lead. Maybe they can close it out here.
Yeah, we're going to see what they can manage to do, because Immunity did go 3 down just there, but they are 4 up, which means they actually can make a really good strong push. But with Benno going in there like he does, and actually managing to stay alive, that's 3 dead on the side of Chiefs. So they may be able to flip it around now. You know, they don't actually have that much ball time to make up in the grand scheme of things in order to get this round tied up.
Yeah, it's just 1-4 down for the side of Immunity, and if they manage to hold it for a second time, that they can stop the push from the Chiefs and they can take this game. Camo's there as well, so Voltage will grab it. This is his chance to grab the Mangler as well, and he does. His teammates take down 1. Barcode has the ball though. This is not good. There's only 9 seconds left. Ogre One's trying to go in. Voltage is going to have to challenge top middle. He will take down Barcode, but gets the Camo back. His teammate grabs the ball. Maybe this is their chance to get a bit of a comeback going, even though Benno is down.
Good pinch coming in there, and that ball pretty much fell right into Hef's hands as he was just sitting on bottom middle, so it enabled them just to rotate C-stairs. We do see a double. Is this a triple? It will not be from Voltage. Just misses out on it, but overall good play there with the Mangler, with the Camo, making sure that they can keep that long haul position with the ball, because as you can see, their time is ticking up. They are making like really good ball time here and actually managing to hold the position really well. You know, we do see members of the Chiefs sort of trickling in one by one, but not really managing to break any setup, and Immunity is just able to sort of counterclockwise rotate here and sort of fall back on the Chiefs, and Chiefs just go 1 down.
2 one-shots in front of Voltage. He'll get 1. Barcode's 1-shot in front of him as well. He does get him as well. So it's 2 down. Pratties is coming to his right. He's the last man alive. They know he's there. Pratties gets a nade off, but Hef takes him down. Can they get the setup going? They are 20 points off the win. They've done a great job to bring it back as it is. There's only 47 seconds on the clock, and the time is dropping. Ogre One is going to have to challenge Madzi and take him down. Perfect 4-shot. The ball's going to be grabbed by Pratties. He'll go down. So the ball is in the hands, though, of the Chiefs. Barcode's got it. There's only 3 seconds left, and they will get the first round. Chiefs take the first round to go up 1-0 against Immunity. But a great showing from Immunity, even considering how the game started, Bluey.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Immunity absolutely have it in them right now to take this second round there. I think there was a lot of micro adjustments that need to be made there, especially at that end there with Ogre One pushing through, getting the 4 and being 1 up. All they needed to do from that point was stop Barcode from holding the ball, but it feels like their vision maybe got a little bit cloudy and they were focusing on too many other things. So I think we did see Barcode just there with the possession of the Camo, but he has been dropped instantly, so that means that it's burnt.
Yep, and the ball will get grabbed by Madzi. It was 4 down again for Immunity. So the start of the second round starts the same as the first round, as the Chiefs are going to start racking up some time. Might even want to throw the ball over to Barcode to get him to hold it for a little bit. But Benno will get 1. He's going to challenge Madzi. It's Voltage we're on board with. He will get the kill. It's 3 down now for the Chiefs. Barcode, the last man alive, and he gets taken down as well. So ball time for Immunity. This is their chance.
We're seeing a lot of these really good pushes from Immunity where they sort of take 1 kill and then manage to magnify that into having 3 down, you know, and then they don't worry about the last player on the Chiefs side because it doesn't matter for them. They already have 3 down, so they can take the position that Chiefs might have set up from before and start to spin that into ball time for themselves. Like, as you can see now, they are up in ball time a good couple of handful of seconds. So if they can actually manage to escalate that into a little bit more, get some of these really strong setups that they have been showcasing, then they can take this round 2.
Yeah, as soon as they get the setup, though, it gets broken very, very quickly from the side of Chiefs, and they're proving why they are so dominating in this region. But Immunity is trying to show up the best they can. 2 players from Immunity are pushing straight in through pipes and gold. The ball is getting rotated. Barcode's trying to stop them from pushing in, but Benno sneaks in. The ball will get played down long. It's 2 dead for either side. Benno's gone in for the melee. He doesn't manage to get it. Ogre One's the last man alive. He's got Madzi in front of him. He drops down to get the kill, but he'll go down, so it's 3 dead momentarily for Immunity. The ball's back in the hands of Chiefs.
Yeah, now it's going to come to what else are we going to see from this camo play right now, because there is 5 seconds on the camo, and that may prove to be a really important thing here just on these fights and how they're going to go forward, because we are seeing Chiefs right now. They've got about 50 seconds on ball time, and there's about 4 minutes left in the game, but judging by how Immunity's playing right now, they are making good pushes, but they're just not making good ball time. So in the grand scheme of things, they need to actually get a good setup instead of just getting 3 down, sort of keeping the ball where it was before. They need to start focusing on rotating and holding the spawns.
Yeah, definitely. The setups have not worked quite well for them so far this game, but Ogre One does have the camo. He's going to try help out Hef. He does. He gets seen, though. The camo eyes are on. He's got a Mangler in hand. Tries to get Pratty. Doesn't manage to get him. 2 down for the side of Chiefs, 2 down for the side of Immunity. The ball is down at goal. Pratty's jumps straight up but gets killed by Benno. Benno knew exactly where he was going. Hef's one shot, trying to back down. Pips gets a kill. All the players from the Chiefs are down long haul. So Hef has no idea that all of them are here. He's going to push straight through and he's going to run straight into 2. Madsy's there. He repulses him, but it doesn't matter. The melee comes out. It's 2 down for Immunity. The Chiefs are looking pretty strong right now. They're up by 40 points, Bluey.
This might be where we start to see Chiefs focus a little bit more on their objective denial rather than playing for the ball themselves, because there is such a blowout in the time. 40 seconds to hold the ball is like a huge differential, especially when they might have been able to realize that Immunity's not really doing too great with their setups. Will we see, oh my god, Barcode here. How does he win that fight, man? For that long, he's one shot and he still manages to take out Ogre One like that.
Shots from
yeah, exactly. He's just hitting more forehand. Yeah, so they maybe just be able to identify that Immunity's not making good setups here, and they're just taking advantage of that and just making the stronger setup.
Yeah, only 25 seconds for the side of Chiefs. Pulse rifle in the hands of Barcode. We saw in the highlights earlier from last week that he puts in work with this weapon. He'll find Benno. Hef gets the perfect flank on Barcode to take him down. Madsy's going to see Voltage in front of him. Voltage will go down as well, so the ball is still in control. Hef's trying to get the kill. He does manage to get it. Can Hef get the play ball, though? That would be big. He is alive. He's got a player right underneath him, and he drops down to take on the challenge. Pips with the perfect 2-shot, and then shot to the head with the BR. The ball is just being stagnated. Kills going off left and right. Voltage is trying to get, and he's cleaning up what he can. The scrap time is coming out for Chiefs.
Yeah, really tough for Immunity here. They are making the pushes, but they're not getting the kills, man. They're just not, putting down as much pressure as you'd expect. And Pips with this Mangler right now picks himself up a double. Like, this is the problem that Immunity is starting to face now, because as you just pointed out, they're just dying. They're just going in, taking these fights and going down. It seems like right now Chiefs have their comms absolutely on point, being able to point out who's on cross shot. And exactly, there's nothing they can do. They're constantly just dying to whatever Chiefs are throwing out at them, and there's no way for them being able to bounce back. The time bloat there was way too much for them to be able to get control of, and the map control was just nowhere to be seen from Immunity.
Yeah, the timing of the 3 down right at the end. Chiefs knew that it was over. They're just shooting the ground. It doesn't matter. They know it's over. There's no way that Immunity's going to be able to get across the map, but I would say overall, that's a strong start for Immunity. Let's say right at the very start of the game, not so great, but then they picked it up, and they put in a fight. It was not a clean sweep by any means.
Yes and no. Like, that first round sort of showed that they could give Chiefs back what Chiefs were throwing at them, but that second round, like, come on, Hoggy, like, that second round was a huge bloat. That was literally like just a straight up 100-second difference, as you can see, and I think the majority of that came from the second round there. They just weren't able to keep in control as much in the first, and I'm not really sure what broke down at the end there.
Yeah, every time they got a sec up in the second round, you're right, they weren't able to hold it for too long. Damage across the side of the Chiefs, all pretty even. There's no Barcode at the top. Madsy wants to come through, Pratty's wants to come through, so the damage coming across pretty evenly for the Chiefs. But yeah, the Chiefs still look pretty good. Voltage doing the best he can. He's +5 for his team with 7 assists, so it was a good start for Immunity, in my opinion. If you're asking me, Bluey, they haven't played any tournaments yet, and they barely practiced. I thought it was a good start.
Hoggy, is that just because you love Immunity so much and you've known all
I
the boys
love
on them?
Ogre One.
You've known all the boys on them for so long,
He's
so
my best friend.
You're trying not to give them too much flack. Like, yes, I will 100% give it to them that first round of oddball, they did play well. They were strong, but man, oh man, that second round, like, just you could see the cracks in the team, and where their difference, between Immunity and Chiefs was more so in their communication and where they knew to set up, where they knew to rotate the ball. So much stronger coming from the Chiefs, and that's exactly the kind of thing that we've come to expect from a team. We mentioned before with Madsy being back on the roster, I always look at Madsy as being such a strong caller in the rest of the team, being able to follow up the rest of the team so well and give them the boost overall, and I think that's coming through and through. If we see that next game, I think that absolutely solidifies that. Madsy's just such a strong foundational fundamental player.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. The fact that the teamwork is probably there more so on the side of the Chiefs due to the lack of practice on the side of Immunity, and I think that favors the team that doesn't have the ball, right? Trying to break a setup is a lot easier when you're more so on the same page, but when you're not on the same page, it's a lot harder to break the setup. And even though Immunity got the ball and they were able to get into setups, it's the teamwork of the Chiefs that allows them to break it so quickly. But we're going into a CTF and sorry, not a CTF, a Slayer on Aquarius. We'll have to see how Immunity can go against the Slayers of Chiefs, especially Barco.
Yeah, going to be really tough for them here, I think, because pretty much on every Slayer game, bar, that one particular one last week when they went up against Divine Mind, Chiefs are always strong Slayers. We're so used to seeing that. And for Immunity here, I think they're more seasoned in less of the aggressive play and more of that slower, more controlled pace gameplay that we saw in some of the older Halos, and it might be a thing if they're just having a little bit more difficulty adjusting to players of the caliber of the Chiefs.
Yeah, the side of Immunity not working too well together off the start. They lose the camo. It goes into the hands of Barcode. Free kill for him with the heat wave. Hef's in front of him. He'll make him one shot, chuck a nade up, see if he can get him. Hef calls him out though, and he does get put one shot. He's staying alive. This is exactly what he needs to do. He jumps out and gets the kill on Hef as well. Hef tries to chase him down, and he still has the camo, Bluey. So Chiefs off to a hot start. They're up 6 kills to 2.
Yeah, there's no room for being passive on a map like Aquarius, especially on Slayer, because you're just going to be absolutely battened down like what just happened there. Barcode's just playing aggressive. He had the thruster there, which means that he could be a little bit more lenient with his positioning because he always had the thruster to be able to pull him back into a position that he wanted to be or behind cover where he wanted. So, in those kind of situations, Immunity needs to adapt to those kind of plays and then and integrate them with their own style of gameplay. But I don't think that's something that we've seen they've been able to do here.
Yeah, Barco goes straight in with the heat wave. He's on a killing spree. His teammates clean up the other 2. It's 3 dead for the side of Immunity. Hef's the last man alive, and he is running as far away as he can from Barcode right now. He does not want to challenge. Ogre 1, though, he challenges him and he takes him down.
It took a cross map though. We remember what we just saw last game with that 1v1 between Ogre 1 and Barcode in that pipes area on a recharge. Ogre 1 fell like a stack of bricks, man. Hard hit the ground. So it's good for Ogre 1 to be able to get a little bit of a cross map revenge there. But I don't know how often we're going to be seeing that going forward, because we are seeing the score blow out more and more. 8 kills more in the favor of Chiefs right now. And I think because of just how Chiefs are fundamentally as a team, they're going to be able to take that kill lead even further.
Yeah, Praddy still doesn't have a kill, but it's 16 kills on the board for the side of Chiefs. Camo in the hands of Barcode for the second time. He challenges Benno. Benno's trying to take him down, but he can't. It's so hard when a player has the camo to get the last shot. Benno can't quite see him. He will jump down. He does back up. Madsy will get a kill, and Barcode is trying to be real sneaky with his camo, but he goes straight into Benno. His teammate helps him out, though, and takes him down. It's 2 dead for Immunity. Barcode's pushing in as well. He's going to drop down for the heat wave. He knows it's up on respawn, and he's going to control this weapon. He pushes in, he finds 2. His teammate is right next to him, though. He's going to jump straight back out with the heat wave to take on Voltage, and Hef jumps out and does take him down. So Hef with the double kill. So good teamwork from Immunity. That's what we need to see more of. They're only down by 7.
Yeah, Hef gets a good double kill there and actually manages to get possession of the heat wave, which is essentially the power weapon on this map. I mean, let's be real. But unfortunately from the side, we're seeing, Voltage, he's only got 1 kill. He does have 4 assists, but he's 1 and 5 right now, which is not what you want to see, especially on Slayer Aquarius, because it's really hard to get yourself out of that position. And Hef is just stacking those double kills up 1-to-1 right now. But he does unfortunately go down, which means that he's going to give the heat wave back into the possession of the Chiefs, which may mean that one of the players might just throw that back to Barcode and let him do his thing.
Oh, you do not want it back in the hands of Barcode. We've already seen it, how the game's been going with Barcode having the heat wave in his hands. Ogre 1 is taken on Barcode, who gets 1, and he does trade, so Barcode gets a double. Madsy finds the other, and a perfect 4 shot on Hef. The last player is the top of P2. He loops around, he would have got the call out. He can't find him though, and he's back down. Camo's up in 21 seconds. So Chiefs have slowed the game down a little bit. He knows there's a player behind him. He's wary of the player down at P1. He drops down right behind him and gets the 2-shot melee. Voltage was looking around as if he had no idea where he was getting shot from. Camo's about to come up, and Chiefs might be able to get a third camo as they go 10 kills ahead.
You can see Chiefs' positioning there was entirely based around that camo coming up, because obviously that's something that you want to deny Immunity getting from. Even with the kill lead that they have, it's still absolutely detrimental to you and your players if someone on the side of Immunity manages to get that camo, because that could sort of give a little less leeway to what the score bloat is right now. But that being said, you know, Immunity have really struggled right now getting these power-ups, or, you know, like pretty much anything else on the map, whether that be the actual power weapons themselves or any just map control in general. It seems as though they're sort of just being pushed into one corner of the map, being cleaned up, and then they're just being focused on the next corner that they spawn. So really difficult position for Immunity to be in right now, and it's tough to break.
Yeah, 2 players down again for the side of Immunity. Madzy gets himself a double kill. It's looked like it's just free pickings for the side of the Chiefs. They just run in, and every time they're weak, he gets a killing spree for Barcode. 2 of them down again on the side of Immunity. Barcode backs down, stays alive, and Voltage, he's only got 1 kill. He's having a very rough game, boy.
Yeah, very, very tough for Voltage right now. Very hard position to put yourself in as a player, because at that point, you're probably starting to get into this position of they only have 10 kills to go. I'm underperforming. I'm not giving the team, you know, the kind of momentum that we need right now. And it's, you know, it's tough. I keep saying that over and over again, but for Immunity right now, they're just sort of beaten down, and the Chiefs probably feel that in like the response that that Immunity's giving them. So the Chiefs can just take full advantage of that, because they're such aggressive players all round as a 4. They know that Immunity is going to be feeling a little bit weak at the knees. They can just make a push off that and then just wipe 4 again, and then that's even more score bloat. So yeah, you know, pretty much nothing that I think Immunity can do here on the map to get control.
Yeah, they're struggling to get the teamwork going. The side of the Chiefs are a very well-practiced roster, but Ogre 1 will go down. Voltage is getting the shots on from behind him, and his teammate next to him, that's Hef, who goes down as well. Benno's the last man alive, and he's bottom middle. He'll get cleaned up as well. It's only 3 kills for the side of Barcode. Barcode challenges Ogre 1. Ogre 1 takes him down, though. So Chiefs still only 3 kills away. Immunity do manage to get away from the Steaktacular and get themselves to 31 kills. We're on board with Pradis. He takes on Hef. He'll back down, call it out for his teammate. It should get cleaned up. Hef is going to run away, though, and he does manage to get away. Barcode will clean up 1. Hef is still alive as well. 1 shot. There's only 1 kill needed, and there it is. Chiefs take down Immunity 2-0, but a great showing from Immunity despite the fact that they had to go up against the Chiefs.
Yeah, good stuff for Immunity coming there in the first round of that ball game. I'm not too sure about that Slayer game right there, Hoggy. You know, as much as you love those boys, as much as they are your boys and you've known them for so long, man, oh man, like that Slayer game was just them crumbling absolutely under the pressure that the Chiefs give. And, you know, both Barcode and we're seeing Madzy's return. Like, that's tough to go up against, because Madzy performed in both of those games, like, not just in more of a supporting role, but as a main Slayer as well. He was putting damage on the board.
Yeah, and I think it's crazy the fact that we go into a series like this where Immunity, you know, in that first round of the oddball on recharge, they looked like they were having a little bit of that extra control. It was getting very, very tight there. The Chiefs had to pull out some special stuff, but it just felt like once the Chiefs got themselves into this kind of rhythm, they were really able to shut out a team like Immunity, and this is the reason why, Hoggy, that the Chiefs have been so dominant in ANZ so far. It feels like they've just got that extra bit of star power, and the way they work together is insane. You know, we talk about Barcode till the cows come home, but everybody on this Chiefs roster is putting in so much work. As you know, as Blue did just say, Madzy's putting up some big numbers. Pips and Pradis have just been able to enable a lot of their members on this team to be able to frag out the way they have been, and the Chiefs, they're looking absolutely untouched so far, and you know, maybe Pro Series number 2 might be theirs to take once again.
Yeah, no, definitely. We'll see in these highlights how they had control of most of the power weapons and the camos throughout this game. And for Team Immunity, they couldn't get too much teamwork going. Every time it felt like we were jumping over to a Chiefs player that was shooting someone that was weak, or they had a teammate to help them out. Ogre 1 manages to take down Pradis there, but just the camo and the heat wave control was another thing, on top of the fact that the teamwork was just there for the team.
Yeah, and we can really see this across a lot of the you know, a lot of the game types and a lot of the maps that we've seen so far here, Bluey, is it's all about a lot of these objective controls. Yeah, albeit you still have to try and get the points on the board, but teams that are able to control the camo, control the heat wave, control the snipes, control whatever is on these maps, they're the ones that are able to have the freer time, and this is where you really go to, you know, kind of separate these teams that are in that 5th, 6th kind of slot to the teams that are at the top of ANZ right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, again, I want to point out, I think it was about halfway through the game, the Chiefs just made a full man setup up top mid just because they knew that camo was coming up in 20 seconds. Like, that's what they were playing around. That was their goal, and that the Slays were just everything else under that. You know, it wasn't so much about getting the kills at that point. It was like, oh, we need camo to enable these kills, which is like a team at this point, that's exactly how they should be playing. That's exactly what they should be focusing on.
Yeah, and you can just see the kind of dominance that they're able to put towards a lot of this map right now, Hoggy. And, you know, Immunity, they came into this as the first time, you know, we've seen these guys come into Halo Infinite. They still do put up some big numbers, and I think this is certainly not going to be something that you're just going to shove to the side that, oh, Immunity, they're washed, they're old, they can't, you know, hack it here in Halo Infinite. These guys are still really good. You know, I'm trying to be serious here, you know, at a point where, albeit they go down to the Chiefs, I think these guys really have a good shot at that 3rd slot, and it's really going up against some of these other teams, right, Hoggy, where they're going to be able to shine. And I think it's going to take them, you know, a little bit of extra time when it comes to the practice to really start to, you know, go up against a team like the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, and I've said multiple times that I think that they put in a good performance, and the reason that is because they have limited practice. Yeah. This is their first tournament. They literally have 0 pro points. They came all the way through the open bracket to face Chiefs in the winners final. Semi-final, sorry. Winners semi-final. Not quite the winners final, but winners semi-final. They faced the Chiefs. Sure, the second game wasn't that close, but I think that is a good showing for a team that has very limited practice. They came all the way through the open bracket, and I think they can only get better throughout the tournament and potentially moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing for us to look at here for Team Immunity in these Pro Series. There's still plenty more before we even set our sights on the Super Lads. So I'm sure that Immunity are going to put in a whole lot of effort for these next couple of weeks and really be able to show us that these guys are here to play for Halo Infinite. Do have our winners interview ready here, lads. So let's go and have a chat to Prades here from the Chiefs and see if we can get his insights. Prades, it's good to finally have you here on the desk, mate. Obviously, it's been a whole lot of dominance coming in from the Chiefs so far, being able to dispatch of Immunity right now. How has it been for you guys, you know, having Madsy back in the team right now? Obviously, last week you guys were still able to get the dub with Flex Reigns, but obviously having your 4 core coming into Pro Series number 2, what's that been like for the confidence for you guys going into Pro Series number 2?
It's been great for us, man. We've been missing Madsy, so it's definitely feels like there's a hole in the team without him. So it's good to have us 4 back, and we can start working on getting our game sorted and implementing what we've learned overseas, and yeah, just get practicing and get to work.
Yeah, Prades, thanks, man. I just want to ask, you know, as the game evolves more and more and, you know, you're scrimming against all these ANZ teams, you're playing against them more and more in tournaments, are there any particular teams in general that you guys have sort of known, like, oh, okay, this is the team that we need to clue onto more, this is the team that we need to practice for more? Do you guys sort of have that in your repertoire at the moment, or not really?
Not really. I'd say Immunity would be the biggest competition once they start playing. They've had sort of a slow start to the game. They haven't really started playing until after Christmas time, so once they get going, I think there'll be some pretty tough competition.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about Immunity. The fact that you bring it up, I was just curious what you thought about their team going forward. Obviously, you've said to us that you think they'll be strong, but even I've had a chat to Ogre One, and he thinks that they already are quite strong. So, like, how strong do you think this team can get? Because you guys are on a quite high level at the moment compared to the other teams. Even though you lost the winners bracket final last week, it's whatever to you guys. You come back and just 6-0 them anyways. But like, where do you think that they can fit in this region? Second, third? Can they take you guys down?
They're definitely capable. They're definitely a top 3 team. So yeah, anywhere from first place to third place. We're confident in our game, but they're definitely good enough to take anyone down over here. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, they certainly do have a lot of gravitas behind that team, but you guys being able to deal with them pretty handily here in this winners round 2 is always a good shout. So, Prades, before I do let you go, I've got one more question for you guys. Last week, you guys did lose your first series here in Halo Infinite. Coming into week number 2 here for the Pro Series, are you guys more confident to be able to make this a nice little clean Pro Series for you guys? And did you learn all too much from last week as well?
We sort of come into last week pretty lazy. You know, we weren't really working as a team. sort of not you know, like you get lazy sometimes, and it was good for us just to know that we can come back from that and sort of have that composure to not let that loss affect us and just come back and play our game.
Yeah, it really was a sight to behold, the fact that you guys did go down 2-0 there to Divine Minds and then just made a completely flawless run going through the bracket reset as well. So, Praetors, it's always good to get your insights here, and good luck for the rest of the bracket as well today, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers. You know, the Chiefs obviously don't need any more extra luck. These guys have been completely untouched through the entirety of ANZ, and Hoggy, the fact that they're able to get through immunity here today. It is a good shout coming in from Praetors, so the fact that he feels like this immunity team certainly can be anywhere from 1 to 3, and I think today is going to be a good showing for immunity to be able to learn a few extra things of Halo Infinite, especially going up against the Chiefs so early on here, that going into this elimination bracket, they're still going to have a whole lot of extra experience to go through this elimination bracket, and who knows, even try and make a grand final appearance today.
Yeah, and there's no way that the Chiefs would have taken that game lightly. You know, they know all of those players. They've been playing against all those players, and they've been playing with them, you know, for the past 2 years, 3 years. They've been playing custom games and whatever. So they've been playing with each other and around them. So they know how good Team Immunity can be. They wouldn't have taken this game lightly. We'll just have to see how Immunity bounces back, because we can't really tell off that game just on the broadcast how good they really are. You know, their placement overall will tell us how good they are if they manage to get third, second, wherever they get to.
Who knows, we might be able to figure out. But luckily for everybody at home here, we've got a double serving here of Team Immunity. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, we've got an elimination quarter-final for you guys to sink your teeth into. It's Fraggers taking on Team Immunity, so make sure you join us here for more HCS Pro Series.
What is the Arbiter's real name?
Dude.
I would have no idea.
I'm out. There's no way.
I don't even know how to say it. You giving up?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, it's Thelvadam. Thelvadam? What do you say? It's TH?
Thelvadam? I did not know that either. I thought his name was just...
What is the Master Chief's actual rank?
Just guess.
5-star general.
They called him by his rank once in the campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Master Chief?
Yeah.
Is that like a trick question?
No.
This is Master Chief, that's his rank.
Yeah, it's Master Chief Petty Officer.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bad.
Alright, how many Halo rings are there?
How many Halo rings?
Come on, even I know this.
Aren't there like 12?
I know it's not more than 10.
7.
Yeah.
9?
7.
Oh, I wanted to say that.
What are the hunters made of?
Oh, I knew that. Oh my god, wait.
You would know this?
They're made by like loads of individual cells, but like how are they called again, man? Like these orange things, man.
How do you know this stuff?
Like their armor?
Not like what's inside the armor.
I'm just gonna say they're made like by millions of cells.
I don't know. I thought they were just made of armor. Worms? No, there's no way I would have ever knew that. No.
I want to know what pro players get any of these questions right.
Barco, take one. Mark.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2?
Delta Halo.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2552.
What is the species name of the elites?
St. Ely.
Who created Cortana?
Dr. Halsey.
What are the hunters made of?
Legola Worms, Master Chief, Petty Officer, Spartan Falls, Truth, Regret and Mercy, Thel, Vadum, Sergeant Johnson, Pillar of Autumn, Gravemind, The Banished, New Mombasa, The Librarian, Dr. Halsey and Captain Keys, Carter, George, Emil, Kat, June, Noble 6.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series 2 is well underway. We're setting our sights towards the bottom side of the bracket right now, but it's time for us to start talking a little bit more about the Halo. Bluey and Hoggy are back here by my side. Immunity, that was their first showing here on the stage, Bluey, and it's exciting for us to see, especially the insights that we get from some of the players like Prades, where he said that, you know, it's looking towards this team where they're able to, you know, kind of rest for today. And I think, you know, Pro Series number 2, if they're able to crack into that top 3 first time in Halo Infinite, I think that's just going to set them up for success for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it was very tough for them to have to go up against Chiefs, especially for kind of like their first time on main stage. I definitely have confidence in the team that they can develop further on, but, you know, talking on particularly today, there needs to be some changes that need to be made in how they approach these games coming up, because even though that they're going into the elimination bracket, the teams that they're going up against, you know, they're no slouches. They have a lot ahead of them in order to get back up. So going to be really interesting to see how they approach the next couple of games.
Exactly. We're still waiting on the final result coming in there from the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. Divine Mind are 1 map up. Let's set our sights on this elimination bracket, boys. Hoggy, unfortunately, the BBR boys won't be seeing them again today here for the Pro Series number 2. But we do get to see Fraggers taking on Team Immunity right now, and this is going to be a double serving for us to see if Immunity can put a team that's outside of the top 2 away and continue to go through this elimination bracket.
Yeah, very, very important match for Team Immunity to sort of stake their claim into the top 3 and 4, but we got Fraggers, it's Ninjestics, Juckor, Flex Reigns, and Lucas. Lucas, he's new onto the scene. I've played him in matchmaking, and I'm like, can you stop dumpstering me, please? Because I just want to play some Halo Infinite. He's a good player. He's coming in. He's super young. He's got Ninjestics, who's already been on the Mind Freak roster before. He's got Flex Reigns with a lot of experience next to him, and Juckor, who is a slaying beast, and we've seen in previous comps him pull it out. So Lucas, the new kid, he's going to have to step up here, but he's got great teammates to help him out.
Yeah, exactly. 17-year-old kid being able to come in here to week number 2 of the HCS Pro Series. And we're interested to see what he can get done here. Obviously, they took down BBR in a 2-0 fashion. So, Bluey, this team being able to come in, once again, bring in a whole lot of these old heads and get around a small little player much like Lucas here. And if they're able to give him that experience and really keep him calm, he can start the frag out and be a kind of a juggernaut here in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, just a really interesting roster overall with sort of like this mishmash of players that we've seen sort of diverge into other teams, then come back to sort of like a main team and then go off and fill for another. And I think that's really going to help like a new talent like Lucas in here right now, because they have so much experience, not only in the game, but being in different team settings in order to sort of be like, okay, what will work best for us and having a new player under my belt? So how can we sort of guide him? So it's going to be really cool seeing if we can read any of that or see any of that in the game that we have coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a hard task for them, though, because they're going up against Immunity right now. And from what we've seen from them so far, Bluey, Immunity, they still are having a little bit of a slow start here into Halo Infinite, but running into the Chiefs is no mean feat in and of themselves. And I think, just looking across this roster, they've just got so many star-studded players. And I think for us, highlighting Benno to start out here for Team Immunity is always a good start for us. Obviously, you could talk about Ogre 1 until the cows come home, but Benno is also one of those players here for Team Immunity.
Yeah, Benno's, like one of the longest standing, maybe too grand of a word, but pillars of Australian competitive Halo. Like, he's been around since the beginning. He's what so many Australian players look up to, especially when it comes to his performance on main stages throughout the years. Arguably one of the biggest stars that we have here in Australia as one of our Halo players. So for him to come back in the shoes of Infinite is super exciting. And we saw in the games where he performed well before. So from this point on, it just comes to shaking off some of that rust and coming into it headstrong, knowing and being confident in his abilities.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing here for Team Immunity is the fact that they might not have that much experience here into Halo Infinite, but they've got so much experience across all Halo titles that they're going to be able to bring this into this series and hopefully see them a little bit further on in this elimination bracket. Let's go and see what maps we're going to be jumping in here between Fraggers and Team Immunity. We're going to start out with the CTF here, Hoggy. We haven't seen Immunity play that just yet, but on Bazaar, another one of those new maps that's been floating around here thanks to Infinite, and it's exciting for us to see what these teams are going to be able to do here on CTF.
Yeah, isn't this your favorite map?
It is certainly my favorite. I didn't want to gush about it too much. I've been gushing about it quite a lot. Hashtag Team Chicken Killers or hashtag Team Chicken Savers. Still out there, still trying to figure it out, boys.
Don't give this man anything on that. Do
I'm
not
trying.
let that happen.
It's going to be the next trending hashtag, trust me here. But Bazaar, certainly one of my favorite maps. And another one of those maps that has a very, very important power weapon on it too.
Yeah, well, I just want to touch on Street Slayer real quickly, because Immunity played Disruptive fans in the open bracket, and they beat them 50-22.
Oof. That's a pretty big scoreline.
That's a big scoreline, so they know what they're doing on Streets.
Yeah, let's see if we will have that same kind of scoreline here on the Streets. But first, we're going to jump into the Bazaar here. We've got Fraggers taking on Team Immunity. Let's see how this is going to pan out, lads.
Yeah, interesting.
You take it away, Bluey.
No worries, Hoggy. I thought you
take it away.
You had before. I got it. It's going to be interesting to see where they go first off the break, because we're kind of seeing a split in how teams take, this map. You see if they sort of put all their eggs in one basket to the Rockets or all their eggs in one basket towards the power-up. So we're going to see what, Immunity prioritize here, as I'm really interested to, because it's not really something that they managed to convey that they do really well on the other maps that we witnessed today. And even Hoggy, you were talking about before when you were watching their games, it wasn't something that they did really well all the other times. So it's going to be cool to see what they do here, going to be cool to see what they mix up. But at the moment, we do see 3 go down for both sides. So what's going to be the split here? How are they going to approach these flags?
Yeah, Lucas gets himself the overshield and jumps straight in for Taj, makes him one shot, will come around to clean him up. He's got a player next to him, but Jakor takes him down. It's 2 down now for the side of Immunity. The flag should get on the move from Lucas. Both players from Immunity are down over near Rockets. That'll be Ogre 1 that goes down. Benno's the last man alive, and they're all spawning down towards Rockets, so the flag will make it to bottom middle, Bluey.
Look at Lucas here, so snappy with this flag run. He managed to just go in, clear out the base, and then immediately make this flag run. So confident with it as well, but he does know that he has had a few of his team members go down. So he's sort of watching his backline right now, making sure he's safe to cap the flag, and it all won't be for naught. But I think they're going to secure it here, and they're already going to go 1 up. The game's just started. What an absolute blitzkrieg of a play.
Yeah, hot start for Fraggers. I guess we saw in the previous series, Bluey, Immunity did not get off to a hot start themselves against Chiefs, so it's continued here again. Lucas will grab himself the Bulldog, and he's going to head straight down the rocket tunnel, and he's going to be real sneaky. Although a player is right behind him, he will get shots in his back, and he will have to run straight through to double doors and see if he can get a flank. Benno gets the call out. Benno challenges him, and Benno does take him down, so it doesn't work out for Lucas.
Yeah, barely there though, barely, just barely. I think there's a really interesting trend that we're seeing with a lot of the new coming players, especially in the ANZ region and also in the NA region as well. It's just like this confidence that they have when they take these fights. They don't care. You know, we saw Lucas down there playing sneaky in Immunity side trench. He got shot in the back. What did he do? He immediately he charged forward and showed no disregard. He didn't sort of try to turn around and challenge. He knew that, okay, I have some space to work with here. So let's make use of that. And it's really cool to see a lot of our younger players, like within the Infinite community, sort of pop out with that kind of playstyle.
There's only one man left alive for the side of Fraggers, and it is right in front of Benno. Benno will take him down. Benno and Taj go on the flank with the Bulldog and the sticky grenades and manage to get a pull, and they will get themselves a cap. No, they won't. The flag is actually stopped down at double doors. Benno will run in for the grab. Let's see if he can get it in. The players from the side of Fraggers are coming in. Benno will get it in, though. So even though it looked like they did get a stop on the flag, Immunity still managed to get it in to tie up the game.
Yeah, good tie up there, and Benno also instantly knew that must have just been a call there, that Lucas was already in their base looking for a counter cap kind of play, but it was actually really good for Immunity there to sort of collapse as a 3 and make sure that none of that could happen. But as I say that, you know, they're getting collapsed on themselves, and Juckor manages to steal away 2 kills and make them 2 down, so that means that any momentum that they could have made from that position that they had there as a 3 taking down 1 player was immediately gone. Juckor just stopped that in its place.
Yeah, it's 2 down for Immunity. Benno's charging out bottom middle near the Dynamos. Ninjestics is trying to help out his teammate to get a kill. Benno manages to get 1 though. Well, Hef will go down. Ninjestics goes down as well. It's 3 dead now for the side. 4 dead now for Fraggers. So Immunity clean out the middle of the map. They've got a bit of control. They don't want to push in too much. Just try to take down the spawners as they come. Lucas will go down straight off spawn. Ninjestics get some shots in from Ogre 1. So Fraggers are stuck in the back of their base again. Ogre 1 trying to get some shots. He just needs to stay alive. They have control. Taj has got 1 rocket to work with. He will find 1. He'll push straight in as well. He'll back down from Juckor though. As Ogre 1 does go down in tree, he'll go down as well. It's 3 down for Immunity. So Immunity get control, try to get in there, but don't manage to get too much. And Overshield is up in 5 seconds. That'll go to Fraggers.
Yeah, Ogre 1 going down there in that top tree position of Fraggers' side of the map was super unfortunate, because if, like, the narrative would have been completely different if Ogre 1 just managed to stay alive and been able to apply some pressure on I believe it was Juckor that was on the flag just then, because that probably would have meant a pull, and they could take that all the way to bottom mid, and from then it's just fighting back and forth. But that being said, I'm not sure how confident Immunity would have been in that fighting sort of stage of the flag to be able to get it over to their side.
Yeah, Benno's the last alive for Immunity. The teamwork from Flex Reigns and Ninjestics is there. They will get this flag run, and the overextend from Immunity is exactly what they need to be doing. They're going straight into the Fraggers base, as the flag will make it through to double doors. Ninjestics sees absolutely nobody, because all the side of Immunity are in his own base. 2 of Immunity are down though. Taj is going to have to go huge. He takes down 1, but he does get taken down himself. Juckor's there watching the double doors. Benno's trying to come in, but that is cap number 2 for the side of Fraggers, and they'll go up in this game.
Really convincing cap there overall. I don't think there's anything that we could say that they should have played better or anything like that. They just outplayed Immunity to the fullest right there. You could see the calls were on point, because as soon as they realized that 2 players from Immunity were up on their their flag side bridge, they immediately turned to them and just took them down so they could make that flag cap as quickly as possible. So just really solid fundamentals coming out from Fraggers there, especially in their comms. Really happy to see that.
Yeah, Voltage looks bottom middle to find a 1-shot. He'll get the call out, clean him up. There's a player down at the double doors. That's Ninjestics. He's got another one behind him down in the trench. He will get a nice little flank and take down Juckor. He'll call out to his teammate. There's another one in tree. He'll find another one on the respawn. Lucas using the thruster perfectly to take down Voltage. It's 3 dead now for Immunity, though. Voltage was on the perfect flank, and Hef's the last man alive.
What is Hef going to be able to do here with this Mangalore? And the answer is absolutely nothing. Immediately gets taken down by that Bulldog. You know, people usually look at that that Mangler as being the better of the two, but the Bulldog just took him out instantly, and it looks like Fraggers are going to have the advantage in being able to grab the power-ups here. Exactly as I say that, Flex Reigns grabs Rockets, and he doesn't have the grapple, so he can't make any of those Hail Mary plays, but he does take down Ogre One. Really interesting for Ogre One to make the challenge there, and he does also take down Hef, who looked like he was going in for a back smack, but Flex Reigns just had the read on him, instantly turning and just blasting him away.
Yeah, Immunity going to be stuck in the back of their base as Flex Reigns pushed in a perfect nade from Benno to take him down, though. Juckle will go in with his teammate. They'll try to get themselves a pull going. Every time it feels like the side of Fraggers get into the base of Immunity, Immunity is already 2 down. This time Immunity won't overextend, though. They're going to come back to try to defend their face. The thruster from Benno. He does not manage to get the turnaround, though. Juckle will get him. Juckle tries to stay alive. He'll find Ogre One in front of him. Teammates throwing the Dynamo nade to try and get the kill, but he won't get it. Both flags are out for either team, but I don't think Immunity's going to be able to move it too far. He jumps down. Juckle gets taken down from Ogre One, though. Ogre One clutch plays out of him. Flex Reigns is still alive, though, at balcony, and this is on the Immunity side of the map. He'll take a nade, jump in. Benno takes him down. Benno is making some clutch kills when he needs to.
Oh, absolutely, and like that was a clutch play from Ogre One there, and I'm hoping that this actually transitions into more map control, because Fraggers did go 2 down. I believe it was 3 down at one point. Hef picks up another kill on Lucas, so they're sort of staggering their spawns a little bit, which means that they can start to actually make a push for this flag, which is what they need. Between that second capture time and now, we've seen a lot of time burned down on the clock in general, which just means less and less for Immunity to be able to take. But unfortunately, Juckle with that sliding kill there on him, being able to just push Ogre One out of their side of the map, and you know, what can you do at that point? It's all said and done.
Yeah, when you got the Dynamo nades right next to you, there's not much you can do. Lucas will get a kill and back himself down. Benno's going straight down to bottom middle, even though 2 of his teammates are down. He doesn't want to do anything crazy. The overshield is coming up. He does try to push in. He's going to try to call out to his teammates, help me, please. But he gets taken down. It's 3 dead for the side of Immunity. They do manage to get 1 kill in their favor. Taj drops down. It'll be overshield in the hands of Fraggers. Huge out BR from Voltage, but it won't matter. They'll still get the overshield. Ningestix pops it into his chest.
Yeah, Ningestix still grabs that OS, and he's going to apply a huge amount of map pressure for the rest of his team. Even if he just manages to get 1 kill right now, he knows that there are 2 players side tree, and Juckle with that absolute Hail Mary of the electric nade coming in there and just sweeping up that kill means that Ningestix is pretty much going to be able to make a free pull right here, Hoggy.
Yeah, and he is. He does have Vitage in front of him, though, so he's going to back down, call it out. Juckle goes straight in. You can see it right in front of him. Juckle manages to get it. He gets shots onto Benno for Juckle. He's going to have to back down. He's got Hef there. Ogre One, sorry, as well. He jumps straight into Ogre. Doesn't manage to get him, though. Ogre One will take him down. 2 dead for the side of Immunity momentarily, and they're both stuck in their base. So Fraggers have control of the map for the time being, Bluey.
The time ticks down. It was about a minute since I last called that out, and between that minute, not really much has happened throughout the map as a whole. We haven't seen too many players from either side of the team being able to make good, solid ground in order to capture a flag, but that might change here with the side of Fraggers being able to capture these rockets. I believe it's Ningestix. He's going to grab a hold of them, and he does take down Ogre One. It's super unfortunate because Ogre One had all the intel there and just pretty much gave it to Ningestix, so that's just going to be free space as 4 go down for the side of Immunity, and Fraggers is going to be able to push in.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Ogre One as he jumps up. Ningestix has already grabbed the rockets and takes him down. Lucas has control of the Immunity bar. A perfect nade, though, will help Hef take him down. Vitage has the thruster, and he's taken on Flex Reigns. Flex Reigns still finds him, though. His teammate comes in, that's Hef, to clean him up. So good base defense from Immunity, but again, Fraggers still have control, Bluey. It's been about 2 minutes, and it's felt like they've had control of the middle of the map the whole time.
Yeah, they really just seem to be pushing Immunity back into their base over and over again. It's like any footing that Immunity actually manages to make. You know, they can't capitalize off it. At no point are they sort of pushing beyond like this point just in front of their double doors, and even when they do, they get taken out instantly. Fraggers just have way too much control over these power weapons, over these power-ups on the map in general, and it's really just playing against Immunity right here. You know, it's something that we called out before that Immunity aren't great at, and I think that's just proving to happen once again.
Yeah, I want to point out, though, Bluey, the score is still only 2-1. Even though Fraggers have had control of the map for a majority of the last 2 minutes, Vitage knows there's only 1 cap needed, and he's being really, really sneaky. I would have even loved to see a flag touch there just to sort of turn them around, but he's going to push back to grab, try help out his teammates. Now he decides to go for the grab. I think it was better to probably go for the grab straight off the bat, but he's going to go in. It's one dead for each team, and he's going to start running it. He knows that the side of Fraggers are all up in his base. His teammates are calling it out. Ogre One is doing the best he can to defend it off. Benno will go down. Vitaj still has the flag to bottom middle, and he hasn't gone down. Ogre One's going to have to try to defend his base. He's got Lucas at the back. He has Mangler in hand. Taj gets one. Jakor's in the library, and Ogre One is getting shot from the side of Fraggers, but he does come around and stop the flag run. But Fraggers do get the flag return, and it's only 45 seconds left in the game, Bluey.
Man, that flag return was absolutely crucial for Fraggers there, because Immunity was actually playing that really well. You know, Ogre One managing to stay alive, pick off a kill as long as they were. It's just unfortunate. I definitely agree with you, though, that flag grab probably should have been made earlier, just to turn the heads of Fraggers and be like, okay, so they do in fact have one in our base. They are making a pull for the flag now, and probably make their plays a little bit more frantic. But Fraggers just was able to get and hold control in their base for so much longer than what Immunity has for the entirety of the game.
Yeah, there's only 14 seconds in the game. Immunity were momentarily 4 down. They're all spawning up in their base. They're just going to have to overextend and run in, but I don't even think there's enough time. Ogre One trades with flex range, but I don't think there's enough time. Hef's trying to come in. He'll be taken down. That's 1 second left, and Fraggers take game number 1 against Team Immunity.
Yeah, well done to Fraggers. Really well played overall. Again, I think a lot of those critical points of the game just fell down to Immunity just not having good control of the power-ups or the power weapons, which just on a map, especially like CTF Bazaar, does not work in your favor whatsoever. You need those rockets, you need that OS, but at no point will they actually manage to grab them and get a hold of them. You know, Fraggers was just on their tail the entire time.
Yeah, it was a tough game for Immunity. They really got held back in their base. After we got halfway through the game, Fraggers sort of just took over and kept Immunity at the back of their base. Benno struggling a little bit, 14-9, but Jakor 25-15. That's the usual for Jakor. He's been slaying in every other tournament. It's no surprise that he's doing it again.
Yeah, Jakor was always, he was playing around those sort of library sides, the elbow sides of the map a lot, and just managing to pick off kills and punish players anytime they sort of went on that truck sort of area, and just immediately shutting them down, like just denying any foothold, or even just being able to let any member of Team Immunity make calls from those positions. Jakor was just shooting them down straight away and taking control of them. So really solid slaying from him, really smart slaying, I will say overall.
Yeah, and as I pointed out, going towards the end of that game, it was still only 2-1, and it is a very, you know, sort of bizarre scoreline, right? To be 2-1, 1-0, 0-0 at certain points, you know, like there's not too many captures that sort of come through on Bizarre. But I don't think the game was really quite that close after we got halfway through. It felt like Fraggers were really on top of Immunity. Every time Immunity tried to get a flag pull, it didn't really go too far. But the scoreline was still 2-1, Bluey, so it was still close.
Yeah, but close, but in the sense of, like, at the end of the day, Fraggers just had better map control. They just had better power-up control. They probably could have gone in a few more times to sort of, like, grab a flag here and there. I think it was definitely possible for them to at least cap another one with the amount of slaying that they were putting on the board. But I think that they were just playing it more safe and just playing for the kills and playing denial more than anything else, rather than going in to try and cap 5 flags. They were just playing to, like, their side of Halo and them taking control of the map more so than just, like, letting the objectives sort of get the better of their heads.
Yeah, well, there is sort of a good thing going into the next game. It's probably one of Immunity's better maps. As I said earlier on, a 50-22 is a strong scoreline against the Disruptive fans that got 3rd last week. I know it's not the same Disruptive fans, but you can still say that that Immunity's pretty strong on Street Slayer. They've got a Rockets on this map. There's a Bulldog as well. They're going to need to control those because they didn't control them very much in CTF Bazaar, so they're going to need them going into this game because it was probably one of the main reasons why they couldn't get out of their base over and over in CTF Bazaar.
That definitely needs to be the point of adjustment here, and also because the spawns are so much more rotational, so much easier for a team that's in control to just take that to, you know, like the 10x amount, right? So they need to adapt to that and get a hold of those power weapons, get a hold of those positions as quickly as possible. So what will we see off the break here? You know, Flex Rain's already going in and he prioritizes that Bulldog more than anything and immediately takes down Ogre One. That's exactly, he gets a double kill already, and that's immediately what you want to see because he's got those rockets straight away in the game.
Yeah, he gets himself the rockets. It's a pretty even game off the start, but Flex Reigns manages to grab the rockets and the Bulldogs for himself. He will get 1 kill. He shoots at Benno. Benno thrusts away. Perfect timing for him. He will try to clean him up, though. He jumps down. Doesn't manage to get him. Benno staying alive the best he can. Even Flex Reigns is staying alive the best he can. He's got 2 of his teammates in front of him that are weak as well. He'll take down Ogre One as his teammates call it out to him. He'll get a double kill and a killing spree. There's the triple kill as he gets 3 kills for the side of Fraggers, and Fraggers are now up by 2 kills, so pretty even off the bat. Flex Reigns is on a tear, though.
Flex Reigns just absolutely doing Immunity dirty right now. He is all over their spawns. In fact, their whole team is, they knew, instantly rotating from Tram to B-side Arcade. Like, that's exactly where they were going to spawn, and they just took advantage of them immediately. Ogre1 is the last one left trying to hold A-side. He does manage to get a kill, but all that's done is sort of delay the inevitable, right? You do see Voltage sort of going on a bit of a flank there, but will he actually manage to capitalize on that? We don't know. He doesn't. He goes down right there. Doesn't even manage to pick up a kill right there. Hoggy, it's going completely south for Immunity, like very, very quickly.
Yeah, all the side of Fraggers are over at Arcade, and they'll be trying to just sit back and play it slow as Immunity tries to push across the map. Benno's trying to get in. He'll have to stay alive at the pillar over on C stairs. Vitage manages to take down Jakor, and that is maybe their chance to get a bit of a flank going. Ogre1's coming in as well. They know that they're trapped over at Arcade. 2 players come up the B stairs. They'll take down 3 players from the side of Fraggers. Last man alive's Jakor, and he's spawning down at Tram.
Yeah, they've tied it up, and also with that take, really interesting for Fraggers not to move off of Arcade side at all, but they have advantage in being able to grab the rockets here if they do actually manage to make a break for them. It feels like it's been called out because you can see Ogre1 constantly double-checking to see if they've been taken yet, and they haven't. So we do see a player from the side of Immunity. It is Vitage. He does manage to take them. He did manage to kill Lucas as well there, so that's huge for him. So they need 1 more kill to make the full use of that rockets there, and they are up 2 kills right now. Make that 3 as soon as I say it. Voltage with their fantastic just push into C and taking control of it right there. So this is what Immunity needs to do. This is the pace that Immunity needs to set from here on out.
Yeah, this is Immunity's chance to come back in the series. Taj will take down 1, and he is on a killing spree. He used those rockets perfectly. He gets himself a Bulldog. Lucas Jakor is there. He'll jump out. He does manage to stay alive with the thruster. Perfect use of the thruster. He's got the Bulldog in hand. He needs to play real sneaky. He gets a call out. The Ninjestics one shot, but somehow he gets taken down. I don't know how Jakor was managed to get him, but he did. We're back on board with Flex Reigns, who had a hot start, Bluey. He'll find Ogre1 in front of him. Hef is one shot, and he does manage to take him down.
Lucas.
His teammate will get it, and he will find Ogre1 in front of him, and he just challenges him. He doesn't care. He's feeling hot, but he went 7 kills right off the bat, Blue, but now he's 8 and 5. He's died 4 times for 1 kill.
Yeah, actually, like that's really interesting to point out because that tear in the beginning of the game, he was so in control there of every sort of power weapon on the map. First prioritizing the Bulldog, immediately going to rockets, picking up those kills, but now we sort of see it slowing down, and he's not actually being able to pick up as many kills as he was before. He doesn't sort of have that chaotic control in that first opening part of the game. We're seeing Immunity being able to slow things down here, pick off kills, work more as a team, and sort of push Fraggers into these positions that it feels like Fraggers really don't want to be in.
Yeah, 6 kills the difference, and I was mentioning before that I thought that this was Immunity's map. I think they're really strong on this map. You can see every time they go in, they've got a flank. They know 2 are there. They're going to come in with 4 people on top of the 2 members of the other side of Fraggers. Look again, Fraggers trying to push out bottom middle. Taj does get back smacked though, and Ogre calls out to his teammates that they are back A. He will back down. He's the last man alive, so 3 dead for Immunity. This is Fraggers' time to come back into it as Ninjestics picks up the rockets.
Ninjestics with rockets here. He is one shot, and he does, with the rockets, he does get 1 kill, but only getting 1 kill out of 2 of those rockets isn't exactly what you want to be doing as the team of Fraggers right now. You want to be making sure to capitalize on those rockets because right now Immunity seems to have more control over just like setting up for those positions and making those rocket kills when they manage. We saw Vitage with them before easily pick up 2 kills, move on, and then cleared out Tram side, but that's not what Fraggers are doing right now. They're sort of having to whiff one here and there and just not being able to make as much use of them as what they should be.
Yeah, the scoreline is still blowing out on the side of Immunity. Even though they did go 3 down, Fraggers are still not able to come back into the game. So Immunity has a strong hold on Street Slayer as it continues. We are 7 minutes left on the timer. It is 6.7 points the difference. Lucas is right in front of a Voltage. He's just trying to stay alive. He will run away. The teammate comes in. That is Hef. Hef gets another 1 shot. Ogre will take him down. It's 3 dead for the side of Fraggers, and Voltage knows that Jakor is back there. He's getting the call-outs. Flex Rain spawns across the map, so Immunity pulling away again. They are up by 8 kills now.
You could see as soon as Flex Rain spawns, like Voltage immediately looked through that tire window because it must have been called out from another player's Immunity. So it seems that they do have the spawns for the most part down on lock. They know where the players of Fraggers are going to pop up when they do get those eliminations. So they do have more control over this map than what we have seen previously, Hoggy. You were completely right. This does appear, map-wise, to be working out more in their favor.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the ability for them to be able to pincer, and if you know the spawns well enough, you can really get a dominating hold on this map. They still are 7 points in the lead. Benno's the last man alive. He's one shot. He has to dodge a nade, and he does. Rockets are up in 3 seconds, though. So if Fraggers are able to get the rockets, they could mount a comeback. They aren't that far behind, but as I say that, Hef gets a double. Hef's going to run down and grab the rockets for himself. Benno cleans up another, so the rockets should be in the hands of Immunity, and Immunity should be able to close this out. They're only 5 kills away. Hef throws out a pocket rocket, but it does manage to get him. It's a killing spree for Benno, and Benno is going to play it real slow as he waits for his teammates to spawn up.
I don't know if anyone on the side of Frag has actually managed to get that one rocket. There was one more rocket still sitting in tires, but it doesn't seem to matter right now as they're just clearing everyone out. And Lucas with that challenge, not too sure about that one, buddy. Benno has got your number. There's one more kill left to go. And we do see the members of Immunity just not being able to capitalize on the ground they have. But as I say that, Ogre won with that buckshot right to the face, securing that last kill. And man, oh man, Immunity are back in it.
Yeah, Immunity proving that that is their map. I've said it before and I'll say it again. They are strong on that map. For whatever reason, they know how to collapse. Once they sort of work out where the other team is, they know how to collapse, and they win that game by 12 kills, which is a pretty good considering the way the first game went. I would say, like, obviously I said the first game was 2-1 and you don't think it was that close, but the fact that they could bring it back in game 2 holds good stead going into game 3.
Yeah, no, that was a very convincing lead, and when they managed to get that lead originally, they held it pretty much throughout the rest of the game. So that's when they really seemed to just like turn on, and they were immediately just collapsing on wherever Fraggers were spawning, which is exactly what you want to do. And I would really, really love to see that them take that into the next map, because that's exactly what they need to do. Hoggy, I don't know. You seem to have the intel here. Streets is their map. Is that just what they're playing all the time and nothing else but Streets?
Yeah, maybe they only scrim one map. Just Streets.
they
Street Slayer.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because this is, you know, like the big old boomer team right here. So maybe they only have time to scrim one map before, scrim one map before they all need to head off to bed for the night. But no, yeah, very, very good performance over there. It was a good call that you made and how strong they are on Streets, because I think they showcased that. And I definitely would have been a little bit disappointed if they got absolutely mollywopped there. I would have been like, Hoggy, your predictions are a bit gutter, man. Like that's not what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I messaged Ogre 1 after they finished the series against Disruptive fans when I watched them play on this map. I just said to him, that game looked like a bit of a matchmaking game. Not because like, you know, Disruptive fans were bad, but the fact that Immunity just knew what they were doing. You know, you just sometimes get that team in matchmaking that doesn't know how to play a map, and the other team does, and it's just like, yeah, this is over. And it just felt like that when I was watching them, and Dan just, all he had to say was lol.
Really interesting, because I feel as though like Streets is a map that a lot of the teams, even as far in as we are, like struggle a bit with, just because of how frantic the spawns can be sometimes, and how like on you have to be to make sure that you're controlling the spawn points every single time and making sure that you're capturing those objectives that lie in the power weapons every single time. But yeah, man, Immunity just had that down on lock. It was actually really good to see, especially after those last games. I was a bit of a doubter, but now after that game, I'm definitely coming around.
Yeah, and I think that game proves where Immunity can be, because let's say maybe they're not as well practiced on other maps, but they definitely have that map down pat from what it looks like, especially in the Slayer department. We're going to move on to a live fire strongholds. The game is going to get backed out, it looks like, so we're probably going to come back to us. But, oh no, it is going in. My bad. I did not realize it was going to go in. Anyways, we're going into game number 3. Can the side of Fraggers bring it back, or can Team Immunity do the little reverse sweep, you will say? It's only a best of 3. We'll call it a reverse sweep, right?
I'm more interested to see if, depending on what side of the map they spawn, is he going to pull the Ogre 1 strat and just jump off the map and try to get that quick ace spawn straight off the bat? But it looks like they have that spawn, but I don't think they're going to go for it. They probably are too aware that Fraggers might be a little bit more aware of that kind of strategy, but I think Ogre 1 probably could have gotten away with it there.
Yeah, a little bit too cheeky, I think, Blue. I think it's a little bit too cheeky to go for that. But all 3 players of Immunity, or 3 of the players of Immunity, go straight to B off the start. They'll cap B, but the side of Fraggers, they know it's their chance to go on for C. And that's exactly what Ninjestics is doing. He will have to fight off Hef, though. He does have a teammate coming from behind him. He will go down. Hef will try to get Jakor as best he can. He does. He managed to take down 2 of them and get the reset on B. He has the sniper and goes for the winner, but doesn't manage to get it.
Yeah, Hef with the sniper there, and they kind of just gave both of the critical power weapons of live fire to Immunity, because now Lucas, you know, this dominating young talent, has both the weapons in the sniper and the heat wave. So it means that if Immunity want to challenge him at any point up on this snipe tower, they're going to have to go through that heat wave, which is not what you want to see. That heat wave in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing is absolutely deadly.
Yeah, the nest control is in the favor of Fraggers. Team Immunity, though, they're trying to get B control, and they have. They've managed to keep it in their control for the time being, and they still are ticking up points, up to 30 points now. Lucas backing all the way down. Hef with a perfect flank. He will get the double. Lucas is up on the tower, but Hef doesn't want to challenge him just yet. Lucas needs to stay alive. He does. He challenges Hef. He gets the snipe off. Hef needs to stay alive. He's calling out to his teammates. Lucas is going to slide down, and he won't be able to get him. Hef stays alive, so Hef's doing work for his team. They've kept A and B control, and they're still ticking up points.
Super unfortunate there, because if Lucas actually had a BR, that would have been a kill on Hef. He would have been able to shut Hef's flank down immediately, but because he was stuck with the heat wave and it's so much harder to hit that shot at long range with it, then there was no actual follow-up from him. Like, in any other world where he has a BR, that's a guaranteed kill. I'm calling it 100%, but at the moment, you know, Immunity's actually doing really well. They're already up like 68 on the board to 0, and Fraggers are just having a tough time being able to push out anywhere that isn't C spawn.
Yeah, Ogre 1 will go down. Two members of Immunity do go down as well. Benno's going to try to defend B with the last member alive, which is Hef, and Hef will take down a kill. He'll take on Juckle. Juckle gets the shots out, and he jumps back out, but Benno's being real sneaky, and he does dodge the nade, but a teammate comes in. Lucas takes him out. Immunity is trying to get C, though. Flex Range will go in. He just goes in for melees and nades. That's all he needs. His teammate will clean up the rest. Hef's the last man alive, and here he is on your screen. He'll win that battle, but he will go down, and the side of Fraggers will take C and A for themselves.
Yeah, but they still don't have any points up on the board. You know, last I called out that Immunity's actually put 20 more points up on the board, and at one point there they went 3 down, so that should have given Fraggers every opportunity in the book to be able to get a cap and start scoring some points, but it seems like Immunity's just playing this really smart and just locking them down to one sort of area.
Yeah, right off the bat, it felt like Immunity was just holding A and B, didn't really want to push into C. And ever since they've done that, they've managed to keep control, and they have managed to take C as well. Voltage is just trying to defend B. He's got a player in front of him. He does take him down. The heat wave will be in his hands. 2 players from Fraggers are on C, and they will capture it, and they'll get the first points of the game.
They're still holding B right now. Immunity's making sure, from what I believe, every point in this match, Immunity has always made sure that they have a player sort of huddling over B, making sure that Fraggers at no point can take control of that, because that B point, once it's gone, is so hard to recapture, which only gives Fraggers 2 options, which is C, or getting a spawn, or actually running around to A. But by the time you run around to A, Immunity's already got your number dialed and is making the same rotation, Hoggy.
Yeah, the flank is on from Hef and Ogre 1, and they'll get a double kill, and they'll take themselves C. Lucas is trying to get
triple?
B, but a huge triple from Ogre 1 to get the reset onto B, and they will take C, and they'll continue scoring. Immunity are playing this very well. The fact that they haven't lost the B point the whole game is pretty crazy.
This is the Immunity that we expected to see. They seem to know that keeping that B point on lock, making sure they're sort of spawning around Rat's Nest area, and then having the option to just run A if need be is what's really working in favor, because they're just having control over the map right now. You see Ogre 1, he just pops that OS immediately. He gets it off the spawn, and then he's already taking a challenge A, making sure that the side of Fraggers have nowhere to move out of that point. So really dominating performance, especially from Ogre 1 right now. He is 13-4. He's going absolutely ham.
Yeah, and he's gone straight into C. He'll find 2 players, and they knew he was coming, so Juckle will take him down. But they managed to get A, and they still have B control. They haven't lost it the whole game. Every time they lose one of the other points, they just take the other. It doesn't matter. Taj gets himself a double. His teammate calls out Ninjestics on the nest as he drops down, and Voltage is going to go in for him. Voltage does manage to take him down. They still have control of A and B. The side of Fraggers is probably pushing over towards A. There is one player pushing in. Ogre 1's going to call it out. Taj is going to come over to try help him out. He will drop down and get himself a free kill. It's a killing spree for Taj. Another player next to him, and he will go down. Ogre 1 not able to help him. Ogre 1's just running bottom middle. He doesn't want to help Taj at all.
Good comms there, though, overall. Like, immediately it was called out that that member of Fraggers was really weak, just sitting in that corner hoping to bait it out. I believe that was from Ogre 1 because he was sitting in A side. So the comms, I think, are what's making such a drastic difference right now. They just know where every player is on the side of Fraggers whenever they're weak, and they're able to pick them off in a moment's notice, and that's exactly what we want to see from such an experienced team, for their comms to be on point, and that's what it feels like it is right now. You know, Frag is still only have 1 point on the board, make that 2, but we'll see how long that lasts, Hoggy.
Yeah, to think that this is the losers quarterfinals and we're seeing 188 to 7 points, and they're finally ticking up. This first time the Fraggers have managed to get the B point. Let's see if they can hold it as well as Immunity did, because Immunity, they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly to hold B and just keep flipping these other points on them. Juckle's pushing in for C, and the overshield is coming up in 1 second. Taj is going to grab it for himself. He doesn't manage to get it. He will just jump back up and grab it, though. I don't think he's got too much pressure on him.
No, he dies.
Taj does go down. Oh, no, he pushed in. Benno and Hef are on the other side of the map trying to work together to get the overshield. Someone's grabbed it, though. I don't know if it's still down or if anyone's used it. The snipes are going to come out from Juckle. Juckle has C. They do have B, and the overshield is in the hands of Hef. He's pushing straight in for Juckle.
Hef with OS, which means he's just going to be able to free push Juckle here, hopefully take that snipe off of him. I don't think Juckle is the kind of player to just free throw that off the map. You know, he wants to make a play with it right now, but Hef hasn't actually been able to make any use of this OS at all, even in his challenges, and he's going to go down near immediately. That just seems like a bit of a wasted OS. There was no pressure applied whatsoever through that, but it doesn't matter when you have a player like Benno just free come in with that heat wave and being able to make the climb, take down that player. So now it looks like they should have control of 2 power weapons here, Hoggy. Hopefully this is the flip.
Yeah, Taj just tries to keep A in their control. They do manage to get C. A player challenges bottom middle. Taj knows he's there, and his teammate Hef does manage to take him down. So Voltage is playing a perfect anchor roll, and Ninjestics spawns right in front of him. Ninjestics will take him down, and they do lose A. It's because the side of Fraggers have jumped into A. They've grabbed it. That's why Ninjestics has spawned there. But they do manage to take control of B, and the points just keep ticking. It's 130 points the difference, and they keep moving it up in their favor.
Yeah, Immunity have this B point on lock again. It'll be interesting to see if they sort of fall back on anchoring off of that point. It seems like that's what they're doing, because they're just challenging off of this Rat's Nest side right now, trying to get some kills, but it doesn't really seem to be working out, as Fraggers just had an answer for them. Peeking that area, you know, there was even one of those repulsor jumps made, but that, you know, that didn't work in their favor whatsoever. Immunity was just immediately shut down, and now they're even losing B. It's a triple cap for Fraggers.
Yeah, triple cap for Fraggers. They're going to have to try get C. V-Taj is going to jump in, and Ninjestics is right above him. His teammate will take him down before he is even needed. It is still the trip cap. A is going to go to the side of Immunity, though. It is almost captured, and it finally is. Overshield is about to spawn. Benno does have it, and he's grabbed it. They need to use this to their advantage. Benno doesn't want to push in too hard without his teammates, so hopefully there's someone behind him. He's pushing, he's getting shots on Flex Reigns and Ninjestics. Both the Overshield's already gone. V-Taj will clean up Ninjestics at the top of tower. Ooh. Benno goes in. Voltage gets another kill, so they will be able to get C, but they're going to lose A, so they're going to have to push straight over to B. They know they're coming through Garage. He gets shots on Lucas. Hopefully they can get this B point to start ticking the points in their favor. Ogre One will get one as well, so they will grab B. Maybe they can hold this and close out the game.
Huge curb slide coming in from Benno there. Did you see that? How much time that saved? By the time that Fraggers actually managed to make the rotation, Benno was already there because he just curb slide his way there. That's that kind of like micro tech that we need to see in the game come more from these pro players. Like, just incredible. I'm actually in awe at that because that was such a good rotational play. And then him just taking out Juckle like that, like, this is incredible. This is good, really good sold immunity play, and they're incorporating all these elements in Infinite that they need to be.
Yeah, this was a big hold by Benno on the A point. Taj will go down next to him. Taj doesn't matter that Taj is dead. Benno's gone straight out, and he finds another. It's 3 dead of his team, but they're still ticking up points if he takes down Lucas. Oh. That's huge. There's only 10 seconds left. Benno knows all he needs to do is stop A, hold B, and they've got this one. There's only 5 seconds left. The push is coming in from Fraggers. They need to get straight into the point. His teammates are contesting it. He will also be contesting it. 1 dead for each side. He'll get the reset as well. 3 seconds left. He'll push out. He's just going to stop Juckor, and that's it. Immunity take game number 3, and they will move on in the elimination.
Well done from Immunity. That was such a good, just solid gameplay. That's what you expect to see from players of this caliber, from a team of this caliber who has been together for so long, playing together for so long. You know, they may have come in today rusty, but from that match alone, like, it looks like they're really turned on, and they do have a really solid understanding of these maps and how to rotate and how these objectives work. Yeah, that was a really good series overall from Immunity. Super happy to see what they did there.
Yeah, it was absolutely gnarly, going into that third map there, the amount of dominance that Immunity were able to put there onto the fraggers, and it seemed like it was a little bit of a bridge too far. Maybe if they started out a little bit hotter towards the end there of Li-Fi, that they might have been able to have that be a little bit more competitive than what it was towards the end, but Immunity, they weathered the storm here, albeit Bazaar was, not the map that they wanted. They want to try and get this one done in 2-0, but they finally get the series dub under their, under their belts now. And Hoggy, looking forward to this. It seems that these guys are really starting to have that little bit of extra practice on maybe some of these other maps, and these maps like Bazaar and all that kind of jazz might be falling by the wayside, but you can just see as soon as these guys start getting a little bit more experience under their belt, this Immunity roster is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and this puts them into the top 4 already, right? So that guarantees them into next week if they're going to play again next week. I know I would say that weekdays is hard for them. Dan was saying that they weren't even sure that they were going to play today, but I'm glad they did, because now they're into the top 4 and we get to see them play throughout this pro bracket, and they're proving why that they can get themselves into the top 4. You just see it in this series. I know we didn't think that the Chiefs series was that close, but I thought Immunity put up a good fight, and they showed in this series that they are a top 4 team, and they've got themselves there.
Yeah, just being able to put themselves in this elimination semis means that now they're able to set their sights on something a little bit further on. So Immunity getting this one done is always big. They're going to have to wait and see who they're going to be going up against, in this elimination semi, and see whether or not they're going to have a date with maybe the Chiefs or Divine Mind if they get through that series a little bit later on. So lads, right now, we're looking at this Immunity roster with, a little bit of bated breath, because these guys have been able to put up some numbers against some good teams, and now they're just looking to try and stretch out their legs a little bit here, Blue. And I think that's the biggest thing, right? Just every single time that we see these guys have more of these maps under their belt, we're just getting more and more impressed with how they're playing. And all it takes is, looking towards next week. If Immunity get a bit of, extra scrims and practice under their belt, maybe they might be shooting for the title.
Yeah, and I really hope they do. Like, honestly, I know it's probably difficult with, their living situations. Of course, it's the Boomer team, so they're not they're not true gamers like they were. But yeah, no, I really hope that within the coming week, they actually manage to get a lot more practice in, scrim against a lot of these other teams, because I think a lot of these other teams are probably going to be looking at them now and going like, oh, wow, this is a team that we should probably be scrimming against because they are strong opponents. This gives us good practice. So hopefully leading into next week's competition, and if Immunity does actually manage to play, like, hopefully they just garner more practice, they get more confident in their in where they are, in where they stand as a team, and they come in stronger, for their first game next week than they did today.
Yeah, and I think that's just going to be the scary prospect looking into Pro Series number 3, right, Hoggy? We kind of are looking a little bit into the future, but, Immunity with more practice under their belt, teams are going to have to start, changing their kind of ideals about what we've got here for this kind of power rankings we have in ANZ, because Immunity seem to have almost automatically slotted into kind of a third place kind of slot, according to the Chiefs. And now if they get a little bit more of experience under their belt, maybe they knock Chiefs down from that number 1 slot, and then this, this whole kind of domino effect happens where these teams start going further and further down the rungs when Immunity slides in.
Yeah, and look, they're still in today as well. So going forward, they could still even get second today. Who knows? Who knows what can happen from here? They could even take down Divine Minds. I'm not saying that they will or it's going to happen, but you never know. They're still in the tournament, and we get to see them this week. Next week they're going to be stronger for sure. There's no way that they won't be. But this week they've come in and they could still even make top 2, which is crazy to think, considering it's only their first tournament.
Yeah, first tournament in Infinite, so just being able to see these guys put up these numbers is pretty huge for us here in ANZ. But on the other side of the server, Bluey, obviously there was another team here, the Fraggers. They at least got one map victory, and I think that was the biggest thing for me, right? Like, Slayer got blown out a little bit, the Strongholds got blown out a little bit towards the end as well, but, them being able to come in here, it was a kind of ragtag crew that came together here with a few of these other members from other teams starting to form a team together, and they got themselves here thanks to HCS points, but they're still a brand new team as well, and I think that's the biggest thing for us to talk about is these guys are a brand new team. They haven't really been able to gel all too much just yet, and moving into HCS Pro Series number 3, they're going to have to go through the open qualifiers to get there, but I feel like this team certainly can get it done.
Oh, absolutely. Like, it is a bit of we say newer team, but all the players within Fraggers are very experienced, especially in the ANZ team. All of them, apart from Lucas, have been playing every single ANZ Open and every single tournament thus far. And, with Lucas under their belt, who we saw firsthand is such a talented player for such a young player, within his hands. If they can just mold him a little bit more and become more confident as a team, that's easily like a high-tier roster within Australia.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they get to, do here in the next couple of weeks as well. I think that seems like the story for a lot of these players, right? I remember when we first got into a couple of these tournaments for Halo Infinite, we're talking about what are these players going to do when they have a little bit more game time, and now we're looking towards a lot of these ANZ teams where it's like, can they stay together for the next couple of weeks heading into the Super? Can they just get that little bit of extra synergy going in towards it? And I think Hoggy, it's one of those scenarios where we're looking at these teams that are starting to form around these Pro Series, and I really hope that we see a lot more of them stick together going into 3 and 4.
Yeah, I agree. It would be nice to see teams stick together a bit more and sort of get things sort of melded together as they go. As we see Hef, he's coming in a second. Don't worry, he'll be here in a second. But yeah, the fact that teams aren't really sticking together right now is sort of throwing things around a bit. It'd be nice to see teams stick together a bit longer and sort of put things together because, Immunity's said they're together since the start. They haven't had much practice, but they're just going to keep working at it. So it'd be nice to see more teams sort of do the same.
Exactly. As you guys did get a little sneak peek here, we do have Hef on the line, so let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to him here after their series victory up against the Fraggers. Hef, mate, it's good to have you here on the desk. I'd just like to say it's such an exciting roster to be able to have come here into Halo Infinite, and the fact that you guys have been able to get some dubs here on the main stage is always good for everyone to watch at home. So obviously, Hoggy was telling us that you guys haven't really been able to put in too much practice going into Halo Infinite right now. You guys just have had a little bit of game time. How has it been for you guys to try and learn on the fly today? It seems like you guys have really been able to get a lot of these series and learn a lot going into the next one. How has it been kind of the learning experience for you guys today?
Yeah, first of all, thanks guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been interesting. Takes a bit for us old dogs to warm up a bit, to be honest. So we got to kind of warm into it, but we are definitely still learning a lot of stuff as a team. I think this is probably like the second or third time we've actually played with this full roster. So you're 100% right. We're sort of going through and adjusting and making adjustments as we go along. Particularly, you're playing someone of Chief's caliber and you're getting pressure put on you for the first time. You're sort of like, what's going on there? But yeah, so you're definitely right. We're sort of getting through it and trying to make some of these adjustments as we go along.
Hef, we were sort of here speculating that you guys seem to be stronger on some maps as opposed to others. Have you guys found that in your own practice or in scrims or anything, that you feel as though that you've particularly conquered one map and some that you still have more to iron out?
To be honest, it's a bit hit and miss. We seem to be all right in that one we just played, but there definitely are times when we think we're good on one map and we just get stomped on it. So we're going through the motions a bit and still sort of trying to pick things up. So, but I dare say, yeah, we seem to be pretty good on the old strongholds, and oddball on this map with Wi-Fi we don't seem to be too bad on, and streaks we're pretty strong on too. But yeah, Aquarius, Bazaar, we're definitely a work in progress, I'd say.
Yeah, and I got to ask you, Hef, what is going on with this setup, with the mic, the headset? What is this, 2009? What's going on, mate? What's going on?
Look, this got thrown at me pretty left field, and I had to be rocking my Steel Series headset, which haven't got plugged into my phone. This is another headset because I don't have a cord for this one. It's wireless.
Yeah.
It's hooked up to my PC. It's all a bit of a schmozzle, but I'm working with what I've got.
Hey, it gets it done. Also, you were playing in 2009 and all that, and it would have been similar anyway, so it's not like you haven't done it before.
That's it. That's it. Sorry, boys.
Hef, obviously. That's fine, mate. It's fine. As long as we get your voice, I think that's the best part about here for everybody at home. So I've got one more question, Hef, before we do let you guys go. Do you feel like you guys can take out the entirety of today, getting a little bit more of this game time underneath your belts?
Oh, of course. That's what we're here for. We're here for the big W. We just wanted to go down the losers bracket and get a bit more game time in, that's all.
Smart.
It's absolutely big brain for the boys here of Immunity. Hef, mate, it's been a wonderful talking to you here, and good luck for the rest of the elimination bracket as well, mate.
Thanks, guys. Hopefully next time I have a better setup. Cheers.
Being able to, have a yarn to one of these players is always the best, and I always enjoy when we were able to, kind of joke around with a lot of these players as well. And hearing from somebody like Hef is just, kind of everybody out there. Obviously there's a lot of fans in chat right now for this Immunity roster, and the fact that they've been able to get the victory here on the main stage as well, lads, has always been a big plus for us. And I think Bluey, Hef kind of hit the nail on the head. They are kind of figuring things out as they go, but it just feels like these guys, as they're going to get more and more game experience here, it's just going to be a scarier and scarier roster for us to look at.
Yeah, super, I want to use the word humble for him to actually admit, like, yeah, you know, as a team, we know that we've got stronger maps under our belt, but we need to improve on some others. And that's a really good mindset to have going in for the next game. He's not coming to us in the interview and being like, oh no, we think we're pretty good on all of them, because like us as viewers, we can kind of see that that's not the case. So it's good to know that them as a roster have already identified that, because that just makes it easier for them to go forward and improve on that and work on that and know, okay, these are the kind of VODs that we need to look back on and take from, you know, what we did wrong, what we did right.
Yeah, exactly. Well, these lads here on Immunity have earned themselves a little bit more game time here in Halo Infinite. We've also earned ourselves a little bit of a break here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to set our sights back up on the winners bracket here. We're going to be going into the winners final here. It's a full best of 5 between the Chiefs and Divine Mind. So make sure you join us after this short break for more HCS.
Just faster than you.
Flag captured.
Hello everyone, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 2 is well underway. We are finally into our winners bracket final. This is where the best of 5 starts, lad. This is where we get to see more of this Halo Infinite gameplay between a whole lot of the best in ANZ. And we're starting out with such a banger of a match. We've got Divine Minds and the Chiefs going head-to-head here, Bluey. Unfortunately for us, we don't get to see another banger of a series. It's going to be Immunity taking on the Dire Wolves, who are able to eke themselves into a top 4 in that elimination bracket. But we finally get to see a best of 5, once again get to see a best of 5 between Divine Mind and the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see how Divine Mind approach this series, especially after how they sort of got handled by the Chiefs last week. So coming into a best of 5 now for Divine Mind, I think they have a lot to play for. You know, not only like the HCS points and moving forward, but also kind of redeeming themselves after what happened last week. You know, all eyes are on them right now, so boys, it's time to play.
Yeah, let's see if they can step up here and take down the Chiefs one more time. But let's have a look at this elimination bracket and see all the score lines and see how everything has panned out. As I did say a little bit earlier, the Dire Wolves were able to get themselves through Mind Freak here, 2-0, and now they're going to be going up against Immunity. Hoggy, I would have loved for us to be able to cover all these series so far, but there's just not enough hours in the day for us to go through all this. Halo and Immunity going into the Dire Wolves, that's going to be a great test for both of those teams. The fact that if Immunity will be able to take down the Dire Wolves, who seem to be in a lot better form in Pro Series number 2, and on the other side, if the Dire Wolves take down a scalp like Immunity, then that just sets them up for a whole boatload more HCS points and even a little bit of extra form going into Pro Series number 3.
Yeah, 100%. It's actually a big series, I would say, for both teams, right? Dire Wolves kind of want to prove themselves again with a rough showing last week, and Team Immunity are here to play. And they want points, and they need the points, to be honest. But the fact that they get into top 4, as long as they stay together, they get to next week. So for them, they're just trying to push into the top 4 and do better. And the side of Dire Wolves, they're just looking to rebound from a tough week last week.
Yeah, they just had a bit of a rough start to 2022, and I'm sure they're going to be able to pick up their socks and come back to the same form we saw them at the end of 2021. But it's time for us to start talking about Divine Mind and the Chiefs here, lads. We're going to be jumping into the winners bracket final. So this means this is a full best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. This elimination bracket final is also going to be best of 5, then our grand final, full best of 5 as normal. But Divine Mind here, Bluey, this has been a roster that, you know, they've made a few changes, but now in Pro Series, they're, you know, been the same between week 1 and week 2, and they're really starting to tighten a few of those screws.
Yeah, like that being said, last week we did see them with a really convincing performance up until they had to go into those 2 matches with the Chiefs just at the end there. But Divine Mind are absolutely one of the strongest teams by far that we have within Australia, and it only takes them going forward and, as you just said, ironing out a little more of those kinks that they have in their team roster. But you know who we're throwing to for the player highlight right now is Berserk, and it was mentioned earlier today, he is a player that is constantly just sending damage downrange. I would absolutely say he is the main slayer for this roster here, and he's just such a tough obstacle, a tough wall to have to get over for the Chiefs, because he's always going to just return as much back as what the Chiefs sent him.
Exactly, and he's also got the Smack Talk game to go with it as well, so I'm interested to see whether or not, you know, the lobby chat is going to be as hot and spicy as it was a bit previously here for the Divine Mind lads. But Hoggy, the other side of the server, we've got the Chiefs once again. I think we've said literally everything you can say about this team except for that this team is bad. These guys have been going from strength to strength in Halo Infinite, and the fact that they've brought Madzi back now here, him being able to rejoin this roster in Pro Series number 2, it seems like they haven't missed a beat.
Yeah, the ever-present number 1, the Chiefs. They've got their full lineup again. Madzi's back in. And the fact that they're still here back into the finals shows that it doesn't matter who they play with. They've got Flex Reigns in, Madzi in, doesn't matter. They still at the top. And the fact that Madzi's back is a big boost for them this week. And hopefully they won't need to go back down to the elimination bracket this week and they can get themselves into the final. But Pips is our player to watch for this series. He's sort of the grinder for the team. He sort of gets in and does things. He's got good comms, and he keeps the team morale up mid-game, especially. The fact that he was able to sort of keep Barcode on top of his game last week, moving into those series and helping Barcode keep on top of his game. The fact that Pips is there to anchor for the team, especially a lot of the time I've seen Pips anchor all the time. And another term that I've heard used for Pips is the milkman. This guy is the milkman. All he does is milk his life for a situation to no end and just stays alive when he shouldn't. And so many times when I've been watching their scrims, they just say, milk it, and all he does every time is milk it. And that's exactly what he's going to be doing today.
That is the most ridiculous kind of nickname I've ever seen all across esports. That is wonderful. I can imagine, I can hear some chants going out right now of all the Chiefs fans just being like, hide your daughters, hide your wives, Pips and Milkman is starting to come down the streets. And it's absolutely insane. I love that. I'm going to start calling him the Milkman from here on out. I'm not going to call him Pips. It's all about the Milkman here on out here. But let's start talking about these maps here in this best of 5, lads. As we said, coming into Pro Series number 2, the upper bracket final as well as that elimination final are now going to be full best of 5. So we get to see a whole lot more Halo between these teams, and we get to see a bit more of a back and forth. And I think Bluey going into this best of 5, we get to see whether or not the Chiefs are going to let Pro Series 1 sit in the back of their minds and make this one a little bit closer, or whether or not we're going to be seeing Divine Mind maybe run away with another winners final.
It's going to be tough for Divine Mind going into this first match on Recharge. I hope they're not having PTSD from that Slayer Recharge game that they had to endure last week, where Chiefs just sat Hydro side the entire game, which is absolutely something that they can do here on Strongholds. If they just hold top A Elevator and then that C point at Hydro, then they can just play that same game, and Divine Mind have to play a game of like, all right, boys, we have to go over to them over and over again. So here's hoping Divine Mind have some sort of strategy leading into this map, because we've seen Chiefs play on Recharge all the time, and they always are so good at just controlling this map in general. So Divine Mind, yeah, my call goes out to you boys. You better have something in play, otherwise Chiefs are going to have your number.
I'm sure they went through the VODs here after week number 1 and are looking to smash it in week number 2. The winners final is underway, ladies and gentlemen. The Chiefs and Divine Mind going head-to-head once again.
Let's do it, Bluey. It is the ANZ Pro Series number 2. We're into the winners final. It's Divine Mind versus the Chiefs. Can Divine Mind take down the Chiefs once again and send them down to the elimination bracket? Or can Chiefs show what they're made of and take down Divine Mind as they've been doing the whole time? What do you reckon, Bluey?
Yeah, it's time for a match of Titans once again, and we're going to see if Chiefs reign supreme like they always do. We see Madzi go down near immediately, and also Barcode just take an L as soon as he goes to pit for that camo, which is not something that we're used to seeing. And straight off the bat, Slays is just pushing into that C point and making sure that it's theirs. That's a very dominant opening from the side of Divine Mind.
Yeah, Slays manages to gets himself C. His other teammate grabs B, so they will have control. The players of the Chiefs are all over on A side, the elevator side of the map, and in tower. He's got a teammate. Slays has a teammate inside the tower. He will try to push in and help him out. He makes Madzi one shot. He will take him down. Barcode is going to challenge him. He goes straight up. Barcode gets another shot, and somehow he manages to kill him. How did Barcode get back out to take him down? Barcode gets the double. He gets the perfect, and he will try to get C in his control. He's got Berserk pushing him, though. He'll take on Berserk again, and he gets help from Madzi, actually. He doesn't take him down, but Barcode going huge right off the bat. He's ready to play, Bluey.
Madzi just in Barcode's pocket there, just giving him all the support he needs in that duel. You know, that absolutely would have been called from Divine Mind. You know, Barcode's one shot on C, but there was just no follow-up from the side of Divine Mind. I'm sure Berserk was probably pretty confident in his ability to get that, but the call that Madzi was just in the backline there, laying down shots, was not made, and that was Berserk's undoing.
Yeah, it was 4 down for the Chiefs, and they do not have control. They've only got the C point. They're pushing into B. 2 down for the side of Divine Mind. Slayers pushes into tower to try clean up Pips, and he will. He'll call out Madzi and get the shots down. Avant Beeston will take down Madzi, and it was 3 down for the Chiefs. The Chiefs are spawning up at A. They do have A and C in their control, so the side of Divine Mind's not able to get any points, even though the Chiefs were 3 down.
Yeah, and even in that position there, you saw Barcode in a position where he absolutely should have died, and once again, but it's Barcode and Madzi just sitting in that pipes position, laying down that team shot on Beeston that he probably was not expecting after seeing Barcode slink his way into pipes one shot. You know, Beeston was probably looking at that like, okay, we can secure a kill, we can make ground off of this, but it doesn't matter because the comms, you know, like it's like watching two brothers, blood is thicker than water, just push through that pipe situation there and just make that kill. You know, there's nothing that you can do as a Divine Mind team member there. You just have to take it.
Yeah, Chiefs are gaining some points, though. They're going to probably tie the game up here as Berserk's going to get shots across the map on Madzi. And you can see in the score up the top, Berserk manages to get a kill with the sword. You can see that Slays is on 8 kills, and he's picking up exactly where he left off in the previous series.
Yeah, Slays is actually putting on a really, dominant performance here, just in that kill pressure that he's laying down. It's going to be really interesting to see, especially a Strongholds game. The kind of damage that he's going to be putting out the end.
Oh, he's been repulsed.
Oh my god, oh, that's 2!
Oh, he got
Pips
2 in
with
1.
the double repulse off the edge there, which is massive for them. That has to be so embarrassing as Divine Mind, because that was a really strong push coming out for them. But it proves to be for naught, Hoggy, is, you know, Pips just answers with the repulsor. You know, bang, zoom, straight to the moon, and off the map you go.
Yeah, Chiefs push straight into A. They have a momentary trip cap, and Beeston will take B back for the side of Divine Mind. He's got a teammate next to him. They'll take down Barcodes. They do not want to push in. Their teammates are taking C, so Beeston's going to back down, move himself to gold, and try anchor this B point for his team. There is a player from the side of Chiefs inside B. He's going to jump up to try and take him down. He gets the call out. His teammate will take him down for him, and he will get the reset on B. So the points are moving in the favor of Divine Mind, but the Chiefs have taken the lead, and they are 3 down. The last player alive is Praddies, and Praddies will take on Beeston and take him down. The cleanup will be there from Slays. So looks like the capture point will go back in the side of Divine Minds, and they will continue to get some points as Chiefs will take B.
It looks like Chiefs really wants to put a bit of priority on that B point right now, because it is so notoriously hard to get a hold of. And I think Chiefs are pretty confident in their ability to, once they have that B point, to hold it down for as long as possible. But that being said, Divine Mind are playing a really good rotation here right now. They already have A and C, and if they can play off those 2 points alone for the rest of the game, that's going to be more than enough, because it puts Chiefs in a difficult position where not only do they want B, but if they want to hold B, they're going to have to give it up for one of these other side points here. So it's going to be interesting to see where they progress from here. But at the moment, you know, I feel like this game's swaying more on the end of Divine Mind.
Yeah, Dante has the camera and the Mangler in hand. He'll clean up a free kill. He'll push some shots down on Pips. If he can anchor at A here with the Mangler and camo, they should be able to get a nice, healthy lead that they could potentially be able to turn into a game-winning play. As his teammate spawns up next to him, he is going to try to push towards Pipes. It's Berserk. Berserk's going around towards B. He's going to go straight into Pipes. There's a player right above him, and he doesn't manage to get the kill. Pips playing real sneaky. I don't even know how he didn't see him. Pips will jump out, though, and he will get taken down by Beeston. It's 2 down for either side. Beeston goes in. He's going to jump into B to grab this. The side of Chiefs are on A. His teammate is trying to defend it. He will take B. Chiefs have almost got A. They haven't quite managed to grab it yet. He's getting shots out on Praddies across the map, and he does. His team is in C as well, trying to get it. The side of Divine Mind is just trying to get the capture points, to get the points in their favor. But every time they do, the Chiefs are taking it back and keeping control.
Yeah, Chiefs, they're like prioritizing B for as long as possible, but that being said, they didn't really make a lot of ground off of it. Sure, they had the point, but they didn't have another point to actually back it up and start getting some ticks on the board and, you know, actually getting some scores down. So they did give Divine Mind a bit of leeway in that, in Divine Mind just being able to hold those A and C points. But now we should see a little bit more control coming from Chiefs, especially if they manage to cap this A point and get 3 down. But it looks like Madsy just being looped around a little bit. He does get that sword kill with the overlook on B, but he doesn't seem to be worth the peak, because he is one shot at the moment, and that's not a challenge you want to take, especially against Berserk.
Yeah, sword back in the hands of Madsy. We saw what happened in the series earlier today when Madsy had the sword in his hand. He just ran in and he would get a double kill. If he did it there, it actually might have worked, but he didn't. He went in with the BR. The Chiefs are still picking up some points, and they're going to potentially tie up the game as Praddies is going to bait the camo. 2 players from the side of Divine Minds are pushing him. Parko will take down one. He'll take down the other. He'll grab himself the camo, and he'll pop it straight into his chest. And his team have got to somehow get C control back to get themselves some points, because even though they have the camo, they did lose C momentarily, and they'll get it back now.
I don't think it mattered, Hoggy, because at that point Divine Mind went down 3, and all that took was for them to bait camo, and it was like Divine Mind took it hook, line, and sinker. They sent 3 players down there, and none of them killed any of the members of the Chiefs, right? They managed to make it out there alive with the camo, and during that time, Chiefs also managed to cap C. So now we're getting more momentum from Chiefs. They are ticking up more and more score, and that camo play, that bait, was just like brilliant on the side of Chiefs. Like, they read Divine Mind all over like a book.
Yeah, Chiefs just holding B and C for the time being, racking up some points. They will take the lead. Praddies has the pulse rifle in his hand. He doesn't manage to take it down, but he does make him one shot. He'll back down. He's going to call it out for his teammates and stay alive. This pulse rifle is so important on this map. He'll find Beast and put a shot into him. His teammates take down 2 at A. He's going to push around. Barcode gets the 3rd. Slays is the last man alive, and he has been slaying all of today. But the Chiefs will hold A and C and continue the points ticking in their favor.
Oh, good shots coming out right there from Praddies. That perfect just puts all momentum onto the C point from Dante.
They take B as well.
Completely gone. There was nothing that they could do, and now they have a trip cap. That's huge plays coming from them. They read Divine Mind spawn so well, and Prady's being able to pick off that one kill off the spawn instantaneously stops anything that Divine Mind could have been able to do.
Pratis needs to put down the pulse rifle for the time being and start using his BR. There's always a point where you know that you need to stop using it, and that was it. Unless you're barcode, man. Maybe you can just hold your hand for the whole time you're barcode. But Pips is going to take A. His team is losing B, though, so all they need to do is just stop them from getting a triple cap so that the game doesn't blow out, sort of, in terms of getting close in score. They just want to keep it a nice little lead for themselves.
This might be a little bit more rotation focused now as the map sort of seems to slow down. You do have a lot of members of Divine Mind who are sitting that top gold sign, but Pips with the out BR just at the end there, I'm sure Madzi had a little bit of helping hand just there, but he does get taken down unfortunately, but that was huge because Pips now has the overwatch on the bottom tower and can supply help to the rest of his team.
Oh no.
Dante does get a double kill though, using that sword to full effect. Does get taken down, just the trades going back and forth. And that Madzi stopping him there means that they're also stopping that C point from falling into the hands of Divine Mind, so they still have a hold of it. There's only 30 points left to go, Hoggy, for Chiefs to take this game.
Yeah, this ANC setup is the setup that we saw last week from them with Slayer on this map, and they can hold these points perfectly. They can win the game. They only need 20 more seconds. The team of Divine Mind are trying to push in. Slays is up at A. Berserk's at the bottom of the tower. Madzi's trying to run it with the sword. He does get taken down. Berserk goes down as well. It's one dead for each team. Slays manages to turn over A point for them, so they will start ticking up some points, but he's weak and he needs to stay alive for his team. He gets challenged by Barcode, and Barcode takes him down, but his teammate will get the clean up. It's 2 dead for the side of the Chiefs. Pips is pushing in for A. I don't know if anyone's around here. Dante is there. He's going to try to push up. He has the mangle, though. He's going to play real sneaky and try to get the one-shot melee. Dante comes up at the perfect time. His teammate will back him down, and he will capture A. So the points are in the favor of the Chiefs, and the Chiefs only need 9 more seconds. The last 2 players of Divine Minds are on the other side of Longhall. They're trying to get around to C. Beeston's trying to get around there, and that will be it. Game number 1. The Chiefs will win, and they'll take the first game in the best of 5.
What could you even do as Divine Mind in those last few seconds of the game? Because they were going for C, but at the same time, Pips just pushed B. So they have to prioritize something. They need points on the board, but they know if they cap C, they lose B anyway. So the time's just going to keep ticking away no matter what. Like, that was a really good setup at the end there from Chiefs. They had that down on lock at the very end. And yeah, I mean, I think they were showing Divine Mind a little bit more of that that Hydro sort of top tower setup that they experienced last week. And hopefully that doesn't get them down in the dumps too bad, because Divine Mind still are in this. There's still a few games to go.
Yeah, a bit of a rough game for Beaston. He went 7-19, so struggling at the start. Maybe he can bring it back in game number 2, but that's not what you want to see from the side of Divine Mind. Is, you know, if they're trying to repeat from last week, but look at the damage though. He's got 5,000 damage. He had the most damage, but he couldn't get the most kills. So, not saying that that necessarily correlates, but he did have definitely a lot lower kills than you would want to see from a player of that caliber. And Slay's obviously picking up where he left off, but it still wasn't enough. You know, the team of Chiefs, they're well practiced.
Yeah, if he's putting damage down lane, and he's just not having his team sort of follow up on that and turning them into kills, then it doesn't really mean much at the end of the day, which seems to be what it was all over. Like, Chiefs were just performing more in that rotational Slayer game, being all over their spawns. You know, we saw that one particular play where Divine Mind spawned on the C side of Longhall, and then immediately all of Chiefs just collapsed on them. You know, I believe it was Prady's had that shock rifle, immediately gets a kill, and then the rest of the team follows up on the other players. So, you know, what can you do as Divine Mind there? They've already got a read on your spawns, and how are you supposed to sort of take a quick sort of snappy answer to that? There's not really much you can do, Hoggy.
Yeah, and we saw a majority of the cameras go into the hands of the Chiefs as well, which doesn't bode well for the Divine Mind squad in the game. You see it in this replay right now. Prady's had it, and they had it for majority of the game every time it came up. So, and we didn't see too much sword play either, as you see it in this clip here, obviously with the sword, but we didn't see too many sword plays like we did in the first series the Chiefs had, where Madzi was just running around with the sword by himself, just taking on 2 people. So we didn't see it as much in game this game against the Divine Mind squad, but the Chiefs are able to take out game 1.
Yeah, I would say pretty convincingly as well, especially towards that latter half. You know, maybe they were a bit rough in the beginning. They were sort of trying to figure out, okay, where are these players going to spawn? What are Divine Mind prioritizing overall? But in that latter half, you know, I feel like I'm just repeating myself all over again. They just had the map on lock. They went back to that Hydro side that they know and love, and Divine Mind yet again, they just couldn't break it. They couldn't get a good enough setup as 4 of them pushing in. So yeah, there was really nothing that Divine Mind could do at that point.
Yeah, and going into Slayer Bazaar, this is a map where I would say if you're losing the overshield and you're losing the rockets pretty often, you can just get trapped in each base over and over. So like if you don't keep control of the middle of the map, you're in trouble. So Divine Minds are going to have to look to do that going into this game, because if you let the Chiefs do it for too much of the game, they will pull out ahead of you. And if you're not able to bring it back and do the same, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and like that's the thing. Like Chiefs are really dominant at sort of getting prioritizing equipment to get power weapons, especially on Bazaar. You know, we've seen it come out from Barcode time and time again. He doesn't prioritize rockets first. He's prioritizing that grappling hook so he can get to rockets or just get rockets to him. You know, he can play it both ways, and then it's just a matter of the rest of the team providing him support and then going for the overshield. And then once that's done, it's, you know, if you're in Divine Mind's position, what answer do you have to that? You just have to sit back, hope that the Chiefs make a mistake with those power weapons or that power up in tow, and then punish them for it. But you're not really going to be able to do that in a lot of these situations because the Chiefs are always on their A game with them, right?
Yeah, we've got Slayer on Bazaar, and we're straight on board with Berserk. He's gone straight for the Dynamos, throwing him down bottom middle. He gets himself a double. Madzi gets himself a kill as well. So going straight in, he tries to take on Madzi, but Madzi rockets him. So it's 3 down for the sides of Chiefs momentarily. And Berserk was playing very, very aggressive at the start. Barcode's trying to stop them from getting the overshield. Pips helps him out. He's got another player bottom middle, tries to thrust away, doesn't get it. Beeston is still alive. He's going to run in. He'll cop a nade, but he will get the overshield into his chest, and he does. He manages to get it. So this is a good start. They're up by 2 kills.
Yeah, good, you know, like good play overall. Madzi was able to just like use those rockets immediately though, which is absolutely insane. Beeston there with that huge just crouch strafe out BR. How can you even pay attention to that if you're another player on the field? Like, you know, what's your answer to that? Beeston, you know, this is the map where he's already 3-0, and I think we've seen him in the past. Beeston is really good at sort of these like two-sided, very even positions where he can sort of like take an area, control it, and then move on to the next, rather than more like of a frantic, chaotic sort of setup. He's good at just like anchoring areas, getting a couple of kills, and moving on to the next one. So I think that's something that we're going to see him do quite a lot in this game. Barcode already with the smack around. Jeez!
Barcode loves a bit of smacking bodies. I've seen him do it on his stream, and he loves doing it to Divine Minds, even if it's a slight bit of a tilter. He doesn't care. He's just doing it so that they know what's up. But even though we all know what's up, we already know that Barcode's the best. But you know, the side of Divine Minds, they're trapped over on the blue side of the map, and then the Chief side, they're kind of finding them as they're coming out. As Barcode gets himself a double and a killing spree, he'll find himself another. That's the triple. The overkill is in front of him to his left. He does get it. The kill tax to his right. Can he get it?
Can he do
the back smack or something? No, he doesn't come around. Berserk runs away, but that's an overkill for Barcode, and it's the usual stuff from Barcode.
Yeah, he'd be feeling that now, and now's the time where you're in Divine Mind, where you've seen that little yellow text come up on the board, and you're thinking, man, we really just gave him that, did we? And it looks like, just as I say that, they really just gave Madzi the OS, even though it seemed like Divine Mind was all over it, but that's not the case. You know, Madzi now popping that OS in. He's going to play super aggressive. I'm sure he's on comms right now, making sure to let everyone else know where the members of Divine Mind are, but he doesn't have to worry because he can just take a perfect like that, and there's no answer from Divine Mind. Slays just goes down like a ton of bricks.
Yeah, Dante pushes out straight into Pratty, so he'll take a free kill for himself. It is 6 kills, 7 kills the lead as Pratty's gets another kill. Pratty's has started this game out hot. But Madzi, he just goes straight in. He does not give two stuffs what is going on. But Beeston is playing a much better game, Blue. He's playing a much better game, but Slays is struggling.
Yeah, Beeston's really like holding it down at the moment, and he seems to be like the damage anchor. Berserk as well, you know, they're both 6 kills, 5 deaths, which you might be looking at the 5 deaths and like, okay, you know, but at the same time, look what they're up against. Look at the roster that they're up against right now, and to see Dante sort of come off challenge Barcode, get the rockets, and then get another kill with them. Beeston comes in for the cleanup. You know, these are the kind of kills that you need to put on the board to start making that kill disparity between both teams a little bit closer.
The side of the Chiefs are spawning up inside the blue base. Divine Vine knows what is up, and they know they are in there, but Beaston's going straight in. He'll find Madzi and back down because he does not want to go in without help from his teammates. There's one dead for either team. Beaston gets shots on Barcode for his teammate.
Barcode lives.
Barcode lives. He does live. He's going to go straight in, though. Berserk tries to find him, and he does. He gets the double kill, so he cleans up the kills for his team to keep it a 6-kill gap still. So Divine Mind doing their best to come back, but as long as they don't let it slip, once we get to that 30-kill mark, they can still come back and win.
4 seconds of that overshield just there, and unfortunately Berserk, watching over it as hard as he could just not manage to get in a good position where he wasn't taking damage. You know, Chiefs were all over him, making sure that he couldn't, and now we're going to have Barcode with the Dynamo nades, the Bulldog, and the OS just being able to charge full throttle. This is what he does best. You know, he has no fear right now. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He's got an extra set of shield keeping him alive, so he can just lay down as much damage as he needs to. And he just takes that perfect nade off the stairs there and just absolutely demolishes Slays. So this is what Barcode's used to. We see him, I believe all the major highlights from Barcode have come off of the back of playing on Bazaar. So this is just another one in the highlight reel. He's already 14-5, laying down damage, laying down the kills. You know, this is the player that everyone's so used to seeing, Hoggy.
Yeah, 3 of Chiefs go down momentarily, though. Praddy's the last man alive. He's also one shot. He'll get called out. Hopefully he can get his teammates to spawn next to him and help him out, but they are trapped in the side of red base. Praddy's is getting shot again. Good teamwork from Divine Minds. There's another player at the back, and that's Pips. Pips is trying to stay alive for his team and distract as long as possible as his teammates will push from the other side of the map. Berserks and his teammates going to work together to try to get Pips.
Pips is still one.
Yeah, Madzi's here as well. Madzi's trying to come in to help him. Berserk takes him down. Slays comes in as well. And 2 players from the side of Divine Mind go down.
The Milkman.
Chiefs are down as well. Milkman, he's
The
still
Milkman.
alive. The Milkman gets a kill. That's what I was talking about. All he does is just milk his life.
That entire time he was alive, and what does he pull out clutch with? The AR. He whips out that full auto, lights Divine Mind's whole block up. He does not care. He just came through full force, and he actually managed to get a kill before he died. That's massive. And that's exactly what you were talking about before. And then you have another player like Praties just deliver a triple kill from the heavens. Like, what do you do as Divine Mind in this situation? The Chiefs have you on lock. You need to respond quickly, otherwise this game is going to start to blow out very, very fast.
Yeah, perfect time to get himself a killing spree as well. He's going to grab the rockets in hand. They needed that triple kill as well. It was the perfect timing to get a triple kill. It allows them to get the overshield and the rockets. They have had all 4 overshields this game. Pradis is looking for some spawners, and he won't be able to find them because they're all over on the other side of the map as Madzi will go down. He's still got 1 rocket in hand, and he's going to keep that in his back pocket for the time being. Just put some shots across the map. So control of the map is in the favor of the Chiefs, and I said it, you know, if you control the middle of this map, you can win the game.
They have them just constantly trapped on this red side, and then when they're not trapped on red side base, they're trapped on blue side. There's not much they can do. You can see Berserk try to get a bit cheeky with the AR there, but it proved to no avail. Will we see Prades get this out BR right here after Slay's got the first shot, but he does go down, and Prades just manages to stay alive. You know, he's a bit of a milkman himself. He's doing the same job that Pips is. You know, 3 kills to make up this match right now, and it doesn't look like Divine Mind have much room to make this up themselves and get back in the game.
Yeah, Praddy's is saying Barcode, who I am the main slayer of this team. He's got 16 kills. Barcode's only 1 ahead of him. All we want here is Praddy's to get another kill and get himself in the lead. There's only 1 kill left. Pips is flying into Bar. He'll get shots across the map for his team, but his teammate goes down, so he's going to back down with the Bulldog. Let's see if he can use this Bulldog to his advantage. No, but his teammate gets a kill, and they will take down game number 2, 50-38. We're on board with the Milkman right at the end.
He got that head nod at the end there. He knew, you know. That was
He's like, yeah, I'm the Milkman.
Yeah, exactly. He could hear us. He could hear us through his comms. You know, not much to say about that game, Poggy, honestly. That was a super, super dominant performance from the side of the Chiefs. And again, like I pointed out before, I feel as though that every major highlight that we've seen come from Barcode has come on the Bazaar map, and it's just something that I feel like Chiefs, they have Bazaar tatted on their chest. They know exactly what to do on this map. This map is their map. It's their home. They know everything about their map and exactly how to play it.
Yeah, Pip's only with 4 kills, but when you're milking that much, it all that matters is how much milk you got. Don't know how many kills you got, right?
I'd love to run that back and see how long he was one shot for, and then stayed alive on top of that before getting that kill. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, but Berserk on the other side, he's getting kills left, right, and center. Barcode with an overkill. We saw that. It was. I wish he got the kill tag though, running around. I know Berserk was there. It felt like Berserk was probably just running from him. I know if I was Berserk, I'd just be running. I can't let him get the kill tag.
No way, not on stream. There's no way I'm letting that happen. Oh, good stuff coming out from Barcode though. You know, absolutely that consistent performance. You know, even if Pips only did manage to get 4 kills on the board, again, I want to pull back like that. Being able to stay alive that long in a pro play match. Manage to get a kill like just before you go down yourself is massive, and that's like the kind of teammate that you need in your back pocket, because we mentioned it before, but Pips is consistently doing that kind of thing. That's not the first time we've seen him pull the Milkman strat, and that's where this, you know, this name that we're pulling out so much is coming from, because he's just milking his life. He's making sure that the focus is on him, so the rest of the Chiefs can like pull in, take a certain angle, or just help him and collapse on, you know, the enemies that are in front of him for kills. So just incredible stuff.
Yeah, Barcode loves shooting the bodies, doesn't he? He wants to let him know what's up. But yeah, Pips, he just milks his life so often. And like I said, only 4 kills, but man, all you have, like one of his kills came from that situation,
yeah, exactly,
right?
Exactly.
You know, and it's just like, even if he just trades his life in those situations, it's just huge for his team. But Slays didn't do too well in that game either. Obviously, you could say he just picked off where he left off in the previous game in terms of how he was playing for the day, but this game he fell by the wayside a bit. It almost like he traded with Beaston.
Yeah,
after game number 1.
Yeah, you're like actually incredibly right. And thinking back to it now, you know, we were giving Slays commendations at the beginning of the game for how consistently he was performing throughout. And now we're watching Berserk and Beaston sort of like split the damage or the kills that he was doing and put them between the two of them, and now they're doing all the main slag, and Slays is sort of falling to the wayside. So don't know how that's being communicated back on the team, but as we get into this Aquarius match, you know, the Aquarius is the map that we saw Slays do the best in before, you know, him absolutely pop off in that first game. So it might be more of a map dependent thing for him. I guess we'll see coming into this this third map here, Hoggy.
Yeah, and there's a camo up top middle, and you can't let the Chiefs get the camo over and over like they did that overshield in the previous game. But we're going into game number 3. Can the side of Divine Minds reverse sweep the Chiefs and get themselves into the grand final again? What a storyline that would be if they reverse sweep to get to the final again. But two of the players of the Chiefs do go down right at the bat.
Yeah, you'd be hard-pressed to actually convince me that's going to happen, Hoggy, but I doubted you today on Team Immunity, so I shouldn't openly doubt you now because I feel like that's going to come back to bite me in the bum. So I'm not going to do that. But, you know, we already see Dante open the match with 3 kills back-to-back-to-back, so... And we see 2 members of Divine Mind already push blue util side. They do have their flag taken, but they can just pull the flag themselves, which puts them in a stalemate position. So it's going to be interesting what they can do here and see if Magi actually manages to make it out alive, and he does.
Yeah, he's still alive. He has Berserk next to him, though, and there it is. Berserk finally cleans him up. He was a little too slow, but his teammate goes down. So Freddy's going to turn around, try to take down Berserk, but no, Berserk is doing work in the enemy base. He's got 3 kills, and 3 of them have all been inside the base of Chiefs. He's got 2 players right next to him. Barcode's coming from P1, a perfect name from his teammate. Berserk's already on a killing spree. He's starting off the game hot. This is what they need. They need to get a cap early and get themselves into this game, and Berserk knows exactly that.
Berserk is 5-0 right now in like such the early minutes of the game on a flag match. He's able to make so much ground, get so many kills, and you know for a fact that he's giving as many calls to his teammates as possible as to the positions of the Chief in their base. You know, they're applying so much pressure right now, but it's going to come down to if they can actually turn this into flag momentum, if they can pull that flag and make it past the halfway point of the map and stop the Chiefs from being able to deny them a cap. You know, they should be looking at now possibly making a flag cap, but I think with Berserk going down, they're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, Berserk managed to get himself 5-6 kills off the bat without going before he went down, and he didn't really get too much control of the Chiefs space, did he? He kind of went in there, cleaned up a few kills, and then he pushed out on P side, got another kill, and then he was stuck P side. He couldn't get himself back into the base. Camo's about to come up. Beaston is just sitting on the side of the Chiefs. He is behind enemy lines. The flag is being run. Barcode takes down 1, and Madsy grabs himself the camo. He's coming back for Beaston.
Madsy with camo right now. He's pushing in with his teammate. They're going to be able to take up Beaston, but not before Beaston manages to get himself a kill. So they are running this flag, and it looks like this is going to be a pretty convincing cap from the side of them. But we do see 3 members of the Chiefs go down, and Madzi does manage to make that cap just in the clutch, but now we're probably going to see a bit of that counter cap nature come out from Divine Mind if they can make some good ground here.
Camo still in the hands of Madzi. It's probably about to run out. He will take down one. Pradis will get another. He's got to fight with Berserk. Berserk is back in the enemy base, but Pradis takes him down. And there's the teabag and the shooting of the bodies. Oh no, they're trying to tilt him as much as they can. All 3 players of Divine Mind are in utility, and they're going to have to try push out.
Yeah, Pradis is probably going to be able to make it out of here. He doesn't, but he does trade a good amount of damage, you know, making that player from Divine Mind. Couldn't quite see who it was one shot before he manages to get out, and I'm pretty sure they went down immediately after, so it was really good for Pradis to stay alive as long as he did and get the melee in. But we're not seeing too many pushes come in from either team. Yeah, almost. We're not seeing too many pushes come in from either team. You know, the Chiefs do have one on the board, but Divine Mind are getting some good kills here and there, but they're not turning those kills into map pressure. They're not making the footing or the ground that they need to on Aquarius in order to actually, you know, get good map positioning or good flag positioning. They're just not hogging.
Yeah, Berserk and Dante have started out hot this map, but it isn't working out too well for them. Pips goes in. He'll take down another, so it was 3 down for Divine Mind. Dante is the last man alive. He's getting challenged straight away by 2 players of the side of Chiefs, and Chiefs now have utility control. Pradis will stay alive, get his teammate to help him. Then they'll try push in for this flag as the players from Divine Mind are spawning over at their fridge side. So Chiefs had control of utility, and this is their best chance to get a potentially second cap, Bluey.
Camo did just come up. Not sure who managed to get that. It looks like Berserk maybe in possession of the camo. Oh no, it's Pips. Pips just grabs it. And if he manages, no, he doesn't. Doesn't milkman it enough, but it does mean he burns camo. So he still makes a lot of use out of his life there because he's just denied Divine Mind the ability to use the camo and get any map pressure. But as we see here, Barcode just making that sprint run with the flag, handing it off to one of his teammates just to make sure that they have enough ground and they can get some slays on the board, and making Berserk one shot enough that he can't peek. So we do see Barcode might be here with the flag stop, and he does. He could get this return. That's a good kill. Does manage to stop Berserk before he goes down, and that's a double for Barcode, but will Slays be able to run this flag a little bit more and keep it alive for as long as possible? We might see a cap come from Divine Mind right now.
Yeah, massive pull though from Slays. He managed to get 2 kills and get a touch on the flag. Beeston will go down there and get another. Dante will take down Pradis. Madzi's up on top car. Pip's trying to be real sneaky with his flag. He's going all the way to car 2. His teammates are all dead, and he's just holding the flag. So he's just trying to be real sneaky the best he can to see if his teammates can help him out. Pradis will go down straight away off respawn. Beeston's going straight in, and they think the flag's at the back, but it's not. Pips is running all the way away.
Oh,
there he is. He's put it out front middle.
You saw the ping come out, and that's just wasted time because 2 players' attentions were drawn to that back position. That was a bad call, and that's not the kind of comms you want to see, but Berserk is just delivering back with a good double kill. Will he get the triple here? He doesn't. He falls to Pradis, and Pradis delivered a little extra shot at the end there just to let him know who's in control of the situation. Pips does manage to touch the flag, so it is still alive, and all it's going to take is for Chiefs to make a good run here. I don't think Slays will be able to stop this.
The flag's reset as well, so they're going to cap here. I'm not sure how it got reset, but someone from the side of Chiefs has run in and got a reset, and now they're up 2-0. Pips basically carrying that cap by running it into his own utility, faking out the side of Divine Mind, so they managed to cap off it.
Yeah, smart plays from Pips there. Definitely the kind of objective play that you want to see at this level. Really good for him to be doing. Madzi just cleaning up the 2 kills for Barcode, and Barcode just being the absolute support player there with those dynamo nades, but does manage to pick up a quick kill on Berserk just as he spawns in that util side, I believe it was. No, sorry, in that fridge side. So immediately any sort of pressure that Divine Mind could have had is gone, and just like that, the Chiefs cap another flag in about, I don't know, a minute and a half since they capped their last one, and you're going to be hard-pressed to tell me that Divine Mind can come back from this one, Holgi.
Yeah, Divine Mind, they lost control of their own utility, and because of that, they managed to get 2 caps on themselves, even though they somehow stopped the first one for as long as they could. Pradis is just playing his life. Dante's in his base, and his teammate Madzi will come in to clean him up. 2 down for Divine Minds. Beeston, he's got to stay alive on car, but he won't be able to. Pips will come in for the kill. So Pips is doing work. Ever since he sort of grabbed that flag, he's sort of picked up his game.
Yeah, it took that bit of momentum that Pips could capture there, and now I feel like he just has more of a read on the map and more of a read on where the rest of the players of Divine Mind are, which is really good for him. And it seems like any time Divine Mind actually make any good footing, Chiefs just immediately have an answer and shut down any pull that they have on the map. But that being said, Slays picks up a really convincing kill on top card there, taking on Madzy, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. There's just too much crossfire coming in from the Chiefs.
Yeah, he dodges a nade as well. He's one shot and he does manage to stay alive.
Wow.
His teammates are going to push through P. He'll get shots on Praddy's. Barcodes takes down Berserk, and this is his teammate that he would have needed to help out, but he was not able to. Slays is getting shot from the other side of the map by Madzy. He got a perfect kill with the Commando. So he has he has the perfect shots with the Commando, that is Madzy, but he gets backsmacked by a player from Divine Minds. Beeston's going to push out straight into Barcode. Barcode is at car 2. His teammate has called him out. He's right next to him, but Barcode pushes up at the perfect time. He gets the 2-shot beat down. There's another player around Barcode. He drops down and gets the double. He's going to push in. His teammate gets another. He's got one just to his left. The Dynamo Nade will make him weak, and he's going to pull the flag. He kills him with the Dynamo Nade, and he manages to get it to car 2, and he's going to keep running it. The side of Divine Minds are spawning on P, and Chiefs have control of the map.
Will we see a handoff here with the flag, or is Barco just going to run the whole thing? It looks like he might just run the whole thing if he doesn't fumble it like he just did. But they do.
There.
Yep, the call has been made. You can clearly see from that nade going out, but it's going to be hard for them to actually make a return to the flag because Berserk can just hold that with the heat wave and makes the read on Pradys with the camo. They return that flag, coming in clutch right at the end there, Berserk.
Yeah, Berserk playing real sneaky. A player of the Chiefs has run straight right past him. It's Madzy. He's going to come back and find him. His teammate Beeston is running it across the map. He's got it all the way to utility. This should be a cap for the side of Divine Minds. 2 players of the Chiefs run straight in, and they want to stop the players in their base. Barco will jump back in, and he does it again. He's taken down players in his base. So you saw the Chiefs. They gave up on the cap. They ran straight back into their base to get control, but the score is now 3-1. Divine Minds get themselves at the board.
There's only 2 minutes, about 2 minutes 40 left for Divine Mind to be able to make 2 caps, and considering how hard it was for them to just get that one, man-oh-man, Hoggy, I don't think they're really going to be able to capitalize off of this one cap because you need that momentum to kick in as soon as you make that first cap. You need to make sure that you already have another player from your team staged in the other team's base to make sure that you can get a hold of that new flag and start making that run, but they just didn't have that available to them.
Yeah, that Dynamo Nade from Pips was not ideal. It landed straight in the utility, made him and Barcode weak, and then they both ended up going down. But Beeston is going to push through car with his teammate, and they'll take down Madzy. Praddy's is in the opposite utility, and Beeston does not want to push in too much. He doesn't have too much help. He'll need to back down. He stays 1 shot. He should not be dying here. That's not ideal. He needs to be waiting for his teammates, but his teammates are on the other side of the map, so cohesion is not really in place here for Divine Minds, but they've still got to get 2 caps, Willie.
Yeah, not at all. You know, Divine Minds are having a hard time sort of answering to this defense, this aggressive defense that Chiefs have, because it doesn't really seem like Chiefs are going in to grab a flag right now. They just want to get kills up on the board. They want to make sure that Divine Minds players are always on the respawn screen. And as I say that, we do have Pradys coming out here with a flagpole. They're probably going to be able to put another one up on the board for them, which is huge, because if they actually manage to take this game to a convincing 5-1, man oh man, that's going to put Divine Mind down in the dumps. You know, there's not much, there's no way you can come back from that, you know, leading up into their next few games.
Yeah, there's only 2 players left on the side of Divine Minds, and they'll challenge Praddy's. He will take down Praddy's. Barco's the last man left, and he jumps straight in. He'll be able to get a touch on the flag, but no, there's another player there, and he won't be able to win it. It will get the reset. Barco not able to win the 1v1 as he usually does, and the reset comes through for Divine Minds. There's only 1 minute left. They're going to have to get a grab very, very soon.
Always 2 players on the side of the Chiefs challenging 1 player, you know. Divine Minds, Berserk made a really good push there, taking out Pips and going in, but as soon as that was done, you had 2 players from the Chiefs just challenging him instantaneously. But Divine Minds are actually, looks like they could be able to make a convincing pull here, but Dante just pulls it and immediately runs back because he knows the spawns on the side of the Chiefs are already coming out. They've only got 30 seconds left, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to capitalize on any of the time or any of the footing that they've made. You know, this is crucial time right now, and they are just falling at the wayside, Hoggy.
Yeah, Slays is back inside the base of the Chiefs, though, and he will start moving the flag through utility, but if they don't get it there within the next 10 seconds, it will be over, and it looks like Chiefs will probably take this down. The flag is still not moving. Madzy's just trying to take on Slays. His teammate comes through, and the Chiefs are going to win game number 3 and put themselves into the grand final as they usually do. But can Divine Minds come back? They did it last week. Maybe they can come through the losers bracket, but the Chiefs will move themselves into the grand final. And that's how it goes, Bluey. They're here to play. They're back this week.
That's how it goes. Almost as if it's scripted, right? No, I'm kidding. You know, the Chiefs always come in hard and fast. Like, they know exactly what they're doing. And I think, especially after that Bizarre game that we witnessed, man, they were in full power mode. And there was no way that Divine Mind were going to be able to come back on a CTF Aquarius game and sort of take that convincingly. Like, just back to back in succession. Chiefs were just making those flag caps, and not at any point did I think Divine Mind was capitalizing on their time or any footing, especially in that early game. After them racking up as many kills as they did, they didn't make any flag pulls. So after that, where do you go?
Exactly. It's just absolutely gnarly, the kind of numbers that we're seeing the Chiefs pull here on these CTF maps. I think, you know, everybody at home can certainly see that this is their strongest map type, and being able to go onto Aquarius, a map that they are very, very comfortable on, you can see that the amount of dominance they're able to pump out. Players like Bark, I mean, he dropped a 30 bomb on Aquarius. And like, this guy is absolutely dirty with how good he is. 7.6k damage as well. Like, I don't know what players are supposed to do when you've got Barcode in the server. I guess you're pretty happy if you're the Chiefs because he's on your team, but at this point, like, Hoggy, like, you're just looking across the, you know, across the server over at the Chiefs. They've got 4 insane players, and then when Barcode can chuck numbers like that, then the rest of them can do whatever they want with the objective.
Yeah, it's just absolutely nuts. He just continues to impress every week. It feels like he's getting better every week. You know, it's hard to say that you can get better every week when you're that good, right? You know, there's got to be some sort of peak. But he just continually impresses, and he's just so good. I don't.
It's just,
what does he drink, man? I don't know. What does he eat?
It's just disgusting.
Can you tell me?
Like, the fact that, like, I need this guy's sends. I need to see how far he is away from his monitor. I need his gaming chair. I need his headband. I need anything that Barcode is using. Right. I just need something, you know? Like, if I can put the numbers that these guys, like, even half the numbers that Barcode can in a competitive game here, I'm sure that I'll be Onyx within the next couple of days. But, like, the way it's been going so far, it's just been ridiculous that the Chiefs have been able to be so dominant, and it just seems like ever since they came back from Raleigh, Bluey, especially now that we've seen Madzi come back into this, it is all just pure dominance coming in from the Chiefs, and it's really on some of these other teams to try and see if they can knock off the Chiefs, but it seems like it's just not going to come all too soon, and maybe a couple of months down the track we can see it happen, but right now, the Chiefs are well and truly #1 in ANZ.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned their Raleigh experience, and then coming back from that, like, that's not something that you can buy or sort of make up for just with scrimming in ANZ. The amount of knowledge that they were able to gain just from going to Raleigh and playing from all these top-tier international teams, like, that's priceless. And they're going to be able to hold that going forward into whatever game they play against Australians. They are so many steps up against, like, so many of the other teams that we have down here. Like, it's literally unfair. Like, it's not fair what you're dealing with when you go up against the Chiefs.
It's pretty disgusting, the fact that they've been able to make such a legacy in such a short time here in Halo Infinite, and the fact that they've been completely untouched in HCS as well. It's going to be an interesting tale for us to see if they ever do drop a tournament. And lads, we've got our winners interview here nice and lined up, nice and early here. So let's bring in Madzi to have a chat to him about another dominant victory coming in from the Chiefs. Madzi, mate, I mean, I don't even know what we can say when we're looking at the numbers and the things you guys are doing to everybody in ANZ. I want to touch on CTF for you guys. It seems like, obviously, you've been able to demolish everybody in ANZ. Last time we talked to Pips about it, he said that when you guys went to Raleigh, that you figured out that you were playing it completely wrong, even though you guys are getting the 5-0. Do you feel like that you've been able to make that transition now and be even more dominant on CTF in ANZ? Oh, he's muted.
Is he muted on his end?
Hello? Can we hear him? No, we can't,
No, we
unfortunately.
can't. We can read your lips, though.
Yeah. Do some sign language. What do you got? Good, bad, double pocket. I don't know. All right, Madzi, we're going to take you off for a little bit here. We'll figure it out, and we'll be able to answer these questions in a little bit. All right, so we're just going to give a little bit here so we can figure out this audio issue with Madzi, and I think it's just insane that, you know, the things that these Chiefs guys have been able to do. And I'm sure you're sitting here with a grin on your face if you're the Chiefs right now, right, Blue? The fact that these guys came in as neutral bullet at the start of Halo Infinite and they just haven't slowed down. Like, these guys are really just a train that is going through the entirety of ANZ. And it's really just kind of a question of, if not when, who's going to be able to take down the Chiefs here?
I definitely think there will be a point where, you know, the Titan falls. It's David v Goliath. I'm pretty sure, like, very, very early on in the first tournaments we had in Infinite here in Australia, when we saw how dominant Chiefs were, we were making those analogies very early on. And at some point, there's going to be a David team who comes along and manages to take them down. It's not an if, it's a when. And I think, you know, with how Divine Mind's performance was last week, taking that set from them, we did see some cracks start to form in their armor. But that being said, even when that happened, the Chiefs just came back tenfold and smacked them around like it was nothing. So, yeah, it's very tough. I do feel as though we're going to see it, but it's just going to take some time.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous what these guys have been able to do in Halo so far. But, lads, Madsy's all fixed up, so let's bring him back in. Let's have a yarn to him and see if he can answer our questions this time around. Madsy, let's have a quick little check. You good? Yeah, you're back. Okay, wonderful.
Can you hear me?
So,
beautiful.
Yeah, you're all good. So, circling back to my previous question about CTF, do you feel like you guys have really started to level up your CTF game mode right now in ANZ?
I don't think it's a set game mode. I think it's set all across the game types, but especially on Aquarius CTF, what we learned in America and we've brought it back to ANZ has helped a lot. Just like controlling their util and especially the heatwave, just those important little things that matter the most.
Yep, Madsy the Shark, he's back in the saddle. Good to see you back, man. I think a few of us missed you last week. I know for sure Barcode did in that post-game interview he gave us. Yeah, good stuff, man. You're performing well. You still got a bit to go though. How does it feel to be back though, man? Like, how does it feel playing with the boys up on main stage? Did you feel as though you had any kinks to iron out when you were coming back, or was it just all natural?
Well, yeah, it's great to be back for starters. Yeah, that little hiatus was a little bit unplanned, but well, I'm back. I'm good to go. And it's really good playing with the boys again. Like, I've really missed it. Just watching that last comp last week really made me realize how much I enjoy playing. And yeah, I love it. So much fun. So good to be back.
Yeah, no, it's good to see you guys finally playing with, let's be honest, a core 4. Because it feels like every other tournament you guys are playing with a different player, a different that.
Yeah,
the fact that you guys are finally playing with the core 4, yeah, it must help a lot. Especially when you were watching last week, I saw you typing in Barcode's chat like, "You need to calm down, boys. You need to do this, you need to do that." You know, like telling them what to do. Yeah. It was good to see that. So like coming back in, it must feel like so good just to be back in the team, rather than sort of, you know, being a coach. I guess being back there at the same time, being able to sort of get into the comms in the moment.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's really good to be back. I miss my boys. I love it.
I think the biggest thing for us, it just seems like the camaraderie between all you lads as well. And I think that's the kind of heartwarming thing for us. Obviously, as the lad said when we talked to Barcode last week after that insane 6-0, all he was talking about was having the Shark back in the team. So it's good to see that you guys have been able to get everything back together. My question for you, Madsy, before we do let you go. Obviously, you guys right now have won every single tournament in ANZ. What's practice like for you guys? Like, how do you guys try and improve going from tournament to tournament, considering that you've been able to do such dirty things to whole teams in ANZ right now? Like, what is kind of the practice for the Chiefs to try and improve each week?
Well, as of late, obviously there hasn't been much prac, but after this comp, yeah, we're just going to get back to what we're doing. Scrimming heaps, just going over stuff, constantly talking about the game, and just constantly trying to improve together. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty scary prospect for everybody hanging around here if the Chiefs start to continue to improve what they've been doing right now. So, Madsy, it's wonderful to hear your insight once again, mate. And you guys get to have a little bit of a rest here in the grand final, so good luck for the grand finals as well.
Cheers, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Madsy.
Good luck, bro.
We're able to get the insights there from Madsy, and you know, obviously we've had a lot of interviews with a lot of the Chiefs players so far, and being able to have Madsy come back into a blue, I think it's like a very heartwarming for me when you see a team who is not only dominating absolutely everybody, but a fact that they're just so happy to play with each other. I think that's the biggest thing for us, is these guys seem to really enjoy playing with each other, and that really shows in the server the fact that they're able to help each other out and just make sure that, you know, they can get the dub and they can just make sure that everybody shines as well.
I mean, yeah, 100%, Luke. I agree. Full, like, you know, it's a different thing when you're a team and you're sort of like playing together or coming together every single day, and you guys know that as a 4 you're solid, whatever. But when you're legitimately like 4 friends playing and you know how, like how you play, what your personality is like, how you can feed off of each other in that way, it just makes you so much stronger as a team. And I think that's where the Chiefs are like excelling a little bit more than a lot of the other teams, because the Chiefs haven't really had that many roster flips, that many like roster changes. They've still been able to fundamentally keep like who they are, even outside of the game, as Hoggy pointed out. Madsy may have not been playing, but he was still in Barcode's chat, giving him the calls, giving him the info, and it shows that they're truly there for each other, like as a core 4. So that's what strengthens them. That's what makes them as strong as they are. And yeah, like you can see it through the gameplay, through and through. They love to play, and you can see that.
Yeah, it's crazy. It really just is the kind of story of the Chiefs that they've decided to develop here in ANZ, and it's crazy that they have such a legacy such early on here in Halo Infinite. But lads, it is time for us to have a little bit of an extra serving of immunity here. It's time for us to go to a break. Now we've got our elimination finalists. Divine Mind this time around is going to be going up against the old dogs of immunity. So join us some more HCS.
My gamer tag is Barcode and I am playing for the Chiefs. Ever since I've been a kid, my brother and my dad, grabbed the first Xbox, started playing co-op Halo 1, all of that sort of stuff. And, I was always sitting there watching them as like a little baby. And as I kept growing older, Halo became the one game I just started playing every day. I like to think that people think, like when they think of Barcode, they think of a straight shooter, cracked shot. Being an ANZ team, it's good having the support from such a small, tight-knit community. Everyone knows each other. Everyone's always got each other's back, especially at international events. We're all rooting for each other to do the best as we possibly can. It also does have its hardships though, so coming from Australia, our practice isn't as top tier as everyone else's in every other region. But we come from Australia and we do our hardest to play as best as we can.
Welcome back, everyone. Here, HCS Pro Series number 2 is getting towards its inevitable conclusion here in ANZ. We've only got a few series to get through before we start to crown another champion for the Pro Series of number 2. Blue and Hoggy are back by my side, lads. We've seen the Chiefs return to form once again here, being able to get themselves a full clean sweep all the way throughout today, not dropping a single map when they get into that grand final, and now they're seeing if they can have a full squeaky clean record in Pro Series number 2. But Bluey, we're sending our attentions here on the elimination final. Divine Mind going up against Immunity. The big story coming out of this is the fact that there was a 2-1 going the way of Immunity there over the Direwolves. You know, I would have probably imagined that the Immunity guys would have been pretty disappointed with themselves if they didn't get the win there over the Direwolves and have a date here with either the Divine Mind or the Chiefs. So Bluey going into this elimination finals as a full best of 5 for Immunity to try and get a little bit more Halo Infinite experience under the belts.
Yeah, actually kind of surprised to see Immunity come out on top of the Direwolves, because we've watched the Direwolves plenty of times here on the on the main stage, and Direwolves are so strong as a team, and they're actually one of those teams who have pretty much been a core 4 for the entirety of the run within Infinite that we've had here. So you would expect just having all that experience underneath their belts as a 4-core roster, and then moving forward, that I personally felt that they would be able to take Immunity down no problem. But again, Hoggy, I'm sorry, mate. I doubted before. I'm taking it back. I'm so sorry. Immunity's really pulling up and out here, and they're doing a fantastic job at giving a team like Direwolves the answer.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty big thing for the boys of Immunity, right? Coming into this series, they really have nothing to lose. You know, going up against Divine Mind, there's a team that has been surely in everyone's minds when you're looking at the top 2 of ANZ right now, and Immunity coming into their first tournament, going up against a team like Divine Mind. They're sure they're going to be happy with this, but Hoggy, you know, obviously Divine Mind has been a team that now coming through Pro Series seems like this is going to be a pretty consistent 4 for them. Obviously, last time we talked to B-Diz, they were saying that maybe Dante might be the one that might be rotating out of this, but the same 3 core is probably going to stick together for Divine Mind, so they can only improve from here.
Yeah, well, they had a tough series then against the Chiefs, and they have to bounce back straight away, right? They're going straight into Immunity, who are obviously very strong. They've gone from open bracket all the way up into potentially third place if they get taken down by Divine Minds. So it's a tough game for them to come in against Immunity, and Slays is the player we want to highlight. You know, at the start of the day, he started really strong, and then in this series against Chiefs, didn't really pull through too much, so he really needs to step up going into this game against Team Immunity, because they want to stay number 2. But you know that Immunity wants it just as much. So the fact that Slays is struggling a little bit right now, he needs to regain his composure, come into this series, and help his team get the W.
Yeah, he has been putting up some big numbers so far in Pro Series number 2, and even in Pro Series number 1, he was putting up some pretty decent numbers as well. So really are looking forward to seeing if Slays can take a stranglehold of this series so far. But Immunity, Bluey, this is a team that has such a storied history, and now coming into Pro Series number 2, they've really kind of blown a lot of us away, and I'm excited to see if they can make the run all the way towards the grand finals.
Yeah, you know, Immunity, again, I doubted them before coming into early today. To my eyes, they weren't really putting up a convincing enough performance for me to say, okay, this is definitely one of the top teams we have in the region. But as this night's gone on, we've seen them play, and you know, they took it from out underneath Direwolves, and it's clear that they know what they're doing. They know how to play Infinite. Obviously, they're such an experienced roster, and one in those experienced roster is definitely Voltage. You know, we've seen him here in the ANZ region. If you've been someone who's paid attention to ANZ Halo, he's always been here. His name has always been out there. He is such a seasoned player, such a seasoned veteran, and such a consistent player as well. You know, we have seen a little bit of that trouble coming into Infinite from here, but again, as this night's gone on, he's gotten more and more warmed up on the thumbs. So hopefully he can take that momentum moving forward, and we can see them face off against the Chiefs again and sort of redeem themselves for the performance that they had earlier on in the night.
Yeah, it's going to be a crazy storyline for us to say that, you know, Immunity, they dropped out into our elimination bracket to get a little bit more experience under their belts, and now they've played a whole boatload of different maps and a whole boatload of different game modes as well. And Hoggy, it really feels like these guys are starting to warm up into their own skin, but this is going to be another big test for them. Obviously, the test was earlier today up against the Chiefs to see how they stacked up, albeit they fell by the wayside as that series did go on, but now this is a full best of 5. So Hoggy, they really have a lot of opportunities to try and take it here to Divine Mind, who did just cop a kind of smacking once again coming in from the Chiefs, but Divine Mind, there's still no slouches in and of themselves.
Yeah, it's a good time for Team Immunity to take on Divine Minds. They're going to be down a little bit. They have to rebuild a bit, and Immunity's kind of coming in, I would say, hot, if we're being honest. I know they won 2-1, and you know they didn't win 2-0, and they're not playing super good. But if we're talking in the context of a team that hasn't played too much together, and they're coming in here straight into third place, I would say that's a pretty hot run for a team that doesn't have a lot of practice.
I know it's pretty ridiculous the fact that these guys have been able to come into their first tournament and make it all the way to third spot minimum right now. But let's have a look at the maps of this best of 5, lads, and see where we're going to be heading for Divine Mind taking on Immunity. Starting out here with the Oddball Recharge, Bluey, and I'm excited for us to see what these guys have really been able to do. You know, obviously, last time we talked to Hef, he was saying that Oddball seems to be like one of those kind of maps they've been able to do. He was saying that Live Fire is also a good map for them as well. Seems like that's one of the ones. And also Streets, the third map as well. So if you're an Immunity fan right now, you're probably looking at these opening couple of maps and being like, this is pretty good for us going into a best of 5.
I would be interested to see, however, if Divine Mind, you know, being on the receiving end of the sort of Chiefs and the way that they play the recharge map in particular, if they decide to take a page out of their book and adapt it to their own. That would be really interesting, and I think that would also put them in a really good position to take over Divine Mind, because it's something that them as a team have plenty of experience in. If they can adapt that to themselves, then that's fantastic for the team, and that shows such a good ability to adapt to a map in a short amount of time and really take it to Immunity.
Yeah, the old boys of Team Immunity, they're going to be taking on Divine Mind, who is the second best team in this region, but Immunity's coming for that spot. We're on board with Beeston straight off the bat. He's gone straight into tower with the Mangler. He's going to find one player straight at the batteries right in front of him. He will take him down. Voltage will take down Beeston. 2 players down for Immunity. Dante is one shot, trying to stay alive as best as can. 3 of the players go down on Immunity. Taj is the last man alive. Good start for Divine Mind.
Yeah, Voltage actually managed to take down Berserk just before he got taken down himself then. So all around, they managed to keep the slays pretty equal. It doesn't seem like either team got to make a whole bunch of ground, but we're now going to see here that that Ogre 1 unfortunately just gets taken down like near immediately during that C push, which is super unfortunate because they had a really fruitful position there in being able to push Divine Mind back a little bit. But, you know, I feel as though with just how evenly these teams seem to be matched, we're going to see a lot of back and forth going in between these games, and it's really going to make or break those last little pieces of, like, you know, seconds that each team can get with the ball that's really going to make this series.
Yeah, the Divine Mind squad take down 2 of Immunity. Benno's got another player in front of him. Good kill for him. Beeston will take him down. Hef's the last man alive, though, and his team is coming off the respawn on the other side of the map. So Divine Minds have control of the map. We're a minute into the game. We've already lost a minute. It's a killing spree for Beeston, and the ball is finally ticking over in the hands of Divine Mind, Louis.
Yeah, interesting that Divine Mind is actually just deciding to hold long with the ball rather than jump up to gold. Maybe they just feel too much pressure coming out from Immunity here, as Community have like Whirlpool bottom tower control, especially now after Taj gets that kill. But, you know, there's not really many rotations that Divine Mind can do here unless they decide to take a page out of Chief's book and just take this ball to this bottom hydro section, which I don't think they're going to be able to do. Immunity actually just seems to be providing a little bit too much pressure.
Yeah, the ball was thrown down to the bottom hallway. Hef will take down the player of Divine Minds. We're on board with Dante trying to come across the map to help his team out. Slays, I'm not sure where he is. There he is. He's at Hydro with Dante right next to him. So if they can work together, Benno's here as well. Benno will be one shot. They did work together perfectly. Dante takes down 1. He's pushing in for the double, and he will get it. Can he find the triple? There it is right in front of him. He doesn't get it. His teammate steals it. Beeston takes down a player, and Dante will grab the ball. So Dante and Slays working together. Perfect teamwork from them. They've worked perfectly on this Hydro side, Blue, and they've managed to get the ball in their hands.
And now here is the Hydro hold, and this is going to be incredibly hard for Immunity to make a good break on and actually get control of the ball, because at any point when Divine Mind feels danger, they can just play that ball, and then they get like a full reset. It doesn't matter if they die at that point, because they've wasted enough time just in playing that ball that they can set up for something completely else, and then it just turns into another game of who can outslay who. And I think in this particular situation, it's not too far-fetched for me to say that I think Divine Mind would win in that situation if it falls back onto a pure Slayer kind of game. Ogre 1 not doing too hot right now. He's currently 0-8.
Yeah, Ogre 1 was showing up earlier in the day, but he hasn't started yet. Maybe it's his bedtime. Maybe it's time for his bedtime. He is a little bit older now, so maybe it's a bit past his bedtime, but not a great start for Ogre 1. The ball did get played, and it's only 3 seconds on the board for Immunity. So Divine Mind off to a strong lead. There is 2.5 minutes left in the game, so the ball hasn't been held for too much of this game yet. 2 of the players of Immunity go down. Beeston is going to go in. Ogre One's trying to watch over it, but he doesn't want to peek too hard as his teammates were down. He does have a player behind him. He will try to go in and challenge him. Can he get his first kill? He's going to grab the Mangler. This is how you do it. You grab yourself the Mangler, you shoot him twice, you shoot him in the head, you take down the kill. He's going to find 2 of them, no, and he doesn't manage to get any.
Finds 2, Hoggy. I think you mean finds 3. They turned on him like it was nothing. Oh man, Ogre One currently 0-9, and this is not the performance you want to see. You know, it's very hard because at the moment there's just no map control. They haven't really gotten many power weapon controls. You know, we might see Ogre One here grab the camo, and he does. He needs to pop that instantly, but it looks like it might even be a burn, especially Berserk's got his number dialed, and he takes him out instantly for the double, and there was no play, there was no momentum that Immunity could actually make with that power up. So really unfortunate for them, and that's the round already done. Immunity seems to just be not putting up much of a fight at all. Ogre One finishes that round 0-10, Hoggy. 0-10.
Yeah, very rough round for him, but Divine Minds, they take a comfortable lead in the first round of Oddball on recharge. The side of Slays, he's pushing straight in. He'll find 2 players. He gets challenged right off the bat. 2 of them are down. As Berserk's pushing down to double stacks, he'll find a kill. He finds another one right in front of him. He won't be able to get him. He does. He gets the double. His teammate gets clean. He gets cleaned up though, and the side of Divine Minds are coming off respawn to try to get this camo. Taj will get taken down. The players of Divine Mind will grab that for themselves.
Camo did not burn in the hands of Taj, which is super unfortunate. It appears like Slays has the camo right now, and he's just pushing up elevator side right on Voltage and Hef, which is super unfortunate. Currently, Divine Mind have the ability to just make a bit of a setup here and milk a bit of ball time with the Oddball if they do so please, but it looks like they're just playing the Slay game right now. You know, 14 points isn't enough to justify and say that, okay, the score's bloated out too much, so they're going to play it a little slow. They're going to just fall back into the Slay game, which I feel as though something Divine Mind have most of. Slays can get the triple. Right now, he does, and he's looking for that over. Can he manage to take Hef on right now? He doesn't though, but he makes a really good escape with that 360, getting a little bit flashy for us and making really good use of that grapple hook to just traverse around the map like he's Spider-Man.
Oh man, how is he alive? This is perfect for his team, man. They've got the ball in pipes, and Immunity's still struggling to get in here to try and get it back. Slays has got a few rocky shots. His teammate's going to come through and back down Taj for him. Ogre One's going to come in. That's the killing spree now for Slays. So Slays is putting on a clinic in the first game of this series. After we said that he struggled in the previous series, he's stepping up in this one.
Yeah, he heard your calls, Hoggy. He said, enough's enough. I'm turning it on. I'm going to be on main stage. I know it. And he's definitely putting on a show, you know, with that little dance he was doing with the grapple hook there. That's exactly the kind of, you know, he was taking a page out of Pip's book and just being the milkman, staying alive for as long as he was and just devoting all of Immunity's attention to him, because they even sent a member into pipes to try and finish him off, and they couldn't even get it done. Dante just running around this map like a madman with the sword completely uncontested, and now he's even going to be able to get a hold of the camo. So he has one of the most deadly combinations on this map. Gets a triple kill on Ogre One, but he doesn't quite get the overkill, man. Just good performance from him overall. Stayed alive for so long. Really, really good stuff.
Yeah, Dante was just being a nuisance. He burnt the camo in the end as well, so he was just being a nuisance on the side of Hydro, and he was just behind the side of Immunity. Immunity couldn't really do anything, but unfortunately for Divine Mind, they played the ball, so they hadn't been getting too much time going while he was being a nuisance, but he has thrown it up to Bat Ledge, and his teammate will grab it, trying to milk his life as best he can, do his best Pips impression. 2 of his teammates are pushing through C, and they'll come straight for Hef. Hef will go down. It's a double kill for Berserk, and the ball is in the hands of Beeson, and he's getting challenged by Benno.
The sort of the map dance that Immunity's doing right now is just not working in their favor whatsoever. Like, at no point have they actually managed to truly hold a position on the map, whether it be with the ball or not. They're just running around frantically, you know, trying to get secure as many kills as they can, but it's never really working out for them. They're never in a good position where they can say, okay, this is where we want to set up, or potentially look at setting up. They just have no space to work with, because Divine Mind is just applying so much pressure directly to the neck of Immunity that there's nothing they can do. And speaking of necks, Berserk just sliced up Benno, so...
Yeah, he's got the sword in hand. Taj is around the corner. They'll drop down for him. He gets a couple of shots on him. Taj will have to back down, call out for his teammates, but no one's there to help him. He does manage to stay alive, and he's going to whip around. Beeston will clean up his kill. Ogre One gets another. Berserk's trying to go bottom middle. Camo is up in 18 seconds. He's just being a nuisance, exactly like Dante was before. They're about to almost ticked over to 70 seconds. The ball was played again to bottom middle. So Divine Mind, they just keep throwing the ball out. Whenever they feel in trouble, they just play the ball and make sure they get it out and just slay it back.
Again, we're getting to that slower point of the map where it seems to be more focused on slays more than anything else. You know, Immunity is probably panicking a little bit right now because the score in favor of Divine Mind is so bloated out, and it's going to take a lot of effort for Immunity to be able to catch up to that. But right now, Divine Mind just have map presence all over them. It's just not giving them a second to breathe. You know, every time a member of Divine Mind goes down, 2 members of Immunity go down. So there's nothing that Immunity can do with any of the kills that they're making. Slays right now has the camo and the shock rifle, makes a convincing shot, and he does have Dante to back him up again. This is the communication from, you know, what we're calling the #2 team in Australia is expected, and they're playing brilliantly right now.
Yeah, they grabbed the camo for themselves. Berserk's got the ball in hand. He's going to throw it out again. He's going to put a little play out there. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, so there's still a long time for Immunity to come back. Benno is the last man alive, though. The ball is down. He's going to have to try and get his teammates to help him and pincer this person down long haul. Hef was trying to do it. He'll go down. He knows that Berserk is right there. He won't be able to get him. He doesn't want to push. He's trying to hold position, and now he's going to go down and try see if he can get a flank on Berserk. His teammate goes down. 2 of his teammates go down. Hef will trade out a kill for himself, but Dante, he's got the sword again. He's coming straight in through pipes. He's got a player right in front of him, and he'll take him down as well. This team is just flanking over and over. Divine Mind have Immunity's number right now. He's on a killing spree as well. He's got the sword. He's going to use the grapple, and he goes in. He gets the double. That's
Warrior
a clutch
medal
kill.
as
That's
well.
it. Just got to keep wasting time. Keep getting the kills because there's only 1 minute 10 on the clock now.
God, Warrior medal coming out from Dante. That's 5 sword kills that he's managed to secure throughout this map. Just absolutely uncontested, you know. Immunity have no way to answer to this. They're just not in control of any of the equipment, any of the power weapons. We saw them manage to grab camo once, maybe twice, but as soon as they get a hold of it, it's burned. They get no usage out of it, and it's only 7 seconds left for Divine Mind to be able to secure the game. They've only got 5, and it seems like this is going to be a really convincing win on the side of Divine Mind. Going in for the ball kill at the end. Slay secures it. Man, good game from Divine Mind. Very, very much in control. This is what we expected to see coming from them. Not what we expected to see from Immunity, though. A little disappointing, Hodgie.
Yeah, no, Divine Mind's bounced back perfectly, right? They play against Chiefs. They have a tough couple of games. They bounce back straight away, and they dominated that game, to be fair. They did dominate that game. And we even saw it in the Chiefs Immunity series. They actually played that same game where Immunity struggled. Remember you were talking about how they were struggling and it didn't look that great on that map, and maybe they're just not too great on that map.
Yeah, mate, you know,
that game mode specifically, right?
Yeah, well, Hef did call out before that they felt as though Oddball was one of the strongest things, but I mean, judging from Recharge Oddball in particular, we've seen it played out 2 times now for Immunity, and both times they've looked really, really shaky on it. So going back as a team, looking at that map and how you play it, there's a whole bunch of mistakes that probably we didn't even see at that point that they're going to have to figure out and iron out as a team to be able to go forward, because when you have teams, you know, like Divine Mind, like the Chiefs coming up, and they play these maps so strong, so convincingly, you're really going to have to start to do your homework and make sure that you have maps like Recharge and game types like Recharge Oddball really down on lock.
Yeah, and look at that, Slays 20 and 8. We highlighted him before the series started, saying he's had a rough couple of games against the Chiefs, but he's bounced back immediately. And Dante has stepped it up as well, and between them, their kills were just, you know, too much for Immunity, especially across the whole board for them. If you watched or saw on the scoreboard at the end of this game, the kills were like double digits for the side of Divine Minds, and there was all single digits for the side of Immunity, and Slays and Dante being 2 of those main reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, not even single digits in the case of Immunity sometimes within that first round of Oddball. Ogre 1 going 0-10, which is not what you want to see, you know. That's no kill pressure whatsoever, which is, yeah, you know, that could be a testament to just how much pressure Divine Mind were applying, you know, never letting Ogre 1 get in a position where he could actually back up his team or get any kills himself, you know. So Divine Mind were just, yeah, super, super strong, super persistent, super agile, and they just looked really ready to play in that first map.
And in that replay there, that was something that we saw a lot from the side of Divine Minds. Every time they had a setup, they almost had a player on the other side of the map just being an absolute nuisance, moving around, sort of like catching Immunity on spawn, so that when they're trying to come in, they're already staggered. They've already got one person going down and like, oh, do I turn around? Do I go forward? And it makes it hard when you've got a player behind you all the time. And that's kind of what Divine Mind had with Dante.
In that particular case, maybe that's something that Immunity go forward and communicate in with each other and say that, okay, one of the things that we're not capturing so well is just coming off the spawns, which is surprising because on that Streets map that we saw them play in their last series, they were really strong in that regard. So it could just be a map differential. I definitely think that, off of watching that, Recharge is not their strongest map. But as Hef said before, going into this live fire match, Hef says they feel confident in this map. So we might see a little bit of change of pace here going forward.
Yeah, hopefully Immunity can pick it up as we go into game number 2. On board with Ogre 1. Nades straight down bottom middle. Beeston will drop down right in front of him and try to take him on. He grabbed the sniper. That's a double kill for him. Pick up the sniper, baby, and be able to put up a clinic for us. A triple kill would be nice. He picks the double. There it is. So he's got the heat wave. He's got the sniper, and he's ready to go. Starting off the game hot after last game, right?
Exactly, yeah. He's turned it up, and you can actually see he dropped it. He gave it to another one of his,
he knows he's struggling.
teammates.
No,
I'm
I'm kidding.
No, Hockey, don't do him in like that, man. You can't just say that on main stage. No. That's that teamwork. That's that coordination you need. Maybe it's better off for me to supply a weapon to a teammate so he can use it better because I've already got something like the heat wave. I want to play more aggressively with that. Here's the sniper for you, so you can use that a little better. It's clear that they know where Dante is right now. Dante actually did manage to get possession of the sniper, and that's a cluster that comes straight out from Ogre 1. Massive play on the grenades there. Really poor positioning from Divine Mind, and we might see another kill out from Ogre 1. Okay.
He's 8-0.
Ogre 1's putting on a show. This is exactly what we needed to see, Hoggy.
Yeah, he's mad. I think you just heard what I said. He's mad. He's mad about what I just said, but...
Get out of the Discord call, Hoggy. Get out of it. You don't need to be in there anymore.
Yeah, he can hear me right now. The scores are tied, though. It's 9-all. He's got the heat wave in hand. Can he get himself a killing frenzy? That's probably what he wants, sort of to bounce back. Taj gets himself a double kill as well. So there's only 3 kills for Taj and 8 for Ogre 1. So Benno finally gets himself on the board. Hef's on the donut. Ogre 1, he gets caught out there on the spawners of Divine Minds, and he will go down. Doesn't manage to get the killing frenzy, but it's the start that you want to see from Ogre 1.
He doesn't manage to get the killing frenzy, Hoggy, because you jinxed him. You're not a team player, man. You keep saying this over and over again. You love these immunity boys, but you're not really rooting for him. I can hear it in your voice. That was really good overall, but from coming from Ogre 1, just that steel ball run in the beginning, going straight for it. But that entire time, I was watching the rest of his teammates on the scoreboard, and none of them were really picking up the kills to sort of support him. You have Hef still going 0-3 right now. Benno and Taj, sure, they're on 3 kills, but meanwhile, Ogre 1's just running around the rest of the map, getting kills here, there, and everywhere. But, you want the rest of your team to be supplying the same amount of pressure as you are. Ogre 1 himself just can't carry this full game because they're going up against the roster that is Divine Mind, and all 4 of them are really strong slayers in themselves.
Yeah, Berserk's being super sneaky right now. He's called
Camo
out 2
runs
players.
out.
I don't know if he knows the players behind him, and he doesn't. He will get a killing spree before he gets taken down, and it's a double kill for Ogre 1. F is down bottom middle, and he will find Dante. Dante takes him down. Immunity were momentarily 4 dead, so the lead moves in the favor of Divine Minds, even though Ogre 1 has started out hot with 12 kills.
Sniper is up right now. It's going to be a bit of a battle for this weapon, as I'm sure both teams would love to secure this right now in order to get themselves a few kills. Unfortunately for Immunity, it does go in the hands of Dante, who we've seen, especially right now, he's 8-5, and he's putting up some big kills on the board. Does miss the no-scope on Benno right there, but does take him down, just smacks him straight in the jaw, gets the double, finishes him off with the BR, and he's looking for blood, Hoggy.
Yeah, he's trying to find the triple. He knows there's a player under him, one shot, and he will find it as a killing spree already for Dante. He's got the sniper in hand. Let's see if any players can walk into his crosshair and give him an easy snipe. He's going to move over, though. He's going to try to help out his teammate over at green too. One of his teammates does get a kill. He will move back to bottom middle as the side of Immunity are pushing all over Dummy's side. The camo is up in 10 seconds. He'll put some shots down on Hef and back down with the sniper. So Dante playing his life with his team. He's got a player up in front of him at Nest. He hits the shot. He's got a player pushing in, uses the repulsor. Benno with the big play to take that kill, and Ogre 1 gets the camo, so it's only a 1 kill game now, Bluey.
I'm actually really surprised that at no point there Immunity put more pressure on Dante. He just kind of got to free roam around that tower section with the snipe, and they absolutely knew he was there, but maybe they just thought it was better for them just to play more in garage side, not to give him any angles. And I think that actually proved better for the team of Immunity because they're just playing one side of the map, and Benno actually does manage to get a quick kill there with the snipe headshot. So, you know, Immunity is playing quite smart here. They know that they only have, you know, a 1-kill lead, so they're trying to slow down the pace of the game and make more aggressive players on the side of Divine Mind come to them for the kills rather than pushing them and losing any map control that they might have.
Yep, Ogre 1 goes down, Voltage goes top middle. He knows a player is dropped down to bottom middle and he's going to chase him. He'll call him out to Ogre 1, and Ogre 1 can't finish him off, but Taj does get him. Berserk's right in front of him and he will challenge, but he has to back down. He'll throw a nade. Berserk's going to back down, call out for his teammates to come. Benno has the sniper in hand though. He misses the first shot, does take down Berserk. Can he get the kill here on Beaston? Oh, he doesn't. No, he misses. Beaston takes him down. So Beaston with a clutch play. There's still 1 kill the difference. The players of Team Immunity have flanked him. Ogre 1 is getting shot in the back, and Hef is also getting shot. Ogre 1's going to turn around. He won't be able to get him. He'll go down. So Hef and Ogre 1 are dead for the side of Immunity. And the game is still tied, Bluey. It's just staying close, back and forth.
This map is all tied up, and I'm sure at that point the sniper didn't actually get fully used, so I'm curious to see if any members of Divine Mind actually managed to pick it up, or if it despawned. I'm fairly certain it despawned, but it doesn't matter because, you know, the Mangler is essentially a sniper in this game, and that's exactly what Dante's going to do with it. He's going to pick up that hefty damage with the Mangler, quickly switch to his BR, and get the team supports he needs for the quick kill. So they are sort of taking a lead, 3 kills, but that's not hard for Immunity to bounce back from, especially pushing over this camo right now. All members of Immunity are watching over it, and it doesn't take much for them to be able to catch up on some of these kills.
Yep, Camo is about to spawn. If Immunity's able to grab this, and they will, there's no players from Divine Mind around, so they will get the Camo. If they can use this to their advantage, they might be able to bring themselves back into this game. They are only down by 3 kills. Ogre 1 will clean up Taj's damage. The player next to him is one shot. He's going to push down bottom middle. Would have got the call out from his teammate across the map that there is a player coming down bottom middle. Taj is on the opposite side of the map to his teamates. 2 of his teammates are together, and he's playing with the other.
Right now, yep. Immunity are split right now.
Yep, and they're spawning over at green. They've brought the game back, and it is tied. Taj sees 2 players fly straight in through Garage. He'll back down. There is a third one that we can see on his screen. So tied up again, Bluey. Taj, this is a big fight. He needs to take him down.
No.
He doesn't,
Okay,
though.
it's a tie.
He does get him. He does get him.
Yeah, good tie there. But unfortunately, 3 members of Immunity do go down. It wasn't really worth the trade. It is only 2 kills to make up the difference for Immunity. So we're going to see the game slow down a bit here, and we're going to see teams sort of favor positions on the map more than anything. Ogre 1 picks up a really good kill on Berserk there over in the courtyard side of the map. Unfortunately, Benno is going to have to run for his life, but they do clean up that kill on Beaston after Benno put so much damage down, but he is in control of the sniper right now. He's got 6 shots to make do with, and these are going to be super important. Dante with that Mangler, he misses the melee, and he gets out-Manglered. Can Benno hit the shot? He does not, just misses it. So it's going to take a lot of team. He does not want to be caught out in this position. Benno needs to back off right now and let his team help with the
my
no
God.
scope.
1 kill to win, and they do get it. Immunity take game number 2.
Immunity.
What
Come
a
on,
no-scope.
bro. That's exactly the
my.
performance that we need to see. That no-scope was such a huge play in the... Oh, my God, Hoggy. What was that?
That was nuts.
Oh, my God.
That is literally what he needed to do, right? Because if he goes down, you know, they could have lost that game. But the fact that he gets a kill off that, holy crap. His teammate cleans up another. Oh
talk about hitting it where it counts, man. And he was still putting down shots with that Mangler as well. You know, he had such strong just power weapon presence. It actually was really hard for the team of Divine Mind to push him without making sure that they were all going to get on top of him at the one time. But, you know, there's not much you can do when he pulls off a ripper of a headshot like that, a ripper of a no-scope. Jeez.
We should call him Barcode, because that was...
I feel like
that was insane.
I feel like it's too early to call that yet, Hoggy. It was a good shot, but yeah, I don't know about that one.
Barcode V2 coming in hot.
The Barcode DLC.
Benno is a beast, though. He is a beast. He has been a beast for a long time.
Absolutely, and he was putting it down super heavy on that map right there. He was doing super well, man. That damage, that accuracy, those kills really mattered when they came in clutch, you know, and you could see also there were so many instances where they were putting down a ton of damage, and then you had a player like Ogre 1 following up on it to be able to secure those kills, which is exactly what happened at the end of that game, and that's exactly the kind of teamwork and coordination that Immunity need right now. So that puts them 1-1 on the board with Divine Mind. Great game.
Yeah, Ogre 1 coming out hot after a tough game number 1. He brings it back in game number 2, and he was on fire at the start. He didn't hold on to that sort of, fire that he caught at the start, but it didn't really matter in the end. They worked together. They managed to trade the kills out when they needed to. He might not have been able to win the battles that he was winning at the start, but he was doing work for his team to keep them in the game. And Benno showed up clutch at the end, as Benno does. He's a freak at the game.
That exactly like you said, Hoggy. That's literally the one thing that he needed to do in that situation.
And that right there.
To really make it count, and he did. He absolutely did. We're going to see it again. Oh, come on.
I love the ragdoll.
Yeah, Slay's just caught out with his pants down and just flipped on his head, man. Like, nothing that you can do in a situation like that. Slay's, I'm sure, was just like looking at his screen, blank face, like, oh, okay, I guess he hits that.
Yeah. Not only that, I don't know if it's disrespectful, but he just dropped the sniper on his body. Yeah, you have
let him know. Man. Let him know. Game's done. You lose.
These are your bullets.
Yeah.
You pick this thing up now.
Really good. With us going into our jeez, I'm coming down off a high, Hoggy. With us going down from our second game into our third game now, that we are back on streets, which, as Hef mentioned and as we saw before, is actually a really strong map in terms of immunity. So we have seen Divine Mind play it a bunch as well, and they also are just equally, if not a little bit stronger. I want to say, man, it's really hard to call on this map in particular because I feel as though we've seen Divine Mind play on this map a bunch, and they have been really in control of this. So coming into streets, I do have high hopes for immunity, but Divine Mind are a very tough and in-control opponent, especially on strongholds, man. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, immunity's tied the series up against Divine Mind. It's 1-1 now. And this is immunity's map, man. If they can win this map, it's always tough going into a game 4 when you're down 2-1. So whoever can win this will make it hard for the other team. In game number 4, Ogre 1, he's straight to bottom middle. Starting right where he left off last game. He won't be able to get the double. He's got a player behind him. He'll go down. Beastie gets himself a double. Voltage will trade it out. The Rockets are still down bottom middle. Benno will get himself B, and they'll start ticking over points. Voltage grabs the Rockets.
Taj has Rockets right now, and they have captured B, which gives him a little bit of a safe leeway. He was one shot, so he can just sort of push up B stairs, know that he can get his shields back, and he's going to be looking for these players right now. He does manage to get 1 kill with the Rockets, which is good. He whiffs that first one, but hey, man, it's better than giving 1 free rocket to Divine Mind, because I feel as though, when you have the players on the roster of Divine Mind like you do, they're going to make a lot of use out of even just 1 rocket. So we are going to see the spawns flip here from what they originally were. Now Divine Mind is on Tram side, and Immunity is on this A side, PD side. So they are going to cap once again, but they do have caps, so they are ticking up on the board. Good game so far for Immunity.
Yeah, I already like what I'm seeing from Team Immunity. They weren't able to get the A capture point, but Ogre 1 has gone bottom middle. He's gone for the flank. He has managed to get themselves the A point. 3 down for Immunity, though. Benno, the last man alive, and they're going to lose the A point, and they're probably going to lose the B point, so they're going to have to take C straight off respawn, but the players from Divine Mind are going straight into C to contest.
Yeah, already Divine Mind giving a bit of an answer with that B point. They have gotten a triple cap, and Ogre 1 just gets absolutely disrespected and backsmacked, so they can't contest anything. It's going to take... They're actually spawning PD side in PD right now, but they have players all over them coming in from both sides, so they're 2 players down in PD. It's only Taj and Ogre 1, and they both go down. So their spawns are absolutely stagnated. They're going to get a tram spawn. They probably will manage to capture C, but Divine Mind have them dialed in currently, and are just all over them, all on their spawns.
Yeah, Berserk knows that he needs to catch them off guard while there's 2 of them spawning and there's only 2 left at C. He'll jump straight into C and try to capture it himself. He's got a player coming to his left. He doesn't know he's there. He tries to do the do-si-do as Benno pushes in. Benno's sliding around, but Benno will take him down. He trades the kill, though, so the do-si-do works, and the Rockets are up for Ogre 1. He won't be able to get him. He'll have to back down. Hef will clean up his kill, though. The Rockets are probably in the hands of Divine Mind. No, they're not. They're still there. Ogre 1 will go in, but a player from Divine Mind runs straight in. He grabs him. He does go down. Another player from Divine Mind jumps in, and they'll get the Rockets in the hands of themselves. And Immunity's trying to get a capture point back, but it's still in the hands of Divine Minds.
The 2 Rockets go out. Dante uses both of them just to secure that kill on Hef right there, which, I mean, I think is worth overall, because he does deny that B presence a little bit, but, after that, it looks like Divine Mind is just going to be able to get into it anyway. But they do catch themselves in a bit of a pickle here with Immunity just spawning C. But that being said, Immunity push up C ramp, immediately go down 2, and they're being contested already. And for some reason, Slays doesn't die to the hail of grenades, but he does manage to get flanked. And we do see kills come out from both sides. Both sides go down 2. So it is a bit of a stalemate right now, but Divine Mind definitely in favor with their score.
Yeah, Benno and Ogre One managed to stay alive at C, and it puts enough pressure on the team of Divine Minds, and the Immunity boys spawn up behind them. They clean out a few players of Divine Minds. Now Benno's going to push in for B. He's got a teammate on the other side of the map that is trying to push around to A. He will take down the one shot of Berserk, and he will probably manage to get B here as the players of Divine Mind are on the opposite side of the map and won't be able to contest. He's got his teammates to help him out. They do have C though, and if the players of Divine Mind jump straight in C, I can't imagine Immunity doing anything other than jumping straight into A to get themselves that point. But they are bringing the game back. They're down by 60. The side of Divine Mind is trying to get C. Two of the players of Immunity go down, so Benno's going to go in, try to trade out his life, but he won't be able to. So Divine Minds are going to start taking over points again.
Interesting rotation there because I'm guessing they knew that the majority of Divine Mind were just going to go C anyway. It's a bit weird to think that Immunity didn't just rotate immediately into A and capture that instead, prioritize that instead, because that would have just given them, you know, more points in the bag, right? But what we saw is instead was them sort of split, get picked off, and then Divine Mind were able to just plink at any players who were heading over to the C side to try and stop that capture from Divine Mind. But unfortunately, all that story has led to them being triple capped right now, Hoggy. So this is looking really bad for Immunity here, honestly, after we saw them so convincingly play Streets before. They're sort of getting a bit mollywopped, a bit slapped around here.
Yeah, the names of Team Immunity just keep going grey in the top right. It's all we're seeing, at least one dead almost every second of the game, as it's been for the last couple of minutes. It feels like one of them is always dead, and it's a trip cap now for Divine Minds. The two players of the Immunity are trying to push in for C, but Dante is on the flank like he had been in the previous games. He'll find one. He's on a killing spree. Hef will clean him up. Berserk's trying to stop B from being taken. Slaze is there as well. As we jump on board with him, he'll get taken down. Berserk is going to jump into Hef. Hef will defend B, though. They stop the trip cap for the time being, but there's only 25 seconds left.
Yeah, look how much the score is just like bloating out from what it was previously. This whole time, Divine Mind have just been able to rack up those points with every single fight they've had because they've just been in control of the 2 points. Sure, they've gone to contest Immunity every single time, take them down, but at no point has Immunity made a push for like the opposite point to try and get control of it and stop some of that bleeding. And as I'm saying this, you know, there's only so many points remaining for Immunity to be able to catch up on, and there's no way they're going to be able to make up that 50-point difference in such a short amount of time. Hoggy, only 7 seconds left.
Yeah, this is just base defense from Divine Minds. They're probably going to just stall out Immunity here and take game number 3 and take us into game number 4. They'll go up 2-1. It's a critical game in the series because going to game number 4, it's going to make it hard for Immunity. They really, really have to pull through.
Yeah, they absolutely have to, especially after that performance. I think it's a bit... yeah, not what we expected. I looked at that and thought, oh, okay, well, the Streets game that they played before was really, really tough, but now it's just that one kind of fell to the wayside. I think it's time for Immunity to sort of throw that game off the board and be like, all right, we need to sort of reorganize ourselves and go into this next game with a better mindset because, man, oh, man, that was not what the performance that you need, especially at this point.
Yeah, 3 players on the side of Divine Minds all hitting double-digit kills. They were working together, getting things done in game number 3 to get themselves up 2-1 in the series. Damage across the board from Immunity, pretty even, but they just got outslayed. Dante, 4,300 damage, so he's picking up exactly where he left off from game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, that was just a clinic in how, you know, from the perspective of Divine Mind, how Slays, like in general, and putting that damage down range just leads to being able to better map control. And at no point were the team of Immunity able to answer to that whatsoever. You know, Divine Mind was just so in control of getting the kills when they mattered, getting the team shots down range when they mattered, and Immunity just couldn't do anything to contest that. It was a really tough game for Immunity.
Yeah, it felt like there was always at least one dead on the side of Immunity, and when you're always playing 3v4, it makes it very, very hard because Streets is a map where you can't really collapse on the spawns, right? If you take down 1 player or 2 players and then you push in and take them down, you can then just flip it onto the other side of the map and do the same and just sort of pincer them.
No, I mean,
which is what we saw a couple of times.
That's exactly what Divine Mind did. Divine Mind knew that when Immunity were wiped off 1 point and then they were going to spawn Tram side, they immediately just ran to Tram to just contest them and put damage down on them, put pressure on them. And Immunity didn't really have anything to answer back with. They kind of just got collapsed on, died, and then didn't really have a reset in them to make anything count. So,
yeah, but we're going into CTF Bazaar. So CTF Bazaar for me is a very much like a bit of a stalematey map because it's kind of hard to sort of get in there. We see a lot of low-scoring CTF games on Bazaar. So the fact that Divine Mind has shown their dominance in game number 3, the ability to dominate the middle of the map in Bazaar is going to be so important for them to do in game number 4, because this is a critical game, right? If they win this, they go back into the final, they get to play Chiefs and sort of come back from what they were in the winners final, which was not as good as what they were last week.
Yeah. It's going to be really tough, I think, for Immunity to sort of reel this one back, especially on a Slayer because, on CTF on Bazaar, because as soon as the snowball effect takes place on CTF on Bazaar, so hard to stop that because you're constantly just being pushed back into your base, and at no point are you able to contest that midpoint of the map to actually, you know, make a flag play, make a Slayer play or anything like that. So immediately, the best thing for Immunity to do is start to prioritize the power weapons and the power up on this map, because again, that was something that we pointed out a lot in their previous matches, and it wasn't something that they have been doing successfully. I think only in the live fire game that we saw first, that the second match of this best of 5 was the only time that we've seen them do that today, and it worked out really well for them. They did really well. So yeah, bit of a tough one to go into for Immunity, I think.
Yeah, the overshield is so crucial on this map. You know, if you're able to get the overshield and get away with you know, the full overshield rather than getting hit or anything, it allows you to sort of push straight into the enemy's tree and straight into the enemy's base, and be able to get it on the front foot right off the bat is what both of these teams need. And Divine Mind, for them, this is the winner. If they win this one, they're going into the grand final up against Chiefs, which you know that they want to come back and they want to win.
Oh, absolutely. And I would say without a doubt that Divine Mind want to get their game in against Chiefs. They absolutely do not want to be shut down here. They want to give themselves, you know, they want to take a bit of credit back from what last week was, because getting smacked around, you know, it was a 6-0 in the way it was, you know, they don't want to see that again. They don't want to see that happen. They want to redeem themselves a little bit. And if they fall to Immunity here, then they're not going to be able to have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, well, the game starts out kind of rough for Immunity. 2 of the players on the side of Immunity go down straight off the bat. It's 3 dead. Benno just sits there and tries to get the kill. The player will come straight into him and he won't be able to take him down. But Divine Mind, good start. They get the rockets in their hands. I don't know if Overshield was burned, but it's a good start for Divine Mind.
Zerk with the grapple hook and the rockets as well. He decides not to let the rocket go, which I think is a good call on his behalf because he can make use of that somewhere else, but he doesn't. He just has to whiff it instead. Off into the distance it goes. Probably hits some building off in the distance, and
probably
someone's going to
recharge or something.
Yeah, someone's going to have to claim insurance on that one. I'm sure of it. But yeah, it's a bit of a tough one because I don't think Immunity actually managed to get a hold of anything at the break of that game, which really, really sucks for them. We see Dante challenging with that Needler, and it is a bit of a tie, but you know that doesn't really mean much when you know, you want to be making map space and they're not able to do that. They have 3 players already dead once again.
Yep, Taj, last man alive, and he's in lockers. You'll find Berserk, make him weak, back down, call out to his teammates. His teammates come out through balcony to help him out. He's got a player underneath him, and the other players from Divine Minds are pushing around behind him. They come straight up through balcony, and that Slays will take him down. Berserk is in the other locker, and he'll get another kill. So 2 down for the side of Immunity, 2 down for the side of Divine Minds, trading back and forth. Dante gets a double, huge double with the Bulldog in hand. And the Overshield is coming up any second. It looks like it's got 19 seconds on it. So Divine Mind will want to need to keep control of the map and sort of get that Overshield for themselves and use that to push in.
Yeah, Dante pretty much shut down any prospect of Immunity being able to take that OS on truck side when it first started to come up, immediately shutting them down with the Bulldog and setting up his team to be able to go in here. But we do see Taj challenge it right now, and I don't. Did he get a hold of it? I'm not too sure what happened with it there.
I don't know what happened, but I feel like it got grappled in by someone or something.
Oh,
it was
okay.
It was there, and he went for it, and it was not there anymore. But F will go in and get a back smack. Yeah, like I feel like someone grappled it or something. I don't know how the hell it's gone.
Slays is in control of the grapple right now, but yet no idea how it actually. What happened with the OS right there? Actually a bit weird. Bit of a phantom OS situation, but it doesn't matter. Because Divine Mind is just pushing so freely into the base right now that I feel like it didn't matter if they had OS or not, they were going to make this footing, especially when Berserk just lets off those perfect plays as is, but immediately gets cleaned up by Benno. So this is so back and forth, Hoggy. I don't think we've seen either team make a pull for the flag, and even when teams get in each other's bases, they get wiped clean immediately and have to reset.
Yeah, Benno's pushed up a little bit too far without his teammates, and he's going to take a fight with Dante. He manages to stay alive, and Dante will back down, but he might have a player dropping from above him. His teammates are watching over him. He's only got 2 of his teammates, and they're on the opposite side of the map, so he is all alone. Ogre 1 will grab the rockets, and he'll get 1 kill. There's another one next to him. No, it isn't. There it is. There it is. He's on top. He jumps up. He gets
Good double.
It's 3 down. It's the last one left. It's Dante. Ogre 1's pushing straight in. I don't think he has any players near him, so he just needs to stay alive and call out to his teammates to come through. The players of Divine Mind are all spawning down in rockets, and he'll try to put down shots, but Ogre 1 is all alive, and I don't know if he's going to be able to play his life before his teammates get here.
I don't know about Ogre 1 making this play right now because the rest of his team just seems to be pushed into their base, or it looks like one member, I think that's Hef, is over on truck side, so they don't exactly have the footing to be able to support him right now. And, you know, that being said, Ogre 1 is the last one alive, just stuck on red side, while the rest of his players unfortunately die, and now they are 4 dead, which gives Divine Mind so much push, so much, you know, ability to take the flag. And we're going to see Slays probably just set up here on truck side if he doesn't manage to go down to Hef. We will see a little bit of a back and forth, but yep, unfortunately Benno does manage to take him out, and that looks like Benno won't take it. Oh my god, it's so scrappy right now. Voltage being able to take control of that truck and just push back Dante. So hopefully this means Immunity can take control of that OS, and it does look like they do with Ogre 1 pushing in red side double doors for the flag. So Divine Mind are going to have to make a response to this.
Yep, Ogre 1 straight in. He's got help from Taj. Benno will take down another. Ogre 1 should look to run the flag as his teammate takes down another
3
one.
dead for Divine Minds.
Yeah, it's only 1 up for Divine Minds, and that's Beaston. But Beaston's on the other side of the map. He has grabbed the flag. There's a little bit of overshield left as it runs out. The players of Divine Mind are spawning all down on rockets. So the flag will be thrown bottom middle, and Immunity's going to have to go through another round of slaying.
Immunity are absolutely going to have to outslay here. Hopefully those shots coming in from Ogre 1 prove vital to Voltage, but they don't. Voltage unfortunately goes down. Ogre 1 does get a kill, but immediately cleaned up, and it looks like that's probably going to be a reset on the flag. I don't think Immunity have any manpower to be able to touch that, but just as I say that, Hef does manage to grab. That's a good pull coming from Hef, but there's no support for him otherwise. Voltage just sitting up at blue side bar, laying shots down. He does have Ogre 1 to support him, and they are going to have to. They will not be able to touch that flag in time. That's so unfortunate for Immunity, but I think that was the first consistent flag pull we've seen of the match in about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're about halfway through the game, and that was the first flag that even made it to bottom middle. So I don't know if it was the best play by Hef to run in right at the end to try and get a touch, but it is what it is, and it's just bizarre CTF, isn't it? You know, it's just back and forth sort of. It's really hard to get the flag across the map unless you slay them 2 times in a row. But as I say that, Divine Minds get a few kills. They're in the base of Immunity, and they'll start running a flag themselves.
Yeah, they seem to have the spawn staggered for Immunity a little bit now, so they can make a good run for the flag. You've got OS coming up in about 15 seconds, I believe. New rockets are about to be up as well. So hopefully, with good push, good communication, and good momentum, Divine Mind can turn this flag cap into also general map control and being able to get that power up and that power weapon. We do see a really good kill in support coming out from Beaston there, and it just means they have to nudge that flag a little bit forward. They do not get contested here, and I think that's going to be a pretty convincing first flag cap for the side of Divine Mind. Well done.
Yeah, Benno was trying to be a nuisance in the back of the Divine Mind base, but it didn't work out as all his teammates fell, and he was the last man alive. He didn't have any help. He got taken down. Divine Mind popping the first flag to go up 1-0. We're halfway through the game, and the first cap's finally gone in. Taj has no more rockets. He's used both. He's going to go straight into the enemy base. Berserker's turned straight around to find him, and they do find him. Slays manages to stay alive as well, so both of them stay alive. Ogre 1's going on the flank. The call out from Taj will be that they are down there, and they were weak. But Ogre 1 he's all by himself again. They seem to have this one player always on the flank, but their teammates go down too quickly before they can really get anything going off it.
Yeah, they don't. You know, there's nothing to back up Ogre 1 here. You know, it's a good position for him to have intel-wise, being able to call the spawns and where, you know, the members of Divine Mind are, but it doesn't mean much when those members of Divine Mind are just are just swapped and on your side of the base. And also it doesn't mean anything when Dante is being able to be such a nuisance as is. He's staying alive, and he manages to take out Vitage in that time as well. So yeah, man, oh man, Divine Mind are just completely shutting down Immunity right now, and Immunity just can't respond in any way, shape or form. They're just being absolutely staggered out here, Hoggy.
Yeah, Dante's showing you exactly how it's done. If you get behind the enemy team, you got to go clutch and you got to get the kills, and that's how you get your flags running. And he might even get the flag himself. After all of that, sitting in the enemy base of Team Immunity, he keeps himself alive. He's the new milkman. Get out of the way, Pips. He's the new milkman, and he'll put his own flag in. He does everything.
Yeah, like very hard to say here how Immunity can adjust, if anything. You know, they are currently down 2 flags, so it's going to take a really good back-to-back setup here for them to be able to run 2 flags. And, you know, I think the only option have is for them to pretty much just run it down mid with it as fast as possible, because there are only about 4 minutes left on the clock. And if both flag caps from Divine Mind have taken this long, it's going to be really hard for Immunity to do anything in that amount of time to get 2 flags. You know, they have to make an absolute whirlwind of a play here, and I just don't think they have that in them.
Yeah, the first time the Team Immunity managed to get themselves the overshield, the Plasma Pistol takes it down completely in 1 hit, and it's already gone. And that was something that Team Immunity would have needed to get themselves at least 1 cap on the board. The side of Divine Minds have set up on the balcony of Immunity. Hef comes in, does manage to get the kill, and Beeston will trade it out. The players of Immunity are stuck in the back of their base. Dante's trying to go in and get the kills that he can. We're on board with Slays as 2 of his teammates are in the base of Team Immunity. Berserk is in there trying to play his life. He'll find 1 kill on Taj. He's got another player down at Rockets. That's Benno. He'll take it for a double kill. Slays is on point. The flag still hasn't moved, but he will start moving it now. The other 2 players from Team Immunity are on the opposite side of the map, and that is Hef. He has got the flag moving. Taj will get a kill on Berserk. And Slays has a player right above him, so he needs to be careful. He will go down. It's 3 down for the side of Divine Minds. And Hef, he's got the flag running. Is this their chance to get back in the game?
Fumbles it though a little bit, has to double back for it, which is super unfortunate because you don't want to stop that momentum, especially in that time. This looks like it will be a cap for Hef, for Immunity, which is exactly what they need. And it only took them about 2 minutes to get that flag, so it is possible that we could tie it up here if Immunity manages to make the play that they just did. If they can get a little bit more map control, and then they can convincingly, oh my god, Hockey's too tongue-tied, make a good pull for the flag. But as I say that, you know, they do go 3 down. Unfortunately, Benno is last alive, does get challenged, and they are staggered out right here, Hoggy, once again.
There was an overkill right there from Beeston, and we missed it, unfortunately. But Beeston gets himself an overkill. He's got 23 kills this game. Slays with 21. They're both stepping up. 15 assists from Berserk, and the side of Immunity is struggling. They don't have this overshield again, and Dante's got it in his hands. He pushes straight in to get Benno. He'll get a touch on the flag. He's got teammates helping him out as he runs it straight through Palm, and he will get it to bottom mid. Momentarily, the players from Team Immunity will be spawning up. They have 1 player in their base, and that is probably Hef again. He's probably grabbed the flag and moved it out. He has. So the flag is away at the moment. Dante is going to push straight through. Is he? Yes, he is. He's got shots in his back. He's got Hef in front of him, and he's got the flag moving all the way in. I don't know if they've got the return. They don't. The flag is still away, but they do. And they go 3-1 up. There's only a minute left. This is tough for Immunity now.
Yeah, geez, you know, I was saying there was a possibility that Immunity could bring it back with only a minute left on the board, you know, a rough like 60 seconds. I don't think Immunity really are going to be able to pull this out and get 2 flag caps in that time, you know. It's very, very doubtful. They need to make really solid setups here, but they just haven't been able to do that all game. And you know, that equals no flag caps, Hoggy. That equals being nothing to be, you know, nothing to be done. And meanwhile, you know, I want to give props to Dante here. It feels like he's spent like 50 to 60% of his game being on Immunity's side of the map, just being an absolute menace, just being a nuisance, which means that a Divine Mind just have free push-up into Immunity's base and being able to consistently pull these flags. And it looks like that's exactly what they're about to do once again. Dante, you know, Berserk and Beeston just all being around.
Yeah, Beeston pulls the flag. There's only 25 seconds left. The only way that Team Immunity can win this is if they get the flag across the map, score it, and then grab it again to put it into overtime. There's only 15 seconds left, though. So it looks like Divine Mind are going to take this game and head into the grand final against the Chief. They're going to set up a rematch from last week and the winners final. They want revenge. They've taken down Team Immunity. Immunity's come in, put up a good performance, but it's Divine Mind that will take them down, and they'll head straight into the grand final.
Very, very good stuff coming out from Divine Mind. You can see that they're hungry. They want this rematch against the Chiefs. And honestly, if they can play up to the level that they've just been playing, I think they're going to have a good set of games coming up against the Chiefs. You know, they do not want a repeat of what happened last week. They do not want to go down that easy. So for them coming into this, they need to take a bit of time to breathe, reset themselves, and focus up and go, okay, boys, it's us versus the Chiefs again. We need to put on a show. We need to play just how we were playing against Immunity. It all comes down to this, man, once again for Divine Mind. So we're going to see how they do.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the biggest thing for us is now they've got a bit of wind in their sails coming in from this series going up against Immunity, right? I think last week was a bit of a stark contrast, the fact that this is the first time that we've seen the Chiefs go down into the elimination bracket, and now Divine Mind were the ones that were sitting there and just kind of being one with their thoughts and just waiting for their next team to come back up into the grand final, whereas this time around, they're still hot. They're coming in from a series where it was a pretty long one going up against Immunity, and they've got players like Beaston right now who's scored an overkill in that Bazaar map, who are starting to feel themselves. They're coming into this, they've got a little bit of extra form, and going into that grand final, yeah, it's going to be a long track for them to get this Pro Series win, Hoggy, but they're at least coming in a little bit hotter, and maybe this first goal round against the Chiefs might be a full 5 mapper for us.
This was a good test for them, right? To sort of prove themselves against Team Immunity and sort of bounce back from the Chiefs series that they just had, which was, you know, a bit of a rougher series for them, and they'll be disappointed that they weren't able to take it out like they were last week. But getting back into the grand final gives them the chance to I was about to say 6-0, but oh no, we'll be a 6-0 because we are best of 5. So it gives them the chance to 6-0 the Chiefs this week, maybe?
Potentially. I mean, it's going to be a pretty long haul for them to come back into a series against the Chiefs where they get themselves a 6-0, considering the amount of maps that the Chiefs have lost in HCS. I believe they're still probably somewhere in the single digits right now, and if they're able to come in to a grand final where they 6-0 the Chiefs, that's going to be a pretty ridiculous storyline. But, you know, on the other side of things, right now, it still looks like they can try and get themselves a bracket reset. And, you know, I'm all about more Halo here, especially in the Pro Series, right, Blue? But I think the fact that we've had a pretty tight series coming in from Immunity, albeit, you know, maybe CTF as well as the Strongholds are a little bit more of a blowout. We did start out with some scenarios where Immunity still are showing their prowess in some of these map and game types, and I'm excited to see what they can do with an extra week underneath their belt.
Yep, from this point on, I think for Immunity, they've shown some really good peaks and valleys at where they are as a team. They've absolutely shown that they can fare up against some of the other, you know, best teams that we have in the region. And all it takes from this point on is them rallying together, getting some more practice in, and really figuring out, you know, where they're lacking and how to iron out those kinks that they have in their lineup, and especially, you know, their map knowledge and all that kind of stuff. I think that's what's sort of drawing them back at the moment. But that's easy for them. You know, they're seasoned players. They've been here before, and they know exactly how to take that knowledge, refine it, and, you know, take it into the future and just do better as a team overall.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very good story for us to follow here, are the Team Immunity boys. But lads, it's time for us to talk to the coach of Divine Mind once again. We've got B-Diz here on the line with our winners interview. B-Diz, it's been a wonderful storyline for you guys so far to be able to put a team away like Team Immunity right now in a 3-1 scoreline. My question for you is a little bit more team focused for you guys. Like, who's the real in-game leader for you guys going into these series? Like, who's the one that's really barking the orders for everyone, or is it more kind of a team kind of effort in a lot of these games?
I don't even really think it's too much of a storyline, to be honest, though. Team Immunity haven't really been playing, and it shows. You know, it's pretty weird that they've just come out and come third. You know, it's pretty bad for the rest of the teams that have been playing since the game released. But what was your question?
Just about the in-game leader, like
the
who's
leader.
really kind of leading the troops here? Yeah.
No one really. Everyone pretty much has their own say, and you know, everyone just speaks freely, so it's good.
I want to ask B-Diz, you know, you guys are coming up against the Chiefs again next. So going into this series, you know, is there any locker room talk that's going on in the background? Are there sort of key points that you're giving the boys to sort of be like, okay, this is where you need to focus up. This is how you need to play. We've been here before. You guys know what you're doing. You know, are there any words of advice that you're giving them specifically going into this next matchup?
Not really. They, like you said, they know what they've got to do. You know, even though they had flex reigns last week, you know, we still showed a lot of improvement. That last series, you know, Chiefs are an amazing team. You know, they've got a lot of skilled. Barcode's just running an absolute muck on everyone, so it's hard. But pretty much, you know, the last series they were kind of trolling and, you know, just playing real weird all over the place, weren't playing together. So pretty much they've just got to focus on a bit more teamwork and hopefully close out some games.
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned Flex Reigns, how he played last week, and they've got Madsy this week. Do you think that changes things for you guys? Do you think that makes it a lot harder for you guys? Do you think it just doesn't matter? Is it just like, we're just playing the Chiefs, so we just need to come in hot as best we can?
Well, it's hard to say. You know, Flex Reigns is still very good. You know, an individual player.
Yeah.
You know, and from the start of the game, he's played a lot. So you know, he's pretty decent player. But you know, Madzi, you know, and everyone knows who Madzi is. You know, he's disgusting when it comes down to it. And I'm pretty surprised. You know, he's been MIA for a few weeks. You know, sorting out COVID stuff, and he's just come back and he's, you know, destroying. So it's, you know, it's good to see. But yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a rough road for you guys, a full bracket reset to try and get the Pro Series here.
It'll be a long night.
But BD is one fall. Yeah, hopefully we get to see a whole lot of extra Halo coming out from you guys. So thanks once again for bringing your insight here, BDs, and good luck in the grand final to you and the boys.
Cheers, boys.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Just extra bit of insights there. It is going to be a long road for the Night Brew. Like, coming into a series going up against the Chiefs, who, you know, we've had so many tournaments so far in Halo Infinite, albeit we're still in the infancy of the game, and a lot of these teams still trying to, you know, work out how to run and, you know, instead of walking a lot of these games. But the fact that you're going up against the Chiefs, it feels like there's no real kind of game plan to kind of shut them out just because of the players they've got in the server. It's so hard to try and find that extra special sauce for the Divine Mind to try and get a tournament victory here today.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight that for all these players, there's another aspect that comes for it too. We've touched on it a couple of times, but it's not just the in-game challenges. It's the fact that these guys are playing all afternoon, well into the night. As a team, you have to sort of get that momentum going where you know what the road is ahead of you. You have to be mentally prepared for that, because if you're not mentally prepared for that, if you're not in it for the long haul, then you're going to start to find yourself crumbling in game. I think luckily for all of our top tier teams, they've already been around this road long enough where they know what to expect with these sort of running late series. But I think, you know, for anyone, no matter how many times you do it, no matter how many times you do the same song and dance, you're going to hit those days where it might affect you a little bit more than most. So, you know, it all just depends. It's not an if, but it's a when, and we might see that today. We might even see it come out from the Chiefs, where they might just be feeling a little bit more tired than usual, and Divine Minds may be able to take advantage of that and really give it to them. But yeah, you know, there's two fronts that you're fighting.
It's very hard for the boys of Divine Minds to try and overcome everything here, but maybe today is the day the Divine Minds can take down the Chiefs here in a full best of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a break ahead of our grand final. The final series here of Pro Series number 2 is almost underway, so make sure you join us after this for the grand finale.
So deep in my heart that you're really
What is the Arbiter's real name?
Dude.
I would have no idea.
I'm out. There's no way.
I don't even know how to say it. You giving up?
I'm out.
You're out? Okay, it's Fel Vadam. Fel Vadam? What do you say? It's TH?
Thel Vadam? I did not know that either. I thought his name was just...
What is the Master Chief's actual rank?
Just guess. 5-star general.
They called him by his rank once in the campaign, I'm pretty sure.
Master Chief?
Yeah.
Is that like a trick question?
No?
It's just Master Chief, that's his rank.
Yeah, it's Master Chief Petty Officer.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bad.
Alright, how many Halo rings are there?
How many Halo rings?
Come on, even I know this.
Aren't there like 12?
I know it's not more than 10.
7.
Yeah.
9?
7.
Oh, I wanted to say that.
What are the hunters made of?
Oh, I knew that. Oh my god, wait.
You would know this?
They're made by like loads of individual cells, but like how are they called again, man? Like these orange things, man.
How do you know this stuff?
Like their armor?
Not like what's inside the armor.
I'm just gonna say they're made like by millions of cells.
I don't know. I thought they were just made of armor.
Worms.
Worms? No, there's no way I would have ever knew that. No.
I want to know what pro players get any of these questions right.
Just barcode, take 1, Mark.
What is the name of the Halo ring in Halo 2?
Delta Halo.
In what year does the original Halo trilogy take place?
2552.
What is the species name of the elites?
St. Ely.
Who created Cortana?
Dr. Halsey.
What are the hunters made of?
Legola Worms. Master Chief, Petty Officer. Spartan Falls. Root to Regret and Mercy. Thel Vadum. Sergeant Johnson. Pillar of Autumn. Gravemind. The Banished. New Mombasa. The Librarian. Dr. Halsey and Captain Keys. Carter, George, Emil, Kat, June, Noble 6.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. HCS Pro Series number 2 is almost at its conclusion for ANZ. It's been a long journey for us to get here, and we have started to develop a whole lot more storylines as we go through this as well. Having a look back at our bracket, lads, it's been a long day for us to get here. It was a little bit different than what we saw from Pro Series number 1. This time the Chiefs were able to continue their undefeated streak, not dropping a single map for the entirety of today. But Blue, we saw Team Immunity come into the fold this time around, and they were able to do a little bit of damage, albeit they might not have been able to take the big guns in Divine Mind as well as the Chiefs, but a third place slot here for their first tournament. It's not too shabby.
Yeah, not too bad at all, and I think we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Immunity. I think they have so much more potential in their team. We mentioned this before, just before we cut to ad break, that, you know, I think it just takes for them to be able to get a bunch more practice in, probably scrim a whole bunch more teams, learn how these other teams are playing, take some of those strategies and adapt them for themselves. You know, they have so far to go. These are all season players. Like, they've been here before. They know how to coordinate. They know how to play Halo. Absolutely. We saw that today. So, yeah, no, very excited to see how they do in the future. Hopefully they can get a lot more practice in, a lot more games in too.
Exactly. I'm super excited to see what the boys of Immunity can do for HCS Pro Series at number 3. But lads, it's finally time for us to talk about our grand final. It's a story that we've told basically ad infinitum at this point for both these teams. The fact that Divine Mind and the Chiefs are in the grand final once again is a tale that we have told so much through Halo Infinite, but I think this time around it's really starting to get to the point here, Hoggy, where we're starting to see Divine Mind slowly eat closer to the Chiefs. They are still apart, not being able to take down the Chiefs in a grand final, but they've been able to at least try and solidify themselves here in Pro Series and starting to make a mark, but they still have such a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, they proved it last week, but yeah, it's a tough challenge. And today you could say that they've been up and down. Maybe not necessarily the whole team's been up and down, but it feels like the players have been a little bit up and down. Like Slays has been up, then down, then up. Sort of like playing well, not playing so great. It's sort of back and forth. And I think if they get a bit more consistency across the whole team in terms of how they're playing, then I think they can go to that next level. Because right now we're seeing a little bit of inconsistency in their, I guess you could say teamwork, but that might come down to, you know, a player struggling in one game, a player struggling in another or something, and not being consistent enough. And they're going to have to be consistent to sort of keep up with Chiefs.
Exactly, especially in a full bracket reset scenario where they're going to have to take him down in 2 best of 5s. That is no mean feat in and of itself, but now the fact that it's almost approaching on to 11 PM here in the east coast of Australia, these guys have been playing for a whole lot of Halo today, and it's going to be a tough task to take down somebody like the Chiefs here, Bluey, because these guys today have had a squeaky clean record. The only blip on their radar was last week where they lost the series for the first time in Halo Infinite, by the way. They still haven't dropped an entire tournament, and now going into this grand final, they've got everything in front of them to take yet another tournament victory.
Absolutely, Luke. You know, you want to talk consistency, especially within the ANZ region. You have no other team to look at other than the Chiefs. You know, they are our star team. And of course, on our star team, we have a star player. That's Barcode. My God, it feels like all we do is talk about this man. But how can you not when he is a walking in-game highlight reel? All he does is provide us with clip after clip. You know, he already had an overkill on Bazaar today. He is just like absolutely insane. It's going to be really good to see him unleash the beast against Divine Mind now. Yeah, man, oh man, Divine Mind. You know, they know what they have to play against. So.
I mean, you don't envy these players when they have to go up against somebody like Barcode in the server. And I think the thing for the rest of the Chiefs is the fact that they've got some big slayers across the entirety of their roster. And Barcode is just one of those shining beacons across the entirety of ANZ Halo right now, that he's been able to put up some insane numbers against the best teams in ANZ. And, you know, Divine Mind seems to be one of those teams that, for some reason, Barcode seems to want to put bigger numbers against these guys than anybody else in the region. So going into another best of 5 grand final here, Hoggy, I'm really looking to see if Divine Mind can cage the beast that is Barcode, or whether or not we're going to see another, you know, 7-8k damage kind of game coming in from the man.
Yeah, no, Barcode will come out firing. You saw last week, or I got the chance to watch his stream at the same time as the main stream. And as soon as the grand final started, he's like, let's get hyped, boys. Let's get into this. Let's go. And he's already ready to go as soon as the series started. And I know they came off, you know, elimination final, and Divine Mind had to wait around a bit. It's kind of reversed, but Barcode just loves playing Halo, doesn't he? Like, he just loves Halo, man. So, like, you know, even though he hasn't been playing, he's sitting there like, yeah, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, every single time I tune into his stream when we have one of these tournaments floating around, he's always playing in the training mode. He's always making sure that he keeps himself warm and always makes sure that he's a part of the Halo community. And I think it's beautiful the fact that we have somebody like him who is not only the top of us skill level-wise, but also is one of those shiny beacons of esports, being able to be such a nice person and be such a nice player to get along with as well. So getting into this grand final, lads, it's time for us to start to talk about these maps, because it's exactly where we're going to play. This is going to be the first best of 5. If Divine Mind win this best of 5, we get a full bracket reset and we go back to a new set of maps. We're going to start out here on Live Fire with some Oddball. We're going to Aquarius, which feels like it's the Chiefs' playground right now. To be fair, Bluey, if you're Divine Mind right now, you're probably taking a little bit of sweat off the brow, the fact that a CTF is a little bit deeper in the map pool, but you've still got so many of these big, strong maps for the Chiefs to go through first that I think Divine Mind really want to start out with a bang on these first couple of maps to see if they can get themselves deeper in this best of 5.
Yeah, Oddball Live Fire is a tough one to go into for their first map, because they have a lot to prioritize. Not only is, you know, the objective of the Oddball itself in there, they have to worry about outslaying the roster of the Chiefs, they have to worry about keeping those power weapons out of the hands of the Chiefs. You know, I think a lot of us look at Oddball Live Fire when the Chiefs are on them and go, okay, cool, Barcode's going to grab Snipe, yay! So that's what, as Divine Mind, you want to deny the Chiefs from having, and it's going to be a really tough task for them to do going into this map.
Yeah, and I think that's a thing that we've kind of talked about a lot today, right, Hoggy, is a lot of these teams have been putting a lot of emphasis back onto these power weapons, and we've been able to see these teams really get a stranglehold on a map when you see things like the Heatwave as well as the Snipe go into these kind of star-studded members and then consistently be able to get them. So that's certainly going to be something on the minds here of Divine Minds, is shutting down somebody like Barcode and making sure that he doesn't have these power weapons basically on spawn.
Yeah, the rough thing for them is he doesn't even need a power weapon. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh man, come on, dude. Like, he doesn't even need the power weapon, but like, if you keep it out of the hands of the Chiefs, let's just say the Chiefs, right? You don't want the Chiefs to have the power weapons. Doesn't matter whose hands it's in. That's how you win Halo, right? You need the power weapons, you need the customs, you need the power-ups, even the equipment. You need the equipment. Doesn't matter whose hands it's in. You don't want it in the hands of Chiefs. You want it in the hands of Divine Mind if they're to come in through. And, you know, I'll say reverse sweep, because the fact that they have to come through 2 series sort of brings that sort of momentum.
Yeah, exactly. We still are just waiting on one more player to come into the lobby, lads, as we can get ourselves into this grand final, can really start to hype up this kind of storyline that we've got going here. So Bluey, I want us to start to, you know, kind of magnify a little bit more onto this live fire oddball. We've talked about it a lot so far, the fact that the Chiefs have been really, really good at making these rotations. Live fire is not really a map that we've seen all too much from these oddballs today. We've seen a little bit of it, but do we feel like that, you know, obviously what the Chiefs have shown us on things like Recharge, that they can do that same kind of scenario on live fire, considering the different kind of placements of the power weapons up here on live fire?
Yep. that's a short, sweet, and to the point. Yep, absolutely. Like, you have to be so in focus as a team going up against Chiefs, because they already have a nail down on pretty much everything when it comes to every map. I highlighted earlier, last week we saw, I think it was a live fire oddball game, or it might have been a Strongholds game. Immediately, Barcode just curb slives off the box and manages to grab Sniper within like 2 seconds of the game opening. So you have to be prepared for those kind of plays as the enemy team against someone, you know, like a team like the Chiefs, because not only is Barcode going to go for that play, but he's going to have 3 other players backing him up to make a play like that in order to get that power weapon. So it's these micro considerations that you have to make during the game that are going to happen with a team like Chiefs.
And exactly, that is what the Divine Mind lads have ahead of them. They have the Chiefs to take down in a full bracket reset. Can they get it done? There's a whole lot of questions that we need answering to, lads. So Blue and Augie, let's jump into this grand final.
Yeah, it's the ANZ Pro Series number 2 grand final. The Chiefs versus Divine Mind. It happens every week, over and over. We've seen it a million times. Can Divine Mind create the upset, send it to a second series, and take down the Chiefs for the second time in the ANZ region?
So smart there from Prades to immediately just go top tower and plink damage onto the members of Divine Mind, who prioritize just nade spamming immediately out of garage onto the Sniper. And it doesn't matter anyway, because Barcode already has his hands on it. Prades has the ball. They're 2 seconds waiting on the... Oh, Barcode takes that shot, and he hits the second one. How does he do it? Dante's going to contest this OS here, but they know that Barcode has the snipe. So what are they going to do? Barcode has Overwatch, and Pips just manages to free challenge right there, get a hold of that OS. He's going to challenge Beaston. Beaston goes down immediately. Huge break for them, and the whole time, Prades has had the ball and just been rotating tower.
Yep, Sniper in the hands of Barcode. A player pushes out. He misses that shot. We won't say that much about Barcode. He barely misses. Another player in front of him. He'll get the shot. He jumps straight out. He's going to challenge Berserk as well, make him weak, and back down for his teammate to clean it up. Berserk is in a terrible position, but the player from the Chiefs is above him is not able to clean him up. Barcode will come back out. Someone has kept him weak. Pips will take down the other, and they have control of tower. They've already got 40 seconds on the ball.
Wow, like what a clean sweep just immediately from the break. Like again, pointing at that ball time, that whole time they haven't wasted it. They've had Prades holding that ball for the whole 52 seconds. No other player has had their hands at the ball. It's going to take Divine Mind to make a really strong 4-man push here, and it looks like that's what they're doing. They do take down Barcode, which means he no longer has that snipe. They do take down Prades as well, so they should have objective control here. They just need to get in a better position on the map to be able to make a convincing 54-second hold, and we might see that setup coming in here from Divine Mind on Snipe Tower, Hoggy.
Yep, Overshield's about to come up as well. So if they can get that, Chiefs still have 2 down. So Divine Mind, they get Chiefs to play the ball, they break the setup, they get the odd ball for themselves, and the Overshield is up in 2 seconds. Beaston's trying to be real sneaky. He's got Berserk with him. 2 players go down. Pips takes him down. The players of Chiefs have jumped straight in for the Overshield. Pips grabs it, and he's going to pop it straight into his chest. Berserk is going to go down as well. Dante is the last man up, and Barcode has the ball already. So Divine Mind could not get control of the Overshield, even though they felt like they had good positioning.
So much support coming in from Chiefs. They had 2 players head to OS. One of them went down, but immediately Madsy was just through cuts, immediately assisting whoever they needed to get the OS, you know, and that's the kind of teamwork that takes, especially in a grand final series. You know, you want no slip-ups, you want to make sure your comms are clean, your teamwork is as crispy clean as possible, and that's exactly what we just saw. That was such a fantastic play. It warms my heart to see players playing in that manner.
Yeah, Divine Mind break the setup of the Chiefs. Beaston will take down a kill. They'll trade each other out, but he will go down as he tries to retreat with the oddball. Berserk in a big fight. He'll get taken down. The ball will get played. Slays is the last man. Dante spawned up across the other side of the map. He'll get killed by Pips. So as soon as Divine Minds break the Chiefs setup, the Chiefs break the Divine Minds setup. The ball's moving straight back to the tower, and Barcode's got the snipe again.
Barcode with the sniper once again. Immediately dials in Dante. Dante is now stuck on cuts, 1 shot. Gets that nice body shot there. Enables his team to finish that up. And currently Divine Mind is down 2. Does unfortunately miss that shot. He's going to have to retreat a little bit here, and Barcode does find himself in a precarious situation. Rather than give them any chance of that sniper, he's just going to throw it off the map. Good play from Barcode. He knows how important those tools are on live fire, and we're probably going to see the rest of the follow-up come up from the team here, but it looks like Divine Mind might have this one a little bit in their back pocket, Hoggy.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Slays was the last man alive. He's going to try to push in with his teammates at the moment. They do take down one. Berserk will get a kill. He'll jump up. He's got a player above him. Call it out for his teammates. He's going to go straight back up again. He doesn't care, but he does get hit with a nade, and Madsy takes him down. Risky play to go straight back up. Prady will get another. And Divine Mind can't get the setup. They can't break it. It's 80 points now for the Chiefs. They've rotated the ball all the way around to green, and they're still racking up time. There's only 10 seconds left. Prades will pick up a mauler. He sees 2 coming through. All he has to do is stop them pushing here, and it looks like they will take the first round of oddball. Divine Minds put up a fight, but the Chiefs, they're just too strong. They'll take the first round.
Not only did they take that first round, they took it so convincingly. Prades with 54 seconds of the ball time, and that was pretty much off the break. That entire early minute of the match, Prades had the ball and was just rotating it, making sure that his team had the overlook on him. Absolutely insane, just teamwork coming out from the Chiefs, and exactly what we expected to see here, Hoggy. Double kill from Barcode already, and he's loving the body shots, mate.
Yeah, Barcode straight in, and he'll pick up the ball here most likely and start moving it. He's got a player from his team at tower, so he's going to move it straight there. Overshield will be coming up soon. He does get taken down by Slays. Slays will move in. He's got the ball in front of him. He's just calling out to his teammates to come help him. Overshield's about to be up. Madsy's bottom middle. They will get the Overshield. It should be uncontested. They'll take 2 down of Chiefs. And the Overshield is in the hands of Beaston. Pips is back tower. Beaston is going to try to get down there and help out his teammate. He does. Berserk takes him down, and they have ball control. So can they get a bit of a run going now, Bluey?
Yeah, they need a good chunk of time here to sort of make Chiefs feel a little bit more pressure, because Chiefs are going to have to focus on not just slaying, but, you know, breaking setups, because setups, especially on live fire, especially when they have the ball sort of tower side or low tower, it's going to be really hard for them to be able to do anything. And of course, when you see Slays pick up a triple kill like that, that's not what Chiefs want to be doing, just sort of running into, you know, taking face and running into his bullets. But, you know, from this point on, Divine Mind need to hold this bottom tower position, get good ball time, or just deny for as long as possible.
Yeah, Dante's got the snipe. He'll get challenged by Pips, who doesn't care if he's got it. He makes him stop using the sniper and whip out the BR. He'll get himself a double kill. Beaston's trying to push bottom middle. Berserk's jumping down for the reset. Prades is the last man up for the Chiefs, and the ball will move back in the hands of Divine Mind. So it's been scrappy for a little bit. No one's really had it, and Divine Minds finally get it in their hands.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Divine Mind is really going for big chunks of time, though. They're just trying to get a couple of seconds here and there to sort of bloat out that score as much as possible, which is a bit of a dangerous game to play, because as soon as Chiefs manage to get in your face and take over your position, make sure that the ball is still there, you know, that's exactly what they're going to have. Like, they have your setup now. You've just enabled giving Barcode a triple kill and still holding your setup, so they can actually get a huge chunk of time here, pretty much uncontested, because the Chiefs are just going to have good rotational setups and just constantly be on Divine Mind's backside here.
Look at the flank though. Matzi and Pratties have gone in for the flank. Pips will go down. Barcode's going to play it. They're 4 dead now, and Slays has the chance to grab the ball, get it up to tower. Can they get their own setup going? The game is tied. They've only just taken the lead. Pips is in front of him. Dante gets a double. And he's thrown the ball out underneath down at pillars, and it's a tough spot for his team. They're going to have to push out and try to get some control, but he is going to run it through the back of tower, but he does drop it again. He's fumbled it again. He won't be able to get out with it. He's got to take on Barcode, and Pratties comes along to help him. Dante's going to come in for the ball and see if he can get Pratties, but he won't be able to.
No.
The team shots are coming out from the Chiefs. Madzi's the last man up, and he'll find another kill. So back and forth, the ball's still down at pillars, and no one's really got too much time going in the last 30 seconds.
Pretty incredible that whole time, you know, the Chiefs managed to milk out as much ball time as possible during all those firefights, and they actually managed to lead up their score a little bit more on what Divine Mind has. So it just takes into account that how good Chiefs are of taking advantage of these situations, no matter what they are, and still taking, you know, like taking as much objective time as they possibly can.
Barcode has the sniper, but he's playing objective. He's getting the ball for his team. He's probably asking, where am I taking this? Where am I taking this? He just missed the headshot. No scope on Berserk. He'll clean him up. He'll find a second kill. He does get Mangle beat down, though. Slays and the side of Divine Minds have the ball moving into Garage, and they will hold it here at screens. They'll drop the ball and try to slay out, though.
They're going to have to take a little bit harder of a situation here. Madzi coming in with the quick double, but unfortunately it means that Divine Mind are forced to take that ball more warehouse side, which means they've got no room to play the ball whatsoever. You know, if they die and give a setup, that's just what they have to accept. And that's exactly what's happened, because Pips is going to be able to come in now, but unfortunately does get taken down. Nice body shot beatdown coming out from Berserk. Makes a little Superman play there with the repulsor, but it you know, score's all tied up right now. You just got to eke a little bit of seconds out where you can, and that seems what both teams are doing.
Barcode knows he's going to die, so he just starts meleeing and teabagging the body. Divine Mind did manage to get the overshield, and that's the reason why they have this setup. The players of the Chiefs are running top middle. Pips will go down from his teammate. Madzi gets another. It's traded back and forth. Barcode's the last up. Divine Mind have a bit of a setup. He'll find him. Dante will go down. Barcode is on a tear. He's coming straight into A. He's going for Beaston. He's got a player right next to him. He will push up, try to get shots down. He's got Pratties pushing in with him. He will take down another. There's another player right next to him, and they don't know where he's gone. He's gone back towards A. One player dead for each team. Barcode and his teammate trying to push in. Berserk is at the back. He'll take on Berserk, and he will take him down. Barcode's shots are just on point all the time, Bluey.
Yeah, the Chiefs now need to take the kind of push that they've had there. They seem to be throwing Divine Mind for a bit of a loop here. They're playing very chaotically, but they need to turn this into a setup. They need to do something here to be able to grant themselves a good chunk of time, and unfortunately, Divine Mind have just decided to rotate this ball over to tower. So it means if Chiefs do manage to get in, try to get a setup, you know, Divine Mind are just going to play that ball, and we're back to square one. We're back to fighting over the ball at bottom mid. So Chiefs really need to make sure that they slay out Divine Mind here in order to have like a strong setup.
Yeah, it almost feels like Chiefs are just playing a Slayer game at this point and not even really going for the ball. We saw it multiple times. They're just slaying back and forth, and I don't know if that's Divine Minds forcing them into that, or if the Chiefs just can't get on top of Divine Minds enough. And if Berserk's trying to get a kill, he will get one. His teammate Slays his bottom middle. He'll clean up. He'll grab the overshield. He won't get away, though. Pratties and Madzi are going to push in and try to grab it for themselves. Pratties is one shot. The overshield is still down. Beaston is trying to slay him out. He'll throw some nades. He will get taken down by Beaston's first nade. Madzi will get taken down as well. Another player is here. Slays. That's Barcode. Barcode gets himself a double, and he grabs the overshield. He'll push straight through to Dante. The last player of Divine Minds is bottom middle as well, and that's Berserk. Divine Minds throws the ball off, and the ball will reset.
Only 20 seconds left on the clock. You know, Barcode is putting out huge numbers here, going 22 and 11. He's leading in the ball score as well. So the Chiefs really need to take full advantage of that and start to make a setup here. But it seems like every time we swap to someone on the Chiefs, it's unusual. They're just going down one at a time. Divine Mind seem to have the best of them right now in terms of just holding that objective, making good rotations. And we do go up with a 1-1 round, so it's going to be interesting to see how both teams go to break this tie. Someone's got to come out on top, Hoggy, but I have no idea who's going to take it.
Yeah, I was saying it felt like a Slayer game, and it turned into a Slayer game, right? There wasn't much ball grabbing, and the timer runs out. Divine Mind managed to get themselves around. They've got a good chance here in round number 3 to bring it back, but it felt like that. I just, like I said before, I couldn't tell if it was Divine Mind sort of bringing it into that type of game, or if the Chiefs just were sort of trolling a little bit. I don't know. It didn't feel like they were grabbing the ball enough. What a shot by Barco. But Barco will jump down, grab the ball, bring it back to tower. Maybe they can get a setup going. He does have the snipe again. Can he get a headshot? He's jumped up. No, he can't. He does hit the body, though, and he's going to fly straight in. Slays is there as well. He'll take him down with the perfect 4-shot. Berserk will clean him out. Berserk's going to go straight in for the overshield, and they should be able to grab it. The ball will get played. So the overshield is in the hands of Divine Mind, and Beaston has played the ball, so it will be down bottom middle.
You would have thought that would have been the setup for Chiefs for pretty much, the rest of the game.
Almost was a chance there, yeah.
They had the spawns at tower, but they decided to turn around and contest OS, and ultimately that was their undoing. I feel like it would have been more beneficial for them to just sort of let Divine Mind come to them, but instead they took the fight. They challenged. Barcode had a really good body shot there with whoever was challenging the OS, but unfortunately it just didn't amount in the kills or the pressure, the time that they needed. And unfortunately now Divine Mind has completely flipped the script, and they in fact have control of tower, which is, again, watching those spawns come out from Chiefs, I expected they would be in this position right now.
Yeah, Divine Mind are bringing it back. They really want to win this first game and this series and the whole tournament if they can get there. Beaston is going to have to play the ball. He's going to milk some time, though. This is smart, considering the last round went down to the time. Every second should count in this round, because if Divine Mind want to kind of play that sort of style again, where they're sort of just slaying out and just stopping the Chiefs from grabbing the ball, then every second is going to count here. So every time they milk it, it's going to be important for them. The overshield's about to spawn, but the side of Chiefs are all over it, and they're ready to grab it. Beaston's trying to come in. He won't be able to. Slays takes down one. He gets barcode as well, and Praddy's has got the overshield, I think, in his hand, and he does.
Again, I thought that would have been the setup. They had so many kills, so much good defense coming out on the ball. You saw Barcode just being able to shoot away those grenades with the repulsor so he didn't go down, and they managed to make a good rotation through OS and then into Courtyard. But immediately, Divine Mind gets the spawn and just gets the better of them on the kills, which is not generally what you expect to see. But now we're just seeing this time, eke out more and more. It may only be 19 to 17 currently on the board, but we've seen how good Divine Mind are just picking up those seconds here and there where they count, and that's exactly right, Hoggy. You just mentioned it before. That's exactly what the last round came down to.
Yeah, we got 3 minutes left on the clock. They're just racking up time. They're just racking up time the best they can. 3 of them are all standing next to each other. They've got a player coming around. They all just jump out and take him down. Barcode is trying to push through dummies. He's going to have to go bottom middle. And Dante's going to challenge him, though. Dante's gone straight in. He won't be able to get him. He does, though. He gets the melee. He tries to get what it looked like a body smacker before he died, but he doesn't get there. 2 players of Divine Mind will take down another of Chiefs, but Mazzy's running the ball away. This is good milk time for them. It's exactly what they need, because if it goes down to the slaying, then they just need all the time they can get. But they finally have the ball into house, and can they hold a setup? 2 players from the side of Divine Mind are trying to come through top middle. Beaston does have the sniper, but Pips is on the back smack. He's ready. Barcode knows another player is coming in. He will drop down with his teammate to help him out. Barcode shoots the body afterwards just to make sure he knows the last player of Divine Mind's right in front of him. He'll drop down for him as well. Slays did manage to get a double kill before he died, so Divine Mind, they're still trying to hold out, do the best they can, stop them from getting any seconds they can. Barcodes have to drop the ball again. It will be put down in the side for the side of Divine Minds, and Divine Mind, they're just slaying it out over and over, just stopping the Chiefs from getting a good setup.
I liked what we just saw briefly from the Chiefs there. They saw that Madzi had spawned in the warehouse side, in that A side, so they just opted for, okay, it's not ideal, but we're going to take this ball there. And they did manage to get a good little chunk of time to catch up, but again, we're seeing Divine Mind just milk time, and it's not what the Chiefs want to be allowing Divine Mind to do. At this point, we're seeing really solid slaying coming out from the side of the Chiefs, but they just don't have that objective and that map control needed to go onto both sides. But they are getting good team shots now. This could be the flip, this could be the rotation, and this is what they need to keep going.
Yeah, we could just call this Slayer on live fire. No one's got a setup going in the previous 2 rounds. It's been very, very scrappy as Chiefs are trying to get themselves back into the lead. Barcode will go bottom middle. That's Praddy, sorry. He'll go bottom middle and get traded out. Berserk has the heat wave in hand. He's trying to be sneaky. He gets caught out, though. And Barcode will take him down. Barcode just puts the melee into his body. Every time he's getting a kill, or the side of Chiefs is getting a kill, there's a melee or a shot to the body happening.
Yeah, this could be the good setup here. It seems like they have
finally some points.
A good rotation down on lock. They have gotten ahead, but what they need to do now is just stop Chiefs from being able to take any momentum. We do see Dante top mid. He does have the heat wave, makes Madzi one shot. He's probably going to get the kill here. He does.
Triple kill.
From the grave, good stuff coming out from Dante there. Even though he had to sack his life, he stops the score from bleeding out. So now, what spawns are we going to see? We see Prady's Pillars, and he's already peeking Sandbags. He's going to take on Beaston. He does not trade the kill, but they do manage to get it. Unfortunately, Chiefs go down 2, make that 3. We have Divine Mind up 3 on the board, which means that they can now set up in warehouse side, milk some of that time out.
Madzi's got the ball though, he's thrown it away. He's going to have to turn and get his teammates to help him out. Prady's will come in, get a double kill from Madzi. Madzi being the distraction. Dante is coming off respawn. He's at tower. There's only 30 seconds remaining. If they get the overshield, this might be over.
Yep, exactly. What are we going to see here? We do see Dante go down. That is very unfortunate. They have this tower side unlocked. Barcode's going to be able to take the kill here. I think it's going to be too late for Divine Mind unless they can make some kind of ridiculous play right now. Good body shots coming out from Barcode. Stops Dante being able to push forward. Misses that one, hits the body shot. Huge double kill coming out from him, but now the communication is going to come out. Madzi does have to make a rotation. 1 second left, and they do get it. And they do know we do see a teabag come out from Pips. They knew good rotations coming out from Madzi just in the end there. It was all about eking out those last seconds. Really, really good stuff. I can tell the comms would have been on point for that one, Hoggy.
Yeah, finally they get a setup going, and what do you know?
Yeah, exactly.
They end the game.
Take the game.
Maybe it was Divine Mind sort of pushing it into that sort of play style of like slaying by going in over and over and sort of just moving the ball around a little bit. You know, especially if you can put the ball into a good spot, it makes it hard for a team to get a setup. We finally see a team get a setup,
Barcode.
and they push out the win. Barcode 46 kills, 15 assists. What more does he need to do? I guess, you know, as usual. He's just doing everything in the damage and slaying column. So Barcode, just the usual Barcode.
Yeah, but I mean, like, jeez, 11k damage. But that being said, 10k damage coming out from Berserk.
Yeah, Berserk.
It was just really tough, though, especially in that second round. It just didn't seem like they were turning that kill pressure into rotations or good setups. It seems like they were just trying to favor too much of setting up on tower side. It was only until we saw at that last sort of bit of the game where they did just turn it into, okay, we need to accept that we need a warehouse setup. And as soon as they did that, things start to fall more into their favor. And I just wish they would have committed to that earlier, honestly, Hoggy.
Yeah, well, the setup in the first round, for example, was perfect, right? They got the setup a couple of times and they managed to sort of close out the first round pretty quickly. But the second round just turned into a bit of a Slayer match and both teams just slaying each other out. Maybe Divine Minds individually were sort of just matching the side of Chiefs, if that makes sense, sort of like matching them in the second round. And then even in the third round they were as well. But as soon as they sort of slipped up on the ability to sort of challenge Chiefs over and over and stop them from being able to get a setup, it just sort of ended the game. Even though they broke it one time, the Chiefs came back in and just dominated it again and just held the setup.
I feel as though Divine Mind were better being able to adapt like off spawn break and make immediate calls as to where, you know, the members of Chiefs were, because we saw so many times that Divine Mind would sort of spawn either Rat's Nest or Tower side, the position that the Chiefs wanted to take, but immediately Divine Mind would be able to shut that down, make the call that, okay, this is where they want to rotate. We have the advantage in the spawns, shut them down as quickly as possible, and that's what they did time and time again, especially on that second round. That's why I say I wish they just would have preferred that warehouse hold a little bit more, because I think, I mean, obviously it worked in their favor in the third round because they took it pretty convincingly, but I think they could have taken that more so in the second round if they just sort of adapted to that and made that decision earlier. But, I mean, good stuff from them overall. They still take game one.
Yeah, and I would say Divine Minds put up a really good fight, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
We went to round number 3, and I felt like they were very much more in that game. And going into a Slayer, where you could say that first game was pretty Slayer even. The only problem is they've got Barcode, so there's a little bit of a, you know, there's like everyone's even, and then there's one player that's unfortunately just a freak. But
yeah, 3k damage ahead of everyone else. So
yeah, the fact that the side of Divine Minds was able to put up the slaying power in game number 1 should give them confidence going into game number 2 on Aquarius Slayer. They just need to make sure they get that camo, because they can't be giving the camo away.
No.
And if they get the camo, even in the previous games, they've shown on Aquarius that they are able to get the camo, and they just need to be able to do it and make sure that they keep it in their hands. You know that the Chiefs are going to be going for the heat wave, though.
Yeah.
You know, Madzi was talking about it earlier, how it's just so important to have that weapon as well as the camo on this map. So they're going to have to keep it out of the side of Chiefs, but they put up a good performance in game number 1, and then the Slays proved that they could do it in game number 2.
I'm pretty convinced that going into this next match, yeah, it should be fairly even, should be fairly close. But as you're mentioning, they do need to pay as much attention to the spawns of the camo and especially that heat wave, because I feel as though that Chiefs are one of those teams who are just able to take a tool like the heat wave, which isn't necessarily a power weapon, so to speak, but it is so strong, especially on a more CQC focused map like Aquarius. You know, Divine Mind need to make sure that they are paying attention to that heat wave as much as Chiefs are. So if they can dial that in, get control of it more so than what Chiefs are, you know, they have players on the side of Divine Mind who are just as good as being able to use a tool as the heat wave. So they just need to get it at the most opportune times and give it to the right players at those times.
Yeah, and we're going into Aquarius, which we did see the Chiefs, I think, play against Immunity early on in CTF.
Yep.
And we saw off the rip that they sent one player through pink, they sent 2 down bottom pink, they sent 1 player to grab the thruster and jump up top pink, and they flanked Immunity immediately, and they got straight into their base on the P side. Slayer's obviously different because you don't necessarily need to go into the enemy base, but you know that the Chiefs are going to be playing aggressive because they are just confident. You know what I mean? Like, they're confident. So they're going to be playing aggressive. So we'll have to see if they sort of bring that into this game right off the bat.
Yep, will be very interesting to see what players prioritize what, especially on an Aquarius map. I feel like Chiefs have selected their roles for weapons and power-ups, and especially the thruster. It feels like that always falls into Barcode's hands. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens off the break. I don't imagine too many players are going to take a crossfire, you know, top-mid exchange. And I would imagine they're going to prioritize getting a hold of, you know, these power weapons and this equipment as much as possible. Pips goes down immediately. Praties answers with a kill. We're already all tied up, and it seems like both teams sort of answered each other pretty evenly off the break, Hoggy.
Yeah, pretty even off the break, and we're into game number 2 of the grand finals. The Chiefs have taken the first game, but Dante's got the camo in his hands. Parkoed in front of him. He doesn't manage to take him down. He does turn for Pips. Pips was weak already, so he'll get that kill. And he's going to call out for his teammates.
No.
Barco jumps straight back up, and Dante manages to take him down. Imagine if Barco was able to get that, but the camo still in the hands of Dante, so they could use this to their advantage, and they have taken a 4-kill lead.
Yeah, you see all 4 players of the Divine Mind actually make a break through P side there instead of opting to sort of split their player's car. It did work out pretty well for them. They did manage to make a lead, but Barcode, you do see there just pick up 2 more kills and sort of eke things out a little bit more. So, man, Aquarius on Slayer is a lot more different than what we're used to seeing, because we're used to seeing this map on CTF, right? But, you know, it just comes down to, especially on this, what weapons are going to fall into what players' hands, the comms in particular. You know, it's tough to call this game so far. We do see Chiefs sort of managing to make up for those kills that they lost in the very early game.
Yeah, Divine Mind only ahead by 1 now. The Heat Wave's in the hands of Barcode. He's up to top pink. His teammates are on the opposite side of the map. They've traded out a kill. The team shot comes straight in. Berserk will go down. It's a killing spree for Barcode as he tries to push in to the opposite side of the map. His teammates have gone down on the other side. Camo is up in 14 seconds. 2 players from Divine Minds are right above him, though. He does a little curb slide as he goes across the whole map. He's already into the opposite utility, and he's on the flank of Beast, and he's on the flank of another player as well. Madzi will help him take it down. Camo is about to spawn in 2 seconds, and Barcode is still alive. He's just running a menace, but Dante will get a double kill for Divine Minds. Barcode drops the Heat Waves and picks it back up. Doesn't manage to get away, but Barcode's already on 7 kills.
Yeah, huge players coming up from the side of Barcode, but you know, for his team, they sort of need to answer back to what Barcode is putting down. You know, Pips, unfortunately, a bit of a goose egg right now. He is going 0-5. He does have 3 assists, which I would say probably hand in the favor of Barcode, but we need to see more of a lead come in from Chiefs, especially if they want to take this series more convincingly. You know, it seems like Divine Mind are playing quite slow, not as aggressive as what we are used to seeing them. And that could, you know, work in their favor, especially if they manage to control more of the pace of the map, give less of the map to Chiefs, and sort of keep Chief on their toes. Jeez, that Dynamo nade coming out absolutely lethal.
Yeah, the second camo goes to the side of Chiefs, but it doesn't work out too well for Pradis as he'll go down. Barcode's got 2 players in front of him. Berserk and Beeson are pushed out at the exact same time. Good teamwork from them, but Barcode comes straight back in and he manages to take down a kill. Oh, he almost gets the double, but he doesn't. Beeson was stuck reloading in the doorway as Barcode pushed straight back in. Slays and Berserk working together. And off the bat, we've seen Dante, 8 kills, 6 kills for Slays. They've started out strong. We've seen multiple times where Dante's had a double kill. Slays has had a few double kills in the kill feed. And it's only 1 kill, and they are in the lead now.
Dante pretty much picking up that heat wave as soon as it comes up, so they are making sure that they pay attention to this weapon, which has the ability to turn the tide very quickly. Does pick up another kill on Pradis there, and that means that Divine Mind have hit that 25, 26 kill mark here. We're probably going to see the game sort of pan out a little bit more evenly. Chiefs need to give themselves an answer to what Divine Mind is putting down right now, and unfortunately, almost didn't have it there in the hands of Dante. That would have been very embarrassing, but they can't slip up at this point. They do have a very convincing league, and we are seeing that blowed out a little bit more with Slays picking up a kill there, and Camo does go into the hands of Dante with the heat wave, Hoggy.
Yeah, heat wave, Camo in hand, 6 kills the lead. It was 4 dead momentarily for the Chiefs about 10 seconds ago. So Divine Mind, they are working perfectly on this map. Dante's going to go straight down for Pradis, and he does find him. Killing spree for him. He turns around for the double. He does get it. He'll get taken down, though, by his teammate. His teammate comes in. Madsy's there as well. Madsy will go down, so Slays is doing brilliantly this game. Berserk will take down Barcode. Every time we're swapping over to the Chiefs, they're going down at the moment. Divine Mind's teamwork is on point, and they're up by 9 kills, 8 kills now.
Dante and Slays both putting out big plays for their team, and we're not really seeing any member of Divine Mind really caught lacking right now. They're both putting up good numbers, good amounts of assists. You can definitely tell that they're sort of all on point. They're all synergizing really well with each other right now, making sure the calls go out. But as I do say that, Divine Mind do go down too. Both Pips and Madsy picking up a kill. Dante is deadly with that heat wave though. He does pick up a kill for himself, and we do see Beeston pick up a double. So they are bloating out that little bit lead. They are 6 kills ahead right now. It's going to be difficult to see if they can hold this or make it any bigger, because we're probably going to see the Chiefs start to approach this map a little bit differently and probably play a little bit less aggressively than what they have been, because it has not been working in their favor.
Yeah, they're up by 5 kills, the Divine Mind squad, but we saw last week they were up by over 10 kills, and the Chiefs managed to bring it back. But Slay says that is not going to happen. They push in. Pradis is the last man alive. He's down towards bottom pink. Slays has gone straight up to top pink. They're up by 8 kills, and I think Divine Mind should be able to take this game as they push in on the spawners. Pradis is weak. Slays is going to have to back down. His teammates are there to help him out. Madsy is down for the side of Chiefs. And Slays and his teammate are working together. They'll go straight into the fridge and they'll get a kill. Barcode is behind them and he's one shot. Barcode's still alive. No, he does go down. Madsy goes down as well. There's only 4 kills left. It's a 10-kill lead for Divine Minds. 18 kills for Dante. Slays is putting up the numbers as well with 13. Dante takes on Pips. Pips is on fire. I mean, Dante's on fire this game, and he'll take him down. 3 kills left. 2 players from Chiefs trying to push in. Dante staying alive as best he can. There's only 3 kills left in the game. Beeston goes down, bottom car, 10 kills the difference. Is this where the Chiefs bring it back? No, Dante comes in, gets a killing spree, doesn't manage to take down a second. Berserk gets another. There's only 1 kill left. Berserk gets it. They'll take game number 2. And what a game from Divine Minds. 50 to 39. They had the camo controls, and the Chiefs just could not hang that game.
That is not what I expected to see. Dante dropping a 20 bomb there on the scoreboard. Like, what was going on there for the Chiefs? Usually, I feel as though we alluded to this sort of in our pre-game sort of discussion, but the Chiefs are really good at holding down Aquarius as a map, but that game, it just wasn't in their favor, man. Like, they almost got staked. That's how bad it was, and that's not something that we used to see coming out from the Chiefs. They only managed to pick up those kills and sort of irk back just near the very end, but for so long we were seeing that bloat come out more and more, and we're seeing neg numbers come out from everyone but Barcode on the side of the Chiefs, and that's not what you want to see if you're in the Chiefs' position right now.
Yeah, the damage from Dante, 4,800. Putting in work for his team. He gets a 20 bomb in the grand final to secure the win by 11 kills. That's not a small margin. That is a big margin. 11 kills, big margin for Divine Mind. Every time it felt like we were on board with Divine Mind, they had a teammate next to each other. It felt like we were watching the Chiefs at times, you know what I mean? Like, we've seen the Chiefs, you know, in previous series, every time they're sort of shooting at another player, there's another teammate next to them shooting them as well, or they back down and they clean it up, and that's exactly what we've seen from Divine Minds this game.
Yeah, it honestly felt a bit disjointed from the Chiefs. Again, like I said it before, not what we're typically used to seeing from a team of their caliber, but it was really good to see how Divine Mind sort of got that win and handed it to the Chiefs throughout the entirety of the game. They were super consistent all throughout, both Dante and Slays being, you know, both respectively like huge team Slayers, supporting and backing up each other really where it mattered. So, yeah, wow, really, really tough. You know, I would never expected to see Divine Mind take a Slayer game that convincingly from Chiefs.
Yeah, you know the Halo 2 god Dante, he is hyped up. He would be hyped up after that game with 20 kills. You know that they're coming back and they want to win this series. The Chiefs are going to have to bounce back because that's a tough loss to take in a series that they were probably thinking, oh yeah, whatever, we're just playing Divine Minds again. Divine Minds have come in hot. I think that Immunity series helped them a lot.
Oh,
It
yeah,
really
absolutely.
helped them a lot, for sure.
Yeah, it probably gave them, you know, more of an area to be grounded on. They probably got to sort of read themselves better on a few of those maps coming into a Chiefs game. And I would say just overall it gave them, yeah, a good thing to bounce off of. To be like, okay, yeah, we can absolutely do this. We can go against someone like Chiefs once again. You know, we don't need to be put in the same position as we were last week. So it's just going to depend going into this next game here if they manage to hold things as well on a Stronghold Streets game. You know, again, I feel like this is something we typically see Chiefs be more dominant on than anything else, but I said that about that Aquarius Slay game that just passed, and look what happened.
Yeah, Divine Minds tie up the series. We're going into game number 3. It's 1-1 between Chiefs and Divine Mind. Can Divine Mind upset the Chiefs? I'm going to say upset because they haven't been able to win a tournament yet. They need to win this series, win the next series, get themselves the tournament win that they haven't been able to do so far. Barcode's grabbed the rockets of the bat and he's already got a double kill.
Yeah, 2 straight off the bat. That's fantastic. I feel like a lot tonight we've seen players grab rocks. Haven't really been able to make, you know, a 1 rocket equal 1 kill. But of course, if it's any player that's going to be able to do it, it's Barcode. And that's huge for them because that pretty much just gave them free leeway to take B and hopefully push back Divine Mind here and keep them in that PD side of the map. But we do see Madsy goes down. You know, Barcode's big support in that situation. But Barcode does pick up another kill there. And it's going to take him to sort of be able to do a little dance, get onto C point and stop this C capture right here. Because otherwise, that's going to be a trip cap for the side of Divine Mind. He does stop it.
Yeah, killing spree for Barcode. That's a big kill on C. There's another player at C. He's got 2 of them there, actually, though. He backs down with the thruster and he manages to stay alive. His teammates are going to push over to A. He's got to call out for his team to come over because surely there's a player going to be pushing up next to him. If not, they're going to come up B stairs right behind him and he won't even know it. There is a player there. No, there isn't. There isn't. A player's jumped down. There is one there. He's getting challenged by Dante. Dante's trying to come in a perfect spike nade. Dante will take him down. 2 down for the side of Chiefs. It's 3 down. Dante's picking up exactly where he left off in the previous game. He's going to go for the trip cap.
Yeah, Dante with a super convincing play there. You know, it feels like he had the read. He knew Barcode was going to take that challenge. Immediately read where he was going to his position was going to be. Cleaned him up as quickly as possible with that shots and immediately moved on to Tyres because the calls must have been coming out from his teammates for him to move Tyres. We do see Prades pick up a couple of quick kills there with some beatdowns, but, you know, unfortunately, Chiefs just aren't really on top of it right now. They've been trip capped for so long. Slays takes out Pips with a very convincing 3-shot with that Stalker rifle, and we're going to see him unfortunately go down and the side of the Chiefs being able to take, you know, B and A, so hopefully they can bleed a little bit of their score in at the moment, Hoggy.
Beaston gets caught out trying to grab the rockets. He throws a pucket rocket out. It doesn't hit anything, so the rockets will be down. I'm not sure if anyone will be able to grab it. The kills get traded out. It's 3 down for Chiefs. 4 down, not quite. That's Barcode getting a kill for himself in C. The C point and the A point will be traded, and Divine Minds are going to get themselves B. So they're going to keep ticking in their favor. They are up by 40 points already. So Divine Minds picking up exactly where they left off. Dante started out hot again. Berserk's got 8 kills. Barcode goes in, tries to get Slays. Can he get a second? No, he can't. Slays with the kill, and that's the sort of kills that Divine Mind need, right? In previous series, we would see Barcode get a double there. But if Divine Mind can stop that from happening, then they've got a really good chance to win this series.
That being said, you know, Madzi did have the quick support play right there. As soon as Barcode went down, Madzi was there to clean up the kill. And because of that, it resulted in Chiefs being able to take B. They held A down for as long as possible and were just waiting for a window to open for them to take B. Madzi with the cross map takes down that member Dante there up on Crow's Nest, immediately denies him from any overlook. We're going to see another kill come out from Madzi right now. Some good kills coming out on the side of him. He's just going to need to stay alive, milk his life for as long as possible, as unfortunately he does go down to Slays, who takes him out with a grenade. And if Slays can get this kill on Pips right here, we're probably going to see BB taken, but Pips does answer him back and tells him, you're not taking this point, buddy. Sorry.
Pips is milking. He's milking. He's coming
He's
back
doing
from
it. The
Berserk.
milkman is
Can he get him?
active.
No, but Beastie comes in to help him, but he was milking as usual. Two of them will go down. Two players from Chiefs go down as well. Slays and Dante have got to work together, though. They've got Madzi in front of him. Madzi will take down one. Dante will challenge him. He almost gets out the yard from one shot that Madzi was. Dante has a teammate next to him, I think, that spawned in. Yep, that is his teammate spawning in. They're going to go on for B, and they're also grabbing C, a player. That's Pips trying to come in. He won't be able to stop the B capture point, so they'll have C and B in their hands. The Chiefs are all over A.
Time looks to be ticking up once again. Praddies and Madzi picks up kills. That's Divine Mind, 2 down. And good, smart play from the Chiefs here, just looking to rotate C. Madzi with the rocket kill. Picks up 2, huge double for him. Gives him a lot of leeway. Picks up the triple. Can he get the over? Slays is right there. He's got no support. He is unfortunately one shot, so he will back down and they will opt for the objective play instead. They are up a trip cap right now. They're going to see the rotation come out. The call is made immediately. They did spawn Cafe. They have Berserk locked down in PD. Madzi does pick up another kill. That's a killing spree for him, and if he can clear A, which it looks like he's going to, they are going to have the trip cap up. Unfortunately, B has been ticked over just that little bit, so we're going to see another rotation come out from the sides of Chiefs. There's going to be a fight here, Hoggy.
Yeah, Barcode's running in. He'll clean it up. 3 players from the Chiefs pushing straight to B. They still, Divine Mind still haven't even capped another point. They're still on a trip cap. They're stopping the points momentarily by standing in C. Madzi's whiffing every shot, so he backs down to help Praddies. Praddies doesn't need it, though. He'll take down Beaston. Madzi staying alive. Praddy gets another kill. Praddy's doing work right now, and he gets almost a triple as Madzi cleans up the other kill. All dead for Divine Minds. They managed to take C back, but it won't be for very long. They're going to jump straight into A. The trip cap might be on play here again for the Chiefs.
They're hitting C, which means that if they're tramp side, they immediately know that players of Divine Mind are going to be spawning Cafe and PD, and that was the rotation that we saw immediately come out. They took down Berserk as soon as he spawned. Barcode comes in, cleans up Dante. They can see the call. They have their member over on ties. He does get taken down immediately, so they do have a bit of a trip cap situation going on here. Unfortunately, they do have the members of Divine Mind spawn C side. They do trip cap once again, so we're going to see more of a bleed Urk out, especially when Barcode picks up those kills quickly and denies any player of Divine Mind touching that B point, but we do see C side tick once again. They have these spawns down on lock, Hoggy. You know, it's going to be really tough for Divine Mind to be able to make up an answer whatsoever.
Yeah, this trip cap has been going for what feels like a minute now as the game's almost over. The points are still ticking over. 2 points a second. It's 2 down for Divine Mind. Slays gets in to stop it, but it won't matter. The Chiefs will take game number 3, and they'll jump 2-1 up in the series. The game was close at the start, but the Chiefs just dominated in the end. They pick up a trip cap, and they don't lose it till the end of the game.
They picked up that trip cap, and immediately from that, they were just able to watch the spawns like hawks, immediately know where they were. We saw Berserk spawn Cafe sort of A side, and as soon as he spawned, he was done. Like, he was dead. He went down. He couldn't contest A whatsoever. Barcode just had him on lock. The spawn control over there is exactly what we expect to see from Chiefs. And, you know, as to be said, during that game, Divine Mind had no answer to it. They couldn't bounce back.
Yeah, Divine Mind, I thought going into that game that they would be able to bring it to the Chiefs, and they did bring it to the Chiefs, right? It was 80 points all. It was 80 points all at one point, and now it's ended 250 to 80, unfortunately for Divine Mind. But the Chiefs bouncing back straight away, right? I said that it was not a close loss for the Chiefs. You know, they lost by 11 kills in the previous game. So coming into this game, they've bounced back straight away, 250 to 80. Madzi, 11 kills, 8 deaths. He gets himself a triple kill. It felt like he was milking his life just as much as Pips does.
I mean, Chiefs damn near denied Divine Mind getting any other points off of the board apart from that early kill 80 that you, that early game 80 that you keep mentioning. It seemed like from beyond that point, the Chiefs were like, yeah, no, we know we need to stop these guys. This is exactly how we're going to do it. This is exactly the point of the game that we're going to start like taking control of it. And that's, you know, definitely what they did. That's such a convincing turnaround for the side of the Chiefs. You know, we see the scoreboard here. This is where they started to tick up, and from this point on, Divine Mind just couldn't do anything. The Chiefs had them down on lock through and through.
Yeah, no, definitely the Chiefs just had this game on lock. As soon as the score got 80 all, they're like, nah, let's start just getting a trip cap and we'll just keep it for the rest of the game and just make sure the Divine Minds have no chance. So we're going to jump into game number 4. Can Divine Mind bring it back? Because they looked good in game number 2. And that map, actually, I want to point out that map was a map that Divine Mind just played. They just played that against Immunity and won.
Yep.
And then they're about to play CTF Bazaar that they also just played against Immunity.
Yep.
So they're playing two game types here in a row that they've just played in the previous series. So they definitely have the experience on the map today, even against a team like Immunity. That's still enough to at least help them out.
I mean, at this point, it's such a simple thing to point out, but it's just team differential, right? Like, you may take these maps against Immunity very convincingly, but when you come up against the Chiefs, that's a whole different monster hoggy. Like, that's a whole different thing that you have to prep for. You could play against, I feel like, you know, a team, you know, 5 different teams like Immunity, but as soon as you go up against Chiefs, it's a different game. You have to play a different game. You have to put yourself in a different train of thought.
Yep, capture the flag on Bazaar. This is Chiefs' chance to win it if they take this game. But can Divine Minds bring it back and send it to a game number 5 and to a reset of the bracket into another series? 2 of Chiefs go down straight off the bat. Madsy's like, I'm not going to go for the Rockets. I'm backing down. Give me that Bulldog instead.
Looks like Slays was probably the one in possession of OS there. I'm actually not sure. Might be Beaston. No,
he has it.
Slays has it. He just hasn't popped it yet. He's going to pop it going into... Blue Side Cafe to challenge. Madsy is all the way off in La La Land over on red side. He's going to take a fight with Berserk here. I don't know if he knows where he is. He did see him clip briefly. Does get that melee beatdown with the Mangler, but we already RC3 going down on the side of Chiefs, and it seems like Madsy has no choice here other than to pull the flag, sort of draw some attention away from his team, and hopefully confuse the side of Divine Mind to let the Chiefs react to what's just happened.
Yeah, he is right behind the side of Divine Minds. The ball, the flag gets to bottom middle. 4 down for Divine Minds. And the side of Chiefs didn't even need Madsy to kill him. They didn't even need it. They just needed him to distract, get the flag going. You pull it to bottom middle or to Rockets and we'll just start running it. We'll slay them. And it's fine. You don't have to do too much. Just get the flag out for us.
We got the Milkman up on this main stage camera right now, making a very convincing, very smooth, very clean flag run, puts it right in for him, and they already go up 1 in about, I don't know, a minute and a half of the game. Hoggy, that's pretty ridiculous going into this game immediately. You got to be sweating a little bit if you're Divine Mind.
No, you're definitely sweating. Dante's starting off hot again. He's got 5 kills, 2 deaths. Berserk's down bottom middle. The player of Madsy does not manage to clean him up, though. He gets called out. Pips gets the double, though. He does get the nade onto Berserk to take him down. Barcode's got shots across the map on Beaston. It's only a 2v2, so things will stay pretty stalematey at the moment. He's got his teammate underneath him. He's hurt him. He's turned around. I'm not surprised. I'm surprised Barcode didn't even just go for the kill on his teammate because he slays everything in his sights. He finds Dante. He's going to go straight through double doors, and he's on the flank.
Barcode knows that the rest of his team has strong contest on the OS, so he's just going to peek into their base now, try to get a pull. He is unfortunately being challenged by 2 players. He takes down Slays. Is he going to take down Dante? No, Dante answers back, but unfortunately, Barcode has the Shark, Madsy, being able to answer for him, give him a little bit of support, and now all it takes is for Prades to be able to take down Berserk, and we are going to see another flag run come out from the side of Chiefs, and it is a strong one. Divine Mind are going to have to sneak through Chiefs' side trench and sort of stop them from being able to cap this flag, but I'm not sure if they have it in them.
Yeah, Pips knows they're all here. He's calling them out. They'll take down 2 of them. Berserk manages to get a kill. As he gets across the map, Berserk jumps straight through the double doors. Barcode takes him out.
Oh no,
Pips kills his own teammate, Barcode, but I don't know if it'll matter. Prades is trying to defend him, and he does. He'll take down Beaston. The Milkman gets in a second.
The Milkman with the second flag cap, giving all the objective support that his team needs. He does see Dante grab Rockets, so that's going to be a call. Chiefs right now know where they need to focus, and hopefully they should be able to make the read that Dante is trench side. Maybe they might be able to make the read that he does have bullets. sorry, grapple, but it doesn't seem to be that way. Dante is now one-shot. He has made himself one-shot with that rocket, but he has managed to pick up a kill, and they should be able to. He takes down Pips too. That's a bomber medal. That's 5 rocket kills for Dante in this game already, about 3 to 4 minutes in, and it looks like we are going to see a good mounted push from Divine Mind onto Chief's flag. They might be able to make this run, but it looks like we already have Pips and Madzy making it over to Divine Mind's side, to be able to stop this flag cap.
Yeah, you know, in the comms of Chiefs, as they've gone down there, they've respawned. All they're saying is, OE, overextend, get in the enemy base, stop them from moving it any further than double doors. Dante is one shot. Pips is going to try take him down. Pips is playing his life. The flag will be thrown to bottom middle from the side of Chiefs. Dante is still alive, though. Pips is also milking his life as usual. He's still alive himself,
Pips
and
lives.
Dante takes him down. Pips is still
And
there.
He
Gets
kill.
another kill, and he'll probably get a touch. He does. There's one player, bottom middle, right next to him. He'll throw the flag. He's going to run it. He's going to ignore the player, and he's going to keep going straight in. Can Pips get his 3rd cap? The player of the Divine Mind squad is coming in, and that's Beeson. He gets the Dynamo nades in. Madzy defends him, but Madzy's got another player here. Beeson's still there. Madzy's playing his life. The flag is down. Barcode goes in for a grab. Beeson comes out to try to get the shots. Praddy's comes in. Pips respawns right at the back of his base. It's a perfect spawn for the side of Chiefs. Praddy's finds one in front of him. He's one shot. Challenges for the second. Doesn't manage to get it. The flag is still not in, and Dante's coming in. Pips went down as well, so they're going to get the return and probably get themselves a pull. I don't know if they'll be able to get it too far, but they will get the return at least.
Good return. This is that counter cap nature that often happens in flag games, so we're probably going to see a pretty convincing run come out from the side of Divine Mind. It seems like, just looking at the map right now, Chiefs are pretty scattered. You have Praties and Trench, Barcode Trench side as well, but you also have Madzy all the way up on their side, Rockets, so it's going to be interesting the kind of play that they make here, but when Barcode makes a double kill, is convincing of that, pretty much shuts down the entirety of Divine Mind's pull. You know, Divine Mind has no answer for that. They're going to have to recalibrate, reset. This pull was for naught. It looks like Chiefs has this down on lock, Hoggy.
Yeah, the middle of the map is up for contention right now. 2 players of Divine Minds drop down straight to Madzy. Madzy plays his life for as long as he can. Pips pushes in. He knows they're both weak, but it looks like they'll still trade out. Divine Minds, though, they go 4 down momentarily. Slays spawns up in the back of his base, so he's going to have to move out. The rocket is spawning in a few seconds. It's 18 seconds away. The overshield is also 18 seconds away. So the Chiefs have control of the map. Barcode is in the enemy palm, just being real sneaky right now, waiting for someone to come through.
We're going to see Beaston here contest these rockets, throws out a couple nades, takes some peach shots, but he is one shot. He does have to go up against Barcode. He does going to get taken down, but you know, you have that other member of Divine Mind make the answer. Praties does have rockets, and it only takes 1, even though Dante had that OS. It's gone. It's done and dusted. And Dante didn't really manage to do anything with that apart from sort of take down Barcode when he was one shot. Couldn't really make any push with that whatsoever. So unfortunately, we do have Praties here sort of peeking in with those rockets. I think he did manage to give one up on the side of Divine Mind's bar there, which is unfortunate because if Divine Mind can make a play with those rockets, that could be game-turning.
Yeah, Madzy, Pips is calling out for Madzy. Madzy finds him. Barcode finds the other, so all Divine Mind spawning up in the back of their base. You see Chiefs pushing through Bar. Pips, can he play his life? No, he can't. His teammate comes back towards the palm tree and helps him out. The other 2 players from Divine Mind spawn at the bottom, Rockets in Trench, and they're going to overextend straight into the base of the Chiefs. They have a player spawning up from the side of the Chiefs, and he does spawn in Elbow, the library, and he's going to push straight back. That'll be Pips. He's already into palm tree. Barcode finds one. Berserk does manage to trade out. Beaston's there to help him out. Slays is in here as well. He's already into the palm tree. Pips is there, and Pips stays alive. Madzy gets the kill. The flag is still moving, and it's all down for Divine Mind. So this is another cap. They'll go up 3-0 in the game.
It was a good rotation from Divine Mind there for, I believe it was Slays, and someone else, not too sure who that second player was, but to turn around because they spawned bottom mid down near where the Bulldog spawns to immediately go, okay, they're pulling our flag. We should just try to rotate through their trench now, make a stop. But unfortunately, the comms from Chief were just too strong. The shots from Chief were too strong, and they just managed to take them down straight away and make that flag cap.
Oh my god, Barco gets the double. They come flying in at him, but he takes them both down. Berserk was the last man alive. He'll go down as well. Again, Chiefs just have control of this middle map. They're going to push up. The overshield is about to spawn. Madsy's going to play for it. It's up in 2 seconds. He's going to grab it. He's going to get it. Dante's on the other side of the map throwing nades, trying to stop it if he can, but he isn't able to. Pops it straight in. Madsy's going straight up. The PP is the gun that you need to use to take him down, but he won't be able to do it. He'll slide straight in. He's going to grab this flag. 2 players from Divine Mind are still up, but he'll run it. He'll find one. His teammate's right there to clean him up, and that is Praddy's. He'll take him down. The flag is double doors. Beaston is coming in though. He's spawned. Pips is here as well to help him out. It feels like the Chiefs really are on point right now. Every time we move over to a play, they back down. They've got a teammate there to help them.
Just the positioning that Chiefs have right now, the teamwork, the comms, the synergy of their players overall, absolutely insane. It just feels like they're everywhere on the map. Madsy taking down Berserk. Don't even challenge me, man. I'm taking your flag. I'm capping it, going up 4 up in the series. If you are Divine Mind right now, you are absolutely sweating in your boots because there is not much you can do in 3 minutes to be able to make 4 caps, Hoggy. It is near impossibility.
Yeah, on a map like Bazaar, you rarely see 4 flags capped in 3 minutes. So if Divine Minds are able to do it, it'll be a miracle. We're back on board with Barcode, who's got the grapple hook. It's his favorite equipment in the game. He's got another player in front of him, but he gets taken down by Rockets. You can't match up to the Rockets when they land right at your feet. Berserk Slays are going to push through. The flag is being taken, though, by the Chiefs, and they are moving it towards Palm Tree. Slays tries to jump up. He gets caught clambering and goes down. The other player is Beaston, and he's here. He'll take down Praddy's. The other player is next to him. Overshield is about to spawn. He'll push in for Barcode. Barcode does get taken down by Berserk. Overshield's up in 19 seconds. Maybe they can use this, Bluey. They've got 2 minutes. It's still winnable.
19 seconds on the OS, but Pips, the milkman himself, he's about to make a delivery, and that looks like another flag. He's taking it slow and steady as not to be called out, but he is taking shots, so the comms are there, but Pips manages to just stay alive again. Grapples up, does go down, and it looks like that's probably going to be a flag return. But that whole time, you know, throwing a spanner in the works of Divine Mind, they're really not going to be able to do much from this because they have to play their lives in order to get this flag back. Beaston can grab the OS here, but I'm not sure how good that's going to work out for him, especially when half of it, nearly all of it, is going to go down in favor of that Dynamo nade that Barcode just seems to have thrown out.
He's able to keep the flag alive. He'll take down Madsy. Praddy's the last man alive. He uses the grapple hook perfectly. He's got a little bit of overshield left as it runs out. He's going to run it in for their first clap, their first cap. It's a minute 25 on the clock. It's going to be unlikely, but we'll have to see what happens. Can Divine Mind do it?
Can Divine Mind do it? I mean, that's the question, Hoggy. You know, if I were a fortune-telling man, I'm looking into my crystal ball right now, and honestly, I really doubt it. There's too much map pressure. We see 2 members of Praddy's and Barcode. Barcode does get taken down. Praddy's answers back with the kill under their flag. Slays is just a bit salty, sort of aching out this shotgun right here. There's a minute left on the clock, but he knows that members of the Chiefs are in their tree right now, and they do sort of make a little bit of a trade right here, but there's not a lot that Divine Mind can do in this last 40 seconds of the game. I don't think it's possible for them to make 3 caps, Hoggy, but they could prove me wrong.
Yeah, Divine Mind, I think they know it's over. Praddy's knows it's over. He's just standing there shooting the body. He's probably going to unload his whole clip until he's got no shots left. Slays will get himself a double kill for good measure. There's only 30 seconds to go, but the Chiefs, they're dominant.
20 seconds left on the clock. I think it's fair to say from this point on, both teams are just playing a bit of a Slayer games. Pips just seems to be standing around in his base. I'm going to call it early, Hoggy. This is the match. Congratulations to the Chiefs on another win. 5 seconds left to go, baby. Let's treat it like it's New Year's. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to the Chiefs. They take another one in their belt. That's another stone in the Infinity Gauntlet for the Chiefs of the ANZ region. Well done, boys. Super convincing win. Good stuff. Well done.
Yeah, the Chiefs so dominant.
Yeah, it's pretty nutty the fact that we've been able to have a team so early on here in Infinite, lads, to be able to put in such a dynasty. The fact that it feels like nobody's able to touch these guys. You know, it seems like that the Chiefs, every single time that we come into these series, it is more likely than not that the Chiefs are going to be able to come out on top. They've dropped 1 single series, 1 single set so far in the entirety of Halo Infinite, and it was to Divine Mind last week. And then they were able to cop the vengeance of the Chiefs that did Divine Mind in that previous grand final. And now we come back into it where the Chiefs, they don't have to get the bracket reset, lads. And Hoggy, they just came in, they made it dominant, they made it look clean. And once again, the man that we've talked about all the time, Barcode, putting up some big numbers across so many of these maps. It just seems like this kid is on a different level to literally everybody in ANZ.
Oh, he is on another level, man. If you watch his stream, you're like, holy mackerel, he is so bloody good at Halo. And he has been good for a long time, but he's really just pushed further and further and further, and he just keeps getting better and better and better. And you see it every time. He's always at the top in the damage, and even if he's not, he's putting in work for his team, and he's letting his teammates do the work, you know?
Yeah, and I think the thing that we touch on a lot when we talk about this Chiefs team is the fact that these guys seem to be able to set up everybody for success. It feels like they're being able to really unlock Barcode to get those slays going out. It really feels like that players like Pips are really able to just, as we said, milk a lot of his life to get so much extra objective time. And then you look at players like Madzi and Prades, where every single time it's one of these guys who's been able to take up that secondary Slayer role and be able to put a lot of work in for the team. And it just feels like every single time that you come into a series, it's like if you're betting against the Chiefs right now, you're doing yourself a disservice because they've been completely untouched so far and been able to put away a team like Divine Minds over and over and over again, where Divine Minds, whenever they go up against anybody else, they're by and far the favorites. And it's just crazy that we have this very stark difference, Blue, between the Chiefs and then that step down to Divine Minds there in that second slot.
Yeah, it's super tough. For, I think, the rest of the teams looking at matches like this. You know, we have our number 1 and our number 2 team, and it seems like the difference between them is so far and ahead, you know. The members of the Chiefs just have this game down on lock, and it's really, it's honestly scary to think about as they develop more and more as a team, as this game develops more and more, and as things adjust, as they discover new pieces of tech and implement them into their roster, into their styles of gameplay, what this team is truly capable of. And them going forward, them going to be competing internationally more and more, which I'm sure they absolutely are going to. I think they're going to be able to show the rest of the world how strong, you know, a team in the ANZ region can truly be.
Exactly. These guys are certainly flying the flag nice and high here for ANZ. But lads, it's time to talk about Champion. We've got Barcode here on the line. Let's bring him in. Let's have a yarn to the man who puts insane numbers across the entirety of today. Barcode,
how are we doing, boys? How are we doing?
Insane day for you guys.
Hey.
Pretty good, mate. Being able to watch you play Halo is always a good day for me, I think, here on the desk. So Barcode, you guys have had a pretty clean sweep for yourselves today. My question to you is, obviously a lot of teams in ANZ are really looking up to you guys here in the Chiefs. How do you feel like everybody else is stacking up? You know, what's your kind of 1, 2, 3 going through ANZ? Do you feel like after today, Immunity might make a shot for the title?
I just think the biggest problem with our region that's always been like plaguing us is teams splitting up and just after one comp, they just go, nah, that's not it. Then no one grinds it out and stuff. So I'm really hoping to see the rosters stay the same, honestly. Like, just keep getting better with the current players. But at the same time, like, I think they're inevitable. And definitely, and on that immunity question, like, I definitely think if they actually just, I think they're not putting as much effort as they could be into Halo in terms of, like, grinding out, you know, going over VODs, blah, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, no, dude, them placing top 3 is actually, like, congrats to them, honestly.
Good words of advice there, and a good way to, you know, prep up another team, especially a new team that we saw today in Immunity. It was the first time we saw the compete Barcode, but I do want to ask, we had a chat to Madzi today just on, you know, like how you guys improve and practice as a team. But I just want to ask about the specifics of that. Like, how often are you guys doing something as, you know, simple, I think, in a lot of people's heads as a VOD review? How much does that mean to you guys? How much does it mean for you guys to be critical of yourselves and look where you can improve in the future?
Well, the funniest thing is about what you just said was we've hardly been able to go over VOD as a team because Madzi's, you know, he had all of his stuff going on. It's kind of ironic. But no, definitely now that we're back in full force, Madzi's back, like, you know, we can go over our VODs and actually strategize. It's been a month since we got back from Raleigh, and we haven't played with our full squad since. So, you know, it's good to finally be playing with the Shark again. I'm glad he's back, you know. But no, seriously, VODs are super important, man. they literally just help you pick out the parts where you're just going completely rogue, basically just doing some stupid play or something like that, or some little tiny nitpicks that could actually change the way a game, the outcome of a game.
All right, Barcard, I got 2 questions for you. The first one is, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Are you getting over your sickness? And number 2 is, what happened in game number 2? And what happened in game number 1 in the second round? Why was it just a slayer, no one picking up the ball? What was going on there? But just those 2 games, the second game and then the middle round, and how are you feeling?
I'm feeling, I'm getting better. My voice is slightly better than what it was last week.
It's
I think
better.
If I rested a bit, it'll be fine. But I'm obviously yelling. Luckily, you guys don't have listen-ins, but that's definitely not helping. But no, definitely, dude. I feel so comfortable in my individual skill every time I'm going into these sort of things, and that's where I find my consistency is honestly self-belief as a player myself. I've been doing this for a very long, I wouldn't say very long time, but just getting into these grand finals and just playing my game. And but it's not even just me, man. It's literally my teammates setting me up for success too. Those guys, when we're teamworking, dude, oh my God, I can do whatever I want on the map. And it just feels great. So definitely a big shout out to those guys too.
Yeah, and I think we certainly see that across a lot of the maps, especially those games we're able to drop, big 30 bombs. It's a lot of heavy lifting from the rest of the lads here on the cheese. So, Barcode, mate, before I let you enjoy the spoils of yet another tournament victory, I've got a question for you. Sniper rifle or shock rifle? You've been absolutely insane across both of them for the entirety of Halo Infinite. What do you like and more? What do you feel like gets you more kills? What do you vibe in between both of the weapons?
They're both good, both lethal. Definitely the sniper, man. The sniper is honestly one of the most satisfying things in this game so far, man. Oh my God. Hitting those no scopes, hitting the quick scopes, just flicking up to someone's head or something, seeing their body just do a little flip is just awesome, man. They really nailed down the sniper. I'm glad it takes a lot of skill to use, and it's even more rewarding when you actually get those kills.
Yeah, certainly, and it's always a super impressive, kind of play for us to watch when you get those kind of weapons in your hands here, Barcode. So once again, congrats on an absolutely flawless tournament so far, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing you guys for a long time here in Halo Infinite.
Thank you guys again for casting, and shout out to you boys and the production. See you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Barcode. See you, Barcode.
See you, mate. Always good to be able to get our shining star here on the desk and have a yarn to him. And he's always so nice and he's always so humble. I think that's the biggest thing for me, Bluey, is not every single time, he's putting up 9,000 damage every single map, and that guy still has to shout out his team, saying that it is not just him in every single one of those games. He understands that this team is really setting it up for success, and it's beautiful to see somebody like him with such a cool head on his shoulders and be able to go through the kind of motions in a lot of these tournaments and these high-pressure scenarios and be able to perform time and time again.
Not only his team though, Luke, but shouting out Immunity as well, saying how good it was to see them already come in and do, a top 3 finish, which is fantastic. It's those kind of, the way that Australian players sort of need to leverage them each other up is what's going to give us success going onto the international stages, and that's what I hope to see more of as we do more and more of these tournaments.
Exactly. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more storylines go through it. But let's have a quick recap of today, lads. Hoggy, it was a large day for us here. Relatively fast in comparison to what we had last week. But I think there was a whole lot of standout, kind of series that we saw today. There was a big kind of push for this Immunity team to try and crack in towards that top 4. They did that with ease, it seemed, here, Hoggy. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get themselves in a top 1, top 2. But a top 3 finish for Immunity in their first tournament here in Halo Infinite is no mean feat in and of itself.
Yeah, no, it's incredible for them to come in with 0 pro points, not having played any tournaments yet, not really practicing much, still getting top 3, and then on top of that, Direwolves bringing it back. They're back into the top 4 again. They're going to be back next week. They bring it back from the previous week. And even 1620 Kings, I want to shout out to them because they've been near the top the whole time. They finally get themselves into the Pro Series. They just have to go back to the open bracket and do it again.
Yeah, they've been able to consistently be able to get themselves in. Week number 1, they're also there. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to see them on the broadcast just yet, but, you know, hopefully going into Pro Series number 3, I'm sure these guys are going to consistently be able to put up some big numbers, get into that top 8. Maybe we see them here on the main stage. And another team to shout out as well, Bluey, is this Fraggers team. You know, there's a very young gun in there, Lucas, being able to get around some of these older players, these older experienced players, and see if he can mold himself into one of the top guns here for Halo Infinite. And I'd like to see more of these players come through. So I'd like to see more of this young blood get in towards these Pro Series, get more competitive experience, and then when we start moving into things like the Super and a few more of these Pro Series down the track, that's when we can see the consistency of these new young players coming through and being the likes of like Barcode.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And we saw sort of him on stream today, and he still performed, you know, phenomenally with his team. He had, I feel as though that he had a really big push from, you know, members of, like, especially Flex Reigns, who has come so far in sort of bouncing in between all these other teams and playing in all these tournaments that we've had. You know, just give him a massive monumental push and placing him and putting faith in him in this team. You know, the kid's only 17 years old, and if he's already performing like that, you know, him going into the future is going to be absolutely phenomenal. So shout outs to him. Hopefully you keep up the grind. Hopefully that whole team in Fraggers keeps up the grind, because that's a phenomenal roster I think that we have on our hands, and hopefully they just take more practice into the future and we see them again and again.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for us to say to a lot of these players. Keep together, keep the grind going. There's a lot of these Pro Series to get through before we start heading into that Super, and I think that is kind of the end goal for a lot of these teams, right? Getting towards that ANZ Super Hoggy where they can really start to put a lot of this practice to work here. And as we start getting towards the end of the show here, Hoggy, is there any final thoughts, any extra shout-outs you want to say to a lot of these players before we say goodnight here for another time?
Well, I reckon that the main thing we need to say is I feel like teams are getting into the top 8 and they're sort of changing up their team. But if you're getting into the top 8, I don't think there's any reason to change up your team. I think you should be staying together as best you can. I know, obviously, not everyone can be like, oh, I really want to stay with these guys. I think we can do it, but maybe you can't. But I think after the first week, teams have sort of got together now, and they have the chance to bring it to next week. So if you're in the top 8, I'd love to be able to see teams stay together and push back into the top 8 again next week if you didn't get into the top 4.
Yeah, some special words there coming in from Hoggy. Make sure everybody stays together. We want to see these rosters flourish and see if they can build something special here in ANZ. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to say goodnight one more time here. Pro Series number 2 is in the books. We set our sights on next week where we get number 3 going. Is it going to be the Chiefs dynasty once again, or will we see Immunity or maybe even Divine Mind be able to take a crown here? We'll have to wait and find out. Same place, same time next week, ladies and gentlemen. I've been Fluke, and as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.